You can start.
Okay, well, I have small screen, but okay. Well, welcome to the Bald Bold A-Thon. And why did we create this event? We created this event because we believe there are a lot of leaders. Welcome to the Bald Bold A-Thon. We are very excited about this day because we're celebrating leadership. And although you'll see a common hairstyle, we believe that the message of leadership is what's going to bring the world together. So, September 13th was Bald is Beautiful Day. And we did that last month, and we had about 55 people share their views on leadership. And today it's a mix of people sharing their leadership views as well as influence views. And my theory and philosophy is that if we can create more smiles in the world, we're doing a good thing and we're enjoying life more. The second part of it is the more we encourage and inspire people to be leaders, the better our communities will be. Because when it really comes down to it, if it's not you, then who? So we are going to have about 30 brilliant speakers today share their views on leadership, how they make a difference in the world. And I'm going to encourage you to follow them, support them, and listen to what they're doing that you could even incorporate or that you could help support them in their initiatives. I have a couple books we've created. This is the Bald Bold book, and I had so many people. This is 365 pages that we had to make a second volume, and I'm not I'm not concerned about how many volumes we need to make because the more people that are showing up in the world that are with a smile and that are inspiring hope and inspiration, I am all about promoting them. In fact, on the back of each of these cards is we amplify goodness. So if you know someone who is bald or they're just doing great things in the world, we have plenty of other events. We've done authorthons. As a matter of fact, we have an authorthon to finish the November season with the sub theme gift. So the best gift you can get for Christmas is a book and a story. So we have about 100 authors that are going to be sharing their books, and we not only encourage you to support them by buying the gift, but more importantly, they have been filtered as leaders and people that are bringing great messages. As a matter of fact, to my left, I have a banner that we just created that when we're giving the right messages to kids, i.e., character development and purpose-driven life, financial literacy, um, pride and patriotism in your country, and also imagination and creativity. We're bringing up kids that become a better contributor to our planet and to our country. So these are all important aspects. We also, for those authors that do not have this haircut, and by the way we typically say bravo or great job to the speaker before is the host will probably do something like that. And that just means you made us proud. So if you would like to be part of one of these events, we have authorthons. We just had the International Smileathon. And if you come up with an idea of an event, we're all about being creative and bringing community together. We had one lady at the authorathon back in June say, "Why don't we do an acronemathon?" And so an acronemathon is you pick a word, you turn it into a memory cue, and then you just share it. And the cool thing about this is everyone gets to hear what's important to another person. You get to learn about other people's experiences and their insights. And I think the cool part we're heading to as a publishing company is that these episodes are so strong, they're TED Talk style, that we are translating them and we're also transcribing them into episodes that can turn into chapters that become books in your hand or books digitally. So we're very excited about the partnerships we have. I have um, every single day I just pinch myself and say what a great team I have working with me, and they love each other. There's a family feel. So I do want to acknowledge that there is a very big team behind Dr. Smiley and the mission that we have. And that team includes Brian Tarr, who is our CRM master. We have a new partner, Brian Arrington, who is helping with bringing more people and more experience to our team, as well as Tanisha Carroll. She is the lead in making sure all the pieces are going together. Faison Manzour has been instrumental in providing the technology after the CRM to make sure you're witnessing this and that there's a fluid methodology and feel to the event. We have Amy Cabrera, and we have a bunch of other volunteers. So I'll find out who they are and acknowledge them at the end of the day. The main thing I want you to understand is that this was an idea. And although it's an idea that creates hopefully a smile, it's just a way of creating community and waking the world up that there are super good people and cool people that you should know and that bring hope to the world. At a very low time in my life during the pandemic, I had a termination, an invitation from my studio to be closed down because I wasn't making the payments. And I got down on my knees and I prayed. And next thing I knew, within about 30 days, I had made this big book called Dose of Hope. And it was about people I'd known. And I just asked them how they could share how they bring hope to the world. And that book generated, without asking for any help, it generated all the money I needed for my studio to be intact financially. So first of all, prayer being very important. Secondly, community being very important. Third, relationships being very important. And today, leadership being very important. So you're going to hear from the leaders today, discuss their views on leadership, give you some tips, insights, and hopefully give you some stuff that would make you a better leader. They're going to probably share some challenges they have, and they're going to share how they use their leadership to make the world better. And the world is in a constant flux, and it's either going better or it's going worse. And there's nothing that's going to stop it from changing except you and the leaders we have. So we want to encourage leaders that are in areas that they can create community or that they can get more support community. There are three ways we can support leaders and initiatives, and that is with talent, time, and treasure. And you definitely have time if something's important. So I hope you hear some things that are important. I am in the Baltimore area, and my big shout out is to my brothers and sisters who create solutions and awareness to problems that are happening in a city that I care about deeply. There are many other cities and communities that have needs, whether it's homelessness, food, starvation, joblessness, etc. And I think that this is a way for us to address the fact that it is typically leadership and leadership with creative solutions that cause an ability of a problem being resolved. So we have a speaker coming in pretty soon. I actually am excited because I went to the Military Influencer Conference and I've met some just really cool people. And I think this is really the best use of this show is that I would meet somebody, I would say, gosh, you seem like a great person to know, friend, fellow leader. And this has become a solution of having that relationship create value and hopefully collaboration. So I'd like to bring in Kevin Miller and thank him. Oh, by the way, before we bring him in, just 1 second, I do want to show the book from the inside. So any of you that are not in this book and want to be in this book, this is a birthday book celebrating 365 Days of Heroes. We start off, of course, with January 1st, Michael Gray. And the book has some blank pages, and the blank pages are not because I want them that blank way. It's because we are looking for people that can take that page and be the one who's being honored for the smiles they bring. So these are actual birthdays. If you want to get a copy of this book, you can simply go to Perfect Publishing. We have a phone number that we're going to be listening with live, but these are just such great people, and I'm so honored. That's Coach Carter. I don't know if you've watched the movie Coach Carter, but there's just some remarkable people in here. I'm just really excited to not only publish and show, but that they're people that I can really respect for all the good they're doing in the world. So at this time, we're going to bring in Kevin Miller. And hello, brother. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad the Military Influencer Conference. I mean, that was someone's vision too. And although I think he's even a bald guy that came up with the idea of the Military Influencer Conference, if I recall. Do you know who that is?
If my son's listening, so I had the green room volume on, and now the sound is off
Okay,
filter. And
well,
I don't know how to turn that off without turning your sound.
we'll go ahead and get that taken care of. That's usually the only problem with going first. I never want to speak first, Kevin. I'll tell you why. They haven't done potentially the sound checks with my mic, particular, or the lighting is off, or something, or the computer, or something. So the cool thing about this being live, and we can always edit this later for the post episode. But yeah, you are the first one in the hot seat. Are you able to hear just me now, or not, or is it both? Is it both?
Exactly. So So I'm gonna try to get this started. And see, I like going first because it's like wearing the FNG patch. If you remember that, like
Uh-huh.
you just blame. Oh well, I was first. I'm the guinea pig here. So
Yeah, and you can never have anyone before you that makes you look worse because you're the first person.
exactly. So
All
setting the
right.
stage, setting the bar. So first, I
Well,
do want to thank you, Ken, for inviting me, being part of this. And it's cool celebrating baldness, but I know it's much more than that. It's about inspiring other people, inspiring that other folks to be leaders. Um, so I, I'd like to start. I'll share
and I'm gonna
my
actually I'm gonna respectfully move out and just give you that the stage. Thank you very much, Kevin Miller, for being part of this event, and we really do look forward to hearing your thoughts and your feelings about leadership.
all right, all right. So I want to start by just talking a little bit about what leadership means to me. Um, and it's not really that complicated. I know there's a lot of definitions out there, but to me, leadership is doing anything that inspires someone else, encourages someone else, allows someone else to become a better version of themselves, to be able to uh, do the things that they need to do in their life that then contribute to a collective purpose or goal. So that could be in a community, it could be in a business, it could be in a family, it could be a nonprofit organization, it could be their church. Anything that inspires or helps someone else contribute to a collective purpose or goal is leadership. And that even includes helping yourself be able to become better so that you can contribute towards that goal. And to be honest, I never chose to be a leader. It was never in my mind, oh, I want to be in charge. I want to be a leader. But what I've always done is, well, I shouldn't say always. As a child, as a young adult, I made a lot of stupid choices and made mistakes. Um, but at some point, I also realized I was influencing other people. So even though I haven't chosen to be in a position of leadership, I wasn't striving to inspire other people. I knew I was affecting them. And at that point, I started to change the focus of my life. And that meant I wanted to make a positive difference for other people. And so I served 37 years in the military. I worked over 30 years in K-12 education at all levels. And in many of those cases, I was in leadership positions. I had command positions. I was a principal. I was an administrator. I was a teacher. I was a coach. In all those positions, I was obviously inspiring and affecting them, and I was influencing. And so I was a leader. But I never thought of it as somehow that is what my purpose is. My purpose is to help other people become the best version of themselves by being the best version of myself. And in order to do that, and this is one of the, it's not it's not always easy being a leader, although for some people it is. I have a very good friend, uh, colleague, and he was my interpreter in Afghanistan. So really, he helped keep me alive for the time I was there because of the job that he did. He is the most authentic person I know. He does not strive to be an influencer in any way, shape, or form, yet he is an influencer because he is so genuine. I don't think he ever thinks through and thinks, oh, how is this going to be seen? How are other people going to react to my doing this or that? He does what he knows is right. He lives his value. And to me, that's the biggest insight. Also, the biggest challenge of being a leader is you have to know your values and then you have to live those values. So, and most of us don't really think about that. We get so caught up in our everyday lives, so caught up in our organizational challenges, whatever that organization has. family challenges, all these different things. And we start to lose sight of who we are at our core, our values. And so for me, I have gone back, as you can see, I'm an Army guy. Um, I live the Army values. I lived them throughout my career in the military, and I did not let that go on the day that I retired. In fact, I embraced it even stronger. Said, this is who I am. This is who I really want to be. And so those are the values I have to live. So I continue to live those, but I have to keep them front and center in the decisions that I make, actions that I make, the way that I treat other people. And for me, that's one of the biggest challenges, but it's also what makes it so rewarding. Because once you start to live your values and truly do everything you can in your power to keep them front and center, then it lifts a huge burden off your shoulders. It's kind of like, it's very difficult. People, when you lie, you have to remember that lie. And then if you build on that lie, it becomes more and more challenging. Because just, as they talk about the web that we weave by lying. Well, when you don't lie, when you stick to your values, then you can unburden yourself because you just have to live who you are. You just have to be true to yourself. Now, sometimes you'll face challenges. Sometimes you face ethical challenges where your values seem to be at odds. But even that, there's ways that you can work through that. And that's one of the biggest lessons that I've learned. And again, it has truly been a difference maker in my life because once I understood that, it simplifies so many other things in my life. And so I'll share that lesson here because it's one of the most important ones that we all have, whether we see ourselves as leaders or not, because we're all. And that's it. When you compromise your integrity by letting the ends justify the means. So we say, well, this is what I'm trying to get. And the only way to get there means I have to compromise my values. Well, as soon as you do that, you have started to create a loss of trust in yourself and anyone who witnesses you making those decisions, taking that action based on it. And so for me, it's not that difficult. Just say, okay, no, I'm not going to compromise my values. But then how do I solve the challenge that I'm facing? How do I solve the problem? How do I move forward if I feel like doing so will compromise my values? Well, then I have to mitigate the damage of compromising those things. And what's really amazing is that when you start working to mitigate the damage of compromising a value because you feel like there's no option, and I help many other people see through this. And so now today, as I'm sitting here and celebrating baldness, celebrating leadership, have that opportunity to help someone else to say, okay, how do you overcome this? Well, start thinking through it. Now, again, I know it's also not that easy because we all are carrying a lot of baggage. We're all carrying a lot of challenges. So to me, it is just learning to be who you are, understanding who you are, understanding your value. You can help other people do the same. If we do that, just like Dr. Smiley said, we all start to share that joy and we all become better and we make our communities better, we make our nations better, we make society. So I'm so happy that I could be here today to share this. I think my time is coming to an end. Hopefully we got somebody on deck ready to come in. Ken,
You do,
so great
Kevin.
seeing you this morning. So glad I could participate.
Yeah, go Army. And thank you for participating. Thank you for being first. And that's sometimes what a leader has to think is no one's going first. I guess they're all stepping backwards. So I am first. Well, it was great to hear your
Incredible
message.
opportunity.
Thank you. Do you have, how can people connect and celebrate with you?
Okay.
Do you have a contact information, any LinkedIn or
Contact information. Yeah. So you can go to my website, KNOW, responsibility.com. And that's all part of my leadership and part of the books that I'm working on and things that I'm doing. So yeah, go there and you can reach out to me and find out more about what I'm doing.
And I look forward to having you on the big show, the Dr. Smiley Show, to take a deeper dive in this conversation. So have a
Sounds
great
good.
day. And thank
Yeah,
you for
you
being
too.
part of the BaldBOLD A-Thon. Take care.
I loved it.
All right, we have our next speaker, a dear friend, RJ Chapman. RJ, you can go ahead and turn on your video, and Kevin, when you exit your video out, they'll change that. All right, RJ, you good to go?
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Just turn on your video, and I will be able to see you as well. And I mean
Okay.
that with all respect.
Well, allow this time. So here we go.
Okay, here comes the screen, and
All
let me show
right.
you. There we go. Oh my gosh,
Oh,
now you do
am I on
know.
the
No,
am
you're in
I
the
on the
right room.
wrong show? I thought I was in the Bob Ross-a-thon.
No one thought you'd do it, but you did it. Gosh. And we're so you can go to this is one of those times when you're wearing that, people have got to be coming up to you in flocks saying, I want what you got.
Yeah. Well, Bob will do that to you.
Yeah, there's a little modification. If you shave it this way, it looks like something else.
Well, might have to redo that. I don't know. You know, when you start painting, you go crazy when you start painting.
So that's your second book, and you're certainly encouraged to spend just a minute about who you are and another minute about your books. But obviously, this conversation is about leadership. And one thing I've really appreciated about you, RJ, in the time I've known you is a leader says yes to possibility. A leader says yes to responsibility. A leader says yes when he can be part of a community that's actually causing a difference. And we just were at the Military Influencer Conference, and I think
Right.
it's the third event that I've seen you at, which is saying a lot for someone I just
Yeah.
met. So I'm really glad you're here, and thank you for all you've done with the books and the messages and the speaking, and also serving our country. So, Master Chief, the floor is yours. The stage is yours, as it were. Have some fun.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm so glad to be here with you, Ken. It's always an honor and a privilege. And when I run into you, when I do see you, the first thing we do is we hug. And I like those hugs. And I like the big smiles. And I love Kenny, and I love all the people, Al, that works for you and helps you. But my little deal here today is about taking an opportunity when it comes your way, and you don't even know that it really came your way. And I'll give you a really quick, great story. I taught high school for about 14 years, and every morning the special needs kids would be standing out under the bus port, under a cover kind of, but it'd be cold, it'd be rainy. And I just thought, they don't need to be standing out there waiting on the other teachers to come get them. And I said, come into my room, come into this big room we have here every morning. I want you to come in here and get out of the elements. And the teachers would come down and get them and take them where they needed to go. And I got to know those special needs kids really, really well. Flash forward about 14 years, one of the kids that came through, a special needs kid, was in my class. He was a great kid. And he was the brother of a special needs kid. Well, it turns out that after the special needs kid gets done with high school, there's nothing for him to do. There's nothing in the community. And this lady, Marcia Whitfield, started this program called Special Steps. And it meets Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 11, and they do a little craft. And I thought, well, that sounds interesting, because I saw them do a little rock steppy thing. They all painted little rocks and made a big snake, and it went through the whole community. And I thought, that is neat. So I have a show. I have a YouTube show. It's called The RJ Chapman Show. And I interviewed Marcia Whitfield. And she came on the show and talked about the program and the kids. And I had that connection because I had them in my room for 14 years. And she says, why don't you volunteer? I said, well, I don't know. I'm pretty busy. And here we go with the opportunity. And I said, you know what? She left, and she was so inspirational. She was so powerful and so motivating. I said, I'm going to go Thursday. I'm going to go Thursday at 10 o'clock and see what this is all about. And I went, and there were 50 kids, anywhere from 25 to, I can't say kids, young adults, I'm sorry, steppers, anywhere from like 25 to 65. And she had a craft organized and she had volunteers and you could jump in and help. And I knew them all. So it was like, oh, home week. They go, Master Chief, and I'd hug them. And it'd be like I just left, yesterday. But it's been about 5 years since I've seen them. And we started doing this. And guess what? I got hooked. And she was so funny. She told me the other day, because I've been going about a year now. She goes, wow, you come a long ways from a guy who was just going to check it out once. But they really got into my heart. And I spend time with them. And I like doing that. That's part of my thing in the community, going to special steps, because I never colored as a kid. They do a lot of coloring. And I never took the guts out of a pumpkin. That wasn't my favorite thing to do, by the way. But we do little crafts and they take them home. So I do that in the community, and I'm very, very proud of that. Once in a while, we have a bingo night and we invite the community, and it's a little fundraiser for us. And I'm the bingo guy. She got me into bingo machines, got bigger numbers so I can read it easier. But we have that as a fundraiser. So I do that. The whole thing with this BaldAthon and leadership, I want to go to this particular area. I just want to say that when I walk into a room, I want the room to be better off because I came. I want it to be a special event when I show up to show somebody that I care about them and I love them. We just had a lady at the high school get a big award, Samantha Dixon. Shout out to Samantha. And I had her, and she was my protege many years ago at the school, and I brought her up, and she's doing so great. And I wanted to make her day special. And so I went out, I got $100 worth of flowers. I got some chocolates. I got a copy of my book, Letters to Bob. And I wrote a little note in there for her, congratulating her on her achievement, and brought it up to the school. And nobody was there because it was a teacher work day. So I left it by her door. But I guarantee you right now, she's got a big smile on her face, and I made her day. And that's what I like to do. I like to walk into a room and make everybody's day. And the way I do that is I'm very present. Like if I'm talking to you, I'm not looking on either side of you to decide who I'm going to talk to next or what I want to learn from somebody else or what I want to talk about. I am present with you. Just like right now on the screen. I don't know who I'm present with, but there's a bunch of people out there that I'm present with. I'm right here. And I do that with a smile and with conviction, because I'm very interested in people. Part of my show, part of the RJ Chapman show on YouTube, is there's a segment called My Famous Friends. And guess what? Everybody in my town is famous. That's the way I look at it. And I get them on there and I do these interviews with them. And boy, I just finished one up last week on a lady named Lisa Askew. It probably has to be one of the best interviews we've ever done. She was phenomenal. We went places that I don't normally go. So if you want to see some craziness, log into the RJ Chapman show and learn about, guess what we talked about a little bit? Suffering. A topic I did not want to discuss. But once we got into it, I figured out, you know what? You're going to come through it. It's going to make you better. It's going to happen again. So be prepared and go in there with a mindset of it's not going to last forever. You're not going to get more than you can handle. And I learned a lot from her. And by the way, I learned a lot about myself. I watched that video the other day. And I said, RJ, I can't believe you went there. But it was a little therapeutic, to tell you the truth. So I believe that everybody in my town is unique and special and very, very good. And I like putting them on camera. They like doing it. Sometimes they don't know if they can do it or not, but anybody can do it. And so that's a good show. I've enjoyed working with Perfect Publishing. There's my man, Ken. I blabbed enough. I made it to the finish.
You did. I don't want to let you go too quick though, man, because you're too much fun. Do you have your book handy?
Yeah.
Do you have both of them that you can just show them real quick?
I do. I got it. This is my first one. I want what you got.
I know I'm putting you on the spot, but can we give these away as PDFs, as digital copies today for anyone who's bald or watching the show today? Is that possible?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
Well, you do that, but if you can do it.
No, I'll do it for you. That's what my job is. And then you have, of course, the person who looks exactly like you. That's really awesome. And then I wanted to show I want to show the audience at least 2 of the pictures I took at 3 of the events I've seen you at. We didn't do it the last one, but this is RJ's.
Oh,
And RJ, the problem is you were a hippie in these shots, so we gotta
that's a
we gotta get
beautiful
that.
picture there. I don't know where you got
Yeah,
that. I like it.
that was at the Toastmasters actually. You had just completed your talk, and you went to get some
Yeah,
pizza. You rated my pizza dish.
you saved my life. I was dying.
Yeah, well, it was great to see you and dine with you, break bread. You just are an awesome person. Everyone that came to the table at Military Influencer Conference, they just really enjoyed who you are and what your message is. I love your book, by the way. What a great book! And we
Well, I
have
enjoyed them.
to actually give a tease because you're going to be at the Author-a-thon, the gift, in next month. You have a new book coming out. I don't know if it's going to be done by that point, but I think it will be. What's the new one called?
Well, I work with this publisher, and this guy's always on my, anyway. So the next book is called "I Want What You Got: Military Courage Edition," and it's going to be the same little guys. They're going to look a little bit different, but the book is going to be in camouflage. And Ken, I've finished that book.
Oh my gosh, then we're good. It's so clever that you picked camouflage because you have an excuse why no one can see it.
Yes, I'm so glad I picked camouflage, Ken.
Yeah. So if you have the book and someone's going to steal it from you, just throw it in the woods and it just goes gone. No one can see it
Yeah,
anymore.
you can't find it again. Yeah, you can never see it again.
And then you have the winter camouflage that you're going to be doing so the people that buy your book during the Santa Claus time, right? How can
Well, I
people
think the
connect?
second book is, hey, guess what? The next one's gonna be Letters to Bob 2, because I got 40 more letters from those cadets that are heartbreaking and heartwarming.
Well, I'll tell
How can
you.
people get to reach me?
Yes. How can people reach you? But
That
before
it?
you do say that, I want to say everyone, you sold out of books at Military Influence Guy, and both of them they were gone. You were like Ken. I should have gotten more here.
Yeah, I gave a few away.
Yeah. So how do people reach you and connect with you? And man, I want to be on your show one day. You have over 10,000 subscribers. And by the way, you
Yep.
are an influencer, not just a leader. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook, RJ Chapman. I got the YouTube show, the RJ Chapman Show, and I got TikTok and Instagram. So it's pretty easy to get a hold of me. And if you really want to get a hold of me, you can send me an email. I'm going to do it. I'm going to say it right now.
Oh,
RJ Chapman 2020. Don't do it.
no, do it. I said, I can't believe you're doing it. It's amazing. Let's go ahead.
RJ Chapman 2022 at gmail.com. And I'm pretty good at getting back to people.
I'll tell you what, you're going to get flooded now because I'm going to write you probably every minute to say, did you get this one? Did you get this one? All right. Well, RJ, thank you for being part of the BaldBOLD-A-Thon. You certainly are a leader and an influencer. And we're actually we're going to have another recording because I want you to talk about influence as well. All right. Thank you so much. Have a bald and bodacious day.
What time should I be on?
Oh, I'm going to call you right after this and let you know. So we have our next guest, Dan Rochon, and we were separated at birth. You're going to be able to tell immediately. So this is so exciting to have another Rochon on the show who is bald. And I purposely did not shave here so that I could match that rugged look he has. How are you doing, Dan?
We really qualify for the Baldathon today.
You know, there's that thing that I say, I don't know if everyone says this, but when you go to an event and you meet that one person, you go, you know what? If I didn't meet another person, I didn't get another thing out of this. This was worth the value. I want to say that the Bald Boldathon and asking Marla if she knew any amazing bald people and her connecting us, I was like, okay, this by itself would be worth having the Bald Boldathon. So
Let's do it.
So you obviously are a professional speaker. You've been on stages many, many times. This focus is obviously not just on how great you look, but on your leadership philosophy, methodology, and how you create abundance with it. So the stage is yours, sir. Enjoy.
Thank you. Today, I want to talk to you about the influence gap. And I'm going to encourage for you to think back to a time when someone believed in you. Maybe it was a favorite teacher, a favorite coach, or a favorite guide. Close your eyes if you can. Think back. See their face, hear their voice, feel the way that you felt when they believed in you. Now, Picture this person walking into your life today, standing right in front of you and giving you advice. You probably follow it, right? Because they earned your trust. Hold on to that moment because it's rare. And that's the problem. We crave that kind of trust, and yet we rarely experience it. In fact, the Pew Research Center found that nearly 2 out of 3 people believe that most people cannot be trusted. But trust isn't scarce because people are bad. Trust is scarce because meaningful connections are uncommon. That absence of trust creates a space, the influence gap, the distance between what you want somebody to do and their willingness to do it. The wider the gap, the harder we pull. But pulling too hard eventually breaks the trust or the relationship. The ones who close the gap, they don't pull at all. They connect before they influence. They ask. They listen. They teach others how to think so that those people can get what they want. Because influence is not about pulling harder. It's about closing the gap so that trust can walk across on its own. And I learned this from a man who is no longer alive. Because years ago, I was in my own storm. From the age of 13, alcohol was my escape until my early 30s when it became my cage. A dozen beers, 2 bottles of wine every day. Then I met Dave. He didn't lecture. He didn't tell me I was broken. He saw me, the real me. He asked questions that helped me discover a new path. He listened. He walked beside me. I've now been sober for more than 20 years because Dave taught me how to listen to myself, how to ask myself the hard questions, how to hear the answers, how to choose another direction. And yet Dave, the man who showed me the way out, he couldn't find it for himself. Dave died from the same addiction that he helped me beat. Why did he make it? Why did he not make it and I did? Because influence can light the path, but it can't walk it for you. It can open up the door, but you still have to step through. Dave gave me a gift he could never keep. He helped me close that gap, but he was never able to close his own. And here's the hardest truth that I have learned. Sometimes the gap that you need to close the most is the one inside of you. Today, the influence gap is everywhere. Between leaders and teams, within families, and in politics where we've just stopped listening altogether. And now, with artificial intelligence that's shaping the world, shaping what we see, what we read, what we hear, it is easy to mistake polish for real human connection. AI can be perfect, but it can't care. It cannot look you into the eyes and see you. It can't cross the gap where trust lives. Technology can give you data, but only humans can give you trust. And here's the danger. If we outsource our connection to machines, we'll wake up in a world where we know more about each other, more facts, but we'll feel more alone than ever. Closing the influence gap, it's not just important, it is survival. And over the years, I have found a way to close it, a way I call the connection framework. Imagine this is the space between you and someone that you need to reach. Now take a step forward with me. Feel that? That is connection beginning. It doesn't happen by accident. It happens because you make deliberate moves. And here are the three that matter most. Move one, connect energetically. Most people fake rapport, a smile, a handshake, and it never sticks. Real rapport is about presence. A French philosopher, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, once said, "We are spiritual beings having a human experience." When you connect with someone at that level, that spiritual level, you feel it. They feel it instantly. That's rapport. It's the moment that trust begins before the conversation even starts. Move two, ask adept questions. Most people think that influence comes from having the right answers, and that's why they lose it. It comes from asking the right questions. Adept questions don't just scratch the surface, they go deeper. They help people uncover what they really want, and sometimes what they've been afraid to admit. When you ask that kind of question, the kind that makes someone pause, look up, and really think, that's when trust happens. Move three, actively listen. Too many people nod along while their mind races ahead to what they're going to say next. That's not listening. That's waiting to talk. Listening is presence. It's tuning in, not just to the words, but to the energy around the words. When you listen that way, people feel it. They feel seen. They feel safe. That kind of listening doesn't just build trust, it elevates it. And in that moment, influence is not something that you chase. It is something that you are given. Here's the twist. Sometimes that gap you most need to close, that gap's inside of you. If you can't trust yourself, it's almost impossible for other people to trust you. I remember the first time I couldn't follow my own advice. My daughter Maggie, she was young at the time. She asked me if I was okay. And I lied. I said, "Sweetie, I'm fine." I wasn't. She saw right through me. In that moment, I realized if I can't show her the truth, I can't expect for her to trust my guidance. If I can't trust myself, I can't cross my own gap. So, here's your choice. Commit or quit. Commit to showing up with real presence. Quit faking rapport. Commit to asking questions that go deeper. Quit thinking you already know. Commit to listening with your whole self. Quit waiting for your turn to talk. Before your next conversation, ask yourself these three questions. Am I truly present, connecting energetically? Am I ready to ask adept questions that uncover what matters most? Am I prepared to actively listen? Not just to the words, but to what's behind them. Because when you live by this checklist, influence isn't something that you push for. It's something that people freely give you. Your favorite teacher, the one you remembered at the beginning, they listened to understand. That's why you trusted them. That's why they influence you without selling you a thing. They gave you something, the ability to think for yourself. That's the real gift of influence. When you stop trying to win someone over and start helping them to win themselves. That's how you close the influence gap. That's how you change a life. When you truly connect, you don't have to force the gap closed. You simply bring the ends together and make the connection. And just like that, it disappears. Thank you for letting me present today, Mr. Dr. Smiley. And I want to wish everyone have the best day of your life. Be grateful, make good choices, go help somebody. Because the greatest way to help another person is to teach them how to think so that they can get what they want. And if my message resonated with you today and you want to learn how to close the gap for someone in your life, your business, or your relationship, I wrote a book about it. It's called Teach to Sell: Why Top Salespeople Never Sell and What They Do Instead. And it's not just for salespeople, it's for anyone who wants to communicate, influence, and lead without manipulation or pressure. You can get the book with $10,000 worth of free transformational training at www.teachtosellbook.com. That's teachtosellbook.com, and you get the entire Teach to Sell on-demand curriculum when you get the book.
I love that when you finished your presentation with "disappear, I appeared."
And the bald guy appeared.
So what you're telling me is if you don't want to communicate better and you don't want to really connect and close better, do not get this book.
Absolutely. If you don't want to become a better human being, and
This book is not for
don't
you.
want to know how to ethically influence your parents, your siblings, your mother, that is your parent, your wife, your daughter, don't get the book.
Yeah. So the reason I say that is because when you say if you want to communicate better, that means everyone should be buying this book. Not only say you buy the book, you should read it, apply it. And we have the author-thon, the third one for the year, and it's appropriately called The Gift. And it's the gift you can give yourself. I mean, you know, if you're not getting enough gifts for Christmas, you can buy this book, wrap it up, and put it from Santa to you. And by the way, what a segue, because Santa is coming in from the North Pole to talk about leadership. And really, is there anyone better to talk about leadership with regard to giving and where we're going in the season right now? So pretty cool, Dan. Good to see you as my good to be connected with you. I'm so grateful to Marla, and also just the fact that these shows are really putting people together that I don't know that are super high quality people. For the audience, I ask the question whenever I meet somebody, who do you know that is crushing it or is powerful or is doing really good things in the world that you could nominate or recommend to one of our shows? And so Dan was the top tier, and the one I really am excited to meet in the future very soon. So thanks, Dan. Have a great day.
To it, Ken. See you guys.
All right. We have Mark coming up next. Well, I shouldn't say his name. We have Santa Claus coming up next. That's the truth of it all. So Santa does go when he's in incognito, he does go by Mark. So I will share that he's our next. Mark, come on in. We're excited to hear your very giving and the holiday in which you are celebrated and how it brings leadership. Okay, we have Mark Barsocchini. Did I say it right?
There you go.
I did
You
it
got
right.
it. Absolutely. You're speaking Italian.
I know. And you speak Italian?
I am on 220 days on Duolingo, but I'm fluent in Spanish.
I think we are connected on Duolingo, so that's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure
I think we
we're
are
connected.
too.
Yeah, I'm doing the French. It's funny, but even passively playing the game of Duolingo, and I'm not sure if you wanted the screen to have that, but if you want to bring that in a little more, you're welcome to. But you are certainly a leader, and I love when I was speaking yesterday. I said, "Hey, Mark, we'd really like you to be part of this BaldAthon." And I said like one or two words, and you just said, "I'm in." There's no reason to talk anymore, Ken. I'm in.
You don't need to pitch me. I know you. I'm in.
Yes, and that's a I guess a little more in the degree of influence, but it's also leadership styles. If you're doing good things for the community wants to do good things with you. So thank you, Santa, for showing up. And the floor is yours. We're going to give you 10 minutes to share your feelings and thoughts about leadership, your challenges, why you decide to become a leader, and how you were able to create this holiday. I mean, what a beautiful holiday you created. So thank you.
I appreciate that. I I look back on as I've been thinking about what we talked about and what leadership was to me. As a boy growing up through the 70s and 80s, I aspired to be the leader of the team, um, the person that people looked up to, and I never quite hit the level that I wanted to hit, and it caused a great deal of self-doubt and reflection. As I've gotten older, I've had a chance to look back and see that it was actually probably one of the biggest blessings that I could have received. Um, I viewed leadership at the time in a very much more toxic way. It was about self-aggrandizement. It was about the praise. It was about the adoration, and it wasn't about the opportunity to serve. As I got into my young 20s, I was given opportunities to be a leader, and I found that I was bouncing between high leadership, 15,000 foot views, and then coming back down to 5,000, and then out of leadership. In the organization that I had, leaders changed quickly, and I found that I was most effective right in that sweet spot in the middle, where I would be still engaged and working with people, not at so much the decision making level. It it allowed me to see where I found the most pleasure, and it started to help me evolve the style of leadership that I wanted to have. Soon after that, I found myself with a young lady getting married and seeing what leadership and the pitfalls, if you may, of leadership in a marriage and how we would work together to lead that. I think the greatest blessing, though, for me was when I became a father, and I was able to start leading my children and to become the kind of people that I hoped they would be, but also to bring out in them their strengths. And as a leader, I think it's important for myself specifically to see what are your strengths and what do you want to do and what do you want to lean into. And as people do that, they become the best versions of themselves. A leader doesn't lead and if they're alone, they're leading themselves. And typically, we don't see a leader as someone who does that. Typically, we see a leader as someone who is leading a group. And so, allowing my team, my group, to find their stride, my children in this situation, and become the people that they wanted to be and hoped to be, would probably, at the end of the day, give me my greatest pleasure. Um, as I worked through and became a project manager in the IT sector, I had a mentor pull me aside, and this was back in the early 2000s, and say that, or remind me, or instruct me that I should look more into something called service-based leadership, which was something very, very new at the time. Now it's very, very prominent. But back in the day, that was a new thing. And the more I looked into it, the more I believed that that was exactly how I wanted to engage. Um, if I can't be of service to a team, if I use the phrase, that's not my job, I won't do that task. I'm not giving the kind of leadership, the kind of service that is going to actually be the most beneficial. And Ken, you made reference to, being the leader of a holiday. I don't see myself in that role. I had someone ask me the other night, to introduce myself, and they said, this is Mark. He's Santa. Mark, please introduce yourself. And I said, I am the granter of wishes and purveyor of gifts. Um, that doesn't have anything to do with me personally. That doesn't make me a bigger, greater, stronger person. It's the service that I'm able to give to my community and to make people, well, to bring a smile to their face. Ken, I was humbled when you reached out to me yesterday. Uh, just giving me an opportunity, thinking of me in this way. And I'm grateful for our mutual friend who also gave you that influence, because she's absolutely wonderful and a light for all of us. Um, when I became a single father later in life, I found my leadership style changing once again. Moving out of a partnership and being able to make all the decisions for myself changed the kind of father I had become. I was much more hands off. I was much more into asking questions as to what they thought that would be the best thing for them. And in doing so, what I see I was doing now that I'm empty nesting, is that I was actually creating the plan for them to be advanced into leaders themselves, because now they are off and leading themselves in the world around us. Um, as I've begun the journey of empty nesting, I've been able to take the leadership styles that I've been looking at and applying both professionally and personally and internalizing them. And what kind of leader am I to myself? How am I leading myself through this chaotic, um, loud, and often unpredictable world? And I find that what I do and what is the strongest thing that I can do is to find my peace. Uh, when I say that, I'm the kind of guy who can be wearing a shirt that looks like this and walking through Target, and someone will walk up to me and ask me where something is. And that's because when I'm at peace with and within myself, I exude a quiet confidence. Um, this allows people to look at me and say, this person knows where they're going and why. Hopefully, they can help me as well. And I think that's one of the things that people are really, really striving for. Some of the challenges that I've experienced as a leader are when my ego or ego in general starts to get in the way. Uh, because if it's about myself or about ego, then we're not going to be getting to the level of performance that we hope for as a team, as a family, as an individual, or even as a couple. Leaving ego at the door has been probably the greatest gift and also the biggest struggle that I could have had to be able to become the kind of leader that I envision myself to be, that I want to be, and that I need to be able to influence my community in the way that I continue to be able to do so. Um, you made reference to me being one of Santa's helpers, and yes, I actually am. He and I work very, very closely together to make sure that we're getting reports back up to the North Pole as to who's on the naughty list and who's on the nice list. But what I've also found is that I have an opportunity, I think, to paraphrase or to steal a line from Spider-Man, with a great beard comes great responsibility. I can influence people on the daily in a way that a lot of men can't, because Santa Claus can be very, very disarming. I can look at folks on the street and bring a smile to their face. And when we leave, I can look at them, and I don't tell adults now, don't forget, be good. I look at them and say, be good. And if you can't be good, at least be good at it, because we're all trying to be our best and to do our best. Finding the magic in leadership the way I have, and that's evolved over the last 7 years, specifically as Santa Claus, has been probably the greatest gift I could have given to the community, but also to myself. I have become much more of the man that I want and hoped to become. And I might not have even envisioned myself as a youth becoming what I am now. Um, I'll never say that there aren't struggles at this point in my life, because there are, but it doesn't have to change who I am at the end of the day. And that's the kind of leader that I want and need to be, to benefit myself and to see my community get better. I will more than one occasion quote the line that a rising tide floats all boats. And I think that's the best gift I can give to everyone.
That is actually the whole principle of this event. And it is because if all of us show up with a voice and we support each other's voice, all our voices are heard at a higher decibel level, amplification, and of course, up through abundance as well. So, great presentation. Not surprised at all. I know that you recall this famous shot right here.
I do indeed.
That was the first day I met you, I believe. I have met you a couple times to get a couple more shots, but I think that was the first time. So you certainly are someone that embraces the philosophy of what you're supposed to be doing on this planet, which is enjoy, help others enjoy, and then go back to number one, enjoy.
Absolutely. Appreciate that.
As Santa, what do you want for Christmas this year?
Oh, as long as everyone's smiling and sitting around the tree with me on the 25th, technically on the afternoon of the 25th, because I don't have to get up early anymore, I'm going to be quite happy.
My dad was, you could count on my dad saying this every year. So we just asked him anyway, just so he could say his line. I would say, Dad, what do you want for Christmas? He said, just one thing, just peace on earth.
Well, I found that peace on earth is hard to do, but if I can get peace inside of me,
Yeah.
then I'm in a pretty good space.
Yeah. And the other thing is more peace on earth,
Right.
just more peace.
Yeah.
So,
Because I become the change that I want to see in the world.
exactly. Gandhi, I guess, synopsized as to, I guess, the abbreviated version of that long thing he said. But yeah, that was the first thing, Mark, that actually really woke me up is when I read that quote, and my mom had just passed of Alzheimer's. I read that quote and I said, these type of events, if not me, then who? It's that mentality. And the thing that's so cool about it is when you are the change you want to see in the world, you're creating a life that's for you too. It's not just for others. You get to
That's
be the
exactly it.
recipient. So I'm really
Completely
glad
agree.
you're part of this BaldBOLD-A-Thon, but more importantly, I'm glad I got to hear your message because it just rekindles my heart that we're cultivating a community that actually will have a lot of ripples and make this holiday season even better. And I will tell you, my son loves what you've been giving him. Thank you last year for, I mean, the PlayStation. My goodness, he did not think he was getting
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure.
All right. Well, we have the new host coming in, RJ Chapman. You just heard from him recently. And by the way, Mark, you're going to want to know RJ Chapman. I'm going to make sure you guys are connected. He's a really good guy. You'd be a great guest for him on his show. So
Well, I
have
think just by his style, I'd love it.
yeah. So have a bald and beautiful day. Let the ships keep rising and keep smiling.
Absolutely.
Take
Merry
care.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. RJ, I mean, is that the kind of guest you want to have on your show?
Oh, that guy's awesome, man. I always wanted to meet Santa. Always want to meet Santa.
Well, he brings it, that's for sure. This event is the fifth event I believe we've done. And one, it doesn't get old. Two, you keep hearing and seeing and meeting new faces. And I'm seeing that what he's talking about, the new ships, is I think that people that are very influential and doing really great things in the world, when they hear the invitation, they do a Google and they see all this excitement and all this positivity. And I'm really surprised, but it's shifting from people I know to people I really want to know. It's really cool. So,
Nice.
and then it's also a great excuse just to rekindle a great leader, a great conversation, a great positive message. So you are at the helm, Master Chief. Thank you
Okay.
for. And when I
Sure.
call RJ, I always say, "Hey, RJ, would you like to host?" And like a little kid asking for Santa, he claps his hand, and goes, "Can I? Can I? I love hosting. I love hosting." And then sometimes I'll get him to put his Bob wig on, and
Sometimes.
thank you for not keeping that on the whole time because I have to re-record somebody who was not told you cannot wear a cap during your entire conversation. I mean, even if you take it off halfway, you're still count as you're honoring the holiday. And there's no one seems to know that these two holidays exist. I've asked a lot of people, "Hey, would you like to be part of the BaldAthon? It's a holiday," and they're like, "I didn't know there was a holiday." So, for the audience, I cannot take credit for these holidays. They exist. There, you can Google you can say what bald holidays exist, and they happen to be in September and October. And I don't know the exact reason why. I got to research that, but one of the reasons I think it is alopecia month. I think is September. So that is Bald is Beautiful Day, and then October 14th today is Bald and Be Free Day. So, RJ,
Well,
I'll
I'm
turn it over.
enjoying the look. I am enjoying the look, and I am ready to be your hostess with the mostest. Bring them on.
And I do need to get a photo because we want you in volume 1 of the book. You need to be there.
Hey,
So I might have to fly down later today, hug you
I
because I know
sent
your
you a
hair grows.
picture.
Yeah, but we need it with the keep smiling shot.
Yeah, I got it with the keep smiling
Oh,
shot
you
and the
did? Okay.
barber that shaved my head. I
I
sent it
didn't
to
know
you. She's a
Christmas was this
kid.
early. I did not know Christmas
Hey,
was this early.
she was a cadet of mine 10 years ago. She's a barber. I had her shave my head off yesterday, and we took the picture with the card. I sent it to you.
I want to thank you. I'm going to check that out, and then I want to say to you, thank you for making
Yeah,
the two characters in your "I Want What You Got" bald. That was so clever of
yeah,
you.
pretty easy.
What now?
There's surplus.
When you had the original title, though, if I recall, it said "I want to be bald like you," and then you changed it to "I Want What You Got."
The original title was "I Want What You Got."
I know, I know. Well, Godspeed, young man. Enjoy your sixth
Okay.
wonderful guest. We have really amazing people. I'm going to be learning more because there are new people in my life too.
Good. Well, who's my first one?
Oh, they're bringing him in. I think it's Mike.
Yeah. Okay. I can't wait to talk to Mike. I love this part of this whole thing. Well, while we wait, here I am in Kingsland, Georgia. Lived here 20 years. Oh, Mike.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, Robert. Thank you for having
Hey,
me.
you look good. You look good. You're nice and bald. Everybody's got to be bald on this thing.
I really work hard on this head. I really, really do. It's got to be shine just like ever so nicely, like just right here, just a nice little shine. Work hard on
I'm
it.
glad you. I'm brand new to the bald thing. I just shaved it off yesterday. I look like a tennis ball for about 10 years, and yesterday I shaved it off. And you know what I found? All these heads look good. I mean, they're all nicely shaped. Yours is especially good looking with that little shine on it. That's nice.
I appreciate it. Everybody thinks like once you go bald, you don't have to do a lot of work to your hair, but you really do. Like not to your hair,
Uh,
obviously, because it doesn't exist, but you do have to do a lot of work to
right,
your hair.
right. Well, you're on the show today. You're on the BaldAthon because you're an influencer. You got some leadership traits and styles, and you got about 10 minutes to tell us about them.
I appreciate it. You know, um,
Welcome.
Thank you. So I was surprised and I'm actually honored to be here today to talk about leadership. I think that's awesome. And you know, being a bald man myself, I had two choices in life. I could either go gray really early, which is prominent by my beard. Luckily, we're on a webinar, so you can't really see it as prominent as it actually is. Or, I can go bald. And I chose, you know what? Let's go bald. Let's do this. Let's embrace it. And I think part of leadership is embracing change, and enabling people to do the same. So with with me, what leadership means is the ability to promote or to take people to a new level, but in a way that's charismatic, in a way that doesn't feel like it's you're not a boss, you're just leading people to a desired result. And that there's a difference between being a strong leader and to be a strong manager, right? Like people that are strong leaders usually lead from the front. And what that means is, they push ahead. They don't um they're not the strongest, but they're the ones that have the vision. You know what I mean? And they know that in order to get to where they need to get to, they they lean on others and then they help build others up. So for me as a leader, I work to build up my communities because I strongly believe that in order to be successful in life or in business, we have to bring others up with us. And that's always been my leadership style. So what does that mean? That means that, I'm not the best in my company. I'm not. I like to promote others that are better than me in specific areas, whether it be videography, whether it be web development, whether it be social media. And what I find is that as I start to build other people up, we all rise. And that is a testament to a good leader. So when I look at history and people that I believe have been strong leaders, even like in sports, like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was charismatic. He led from the front. He did all the crazy stuff, shot, won, and he was arguably the best person on the team, but he did bring up his other team members, right? Like Scottie Pippen, Kukoc, like all these other players were better because they had this one leader on the team that was bringing them to a new level. And being a strong leader is understanding, who do you have in your corner? Who can you elevate to get to the next level? And then always having that dream mentality of what's next, because that's what people are looking for, right? Like that's to me, that embodies a good leader. So excuse me, I'm sorry. In today's world, there's so much influencers and so many people on social media and so much information coming at you that it becomes harder and harder to understand what's real, what's fake, what's genuine. And what I try to do as a leader is to help my team understand this is the direction that we're taking, having one solid direction. And what that allows is if everybody is following one solid direction, then we get to one solid result. If everybody is all over the place and they believe this and they're doing this and nothing ever gets done. So we have to have one solid dream. We have to have one solid vision, one solid mission. And the leader's job is to get us to that point. And the best example that I have for a successful leader is any mom, single parent. They are the strongest leaders that I've ever met in my life. Because if you think about it, depending on how many kids that they have in the house, that could be really hectic, right? And these people are going, these mothers or fathers, they could be single fathers too, they're in charge of everything from the money to the kids to schooling to everything. And they have to lead from the forefront no matter what. You can have a sick day like I do right now, right? Or you could be on your best day. It doesn't matter. You still have to lead from the forefront. And I give single parents that kudos every single day of the week, because if you're looking for an example of a strong leader, then that's the first place that you should look. And I grew up in a single family home for a little bit, and that's why I use that as an example. So like that drives me today to be a stronger leader, and I use that as fuel for the fire. So for example, today, obviously I'm a little bit under the weather, but I thought about why I would be, or why somebody called me to do this speech or to do this presentation. And I thought, well, real leaders show up. So no matter how I feel, I need to show up. And that's why I'm here, is because I show up and my team knows I'll show up no matter what is going on in my life, or whether, I feel a million times better than I do or not. And that to me is a real leader. They show up when they have to, they show up when they don't have to, and they care about their people. So another characteristic that I believe is important for strong leaders is the ability to care. Because that's the difference between a manager. A manager doesn't care. A manager points you in a direction and says, hey, I need you to do this. I need you to do that, blah, 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 blah. A leader says, hey, how you feeling today? You all right? Everything's going good? How can I help you? What do we need to do so that we can get you to the desired goal? There's a difference, right? Because people want to be led by somebody that's strong and somebody that's compassionate. Anybody can manage, but it takes a real strong person to lead. And there's not a lot of really good leaders. Now, you don't have to be bald to be a good leader, but you do have to be bold to be a good leader, because it's not always going to be sunshines and rainbows. It's not always going to be the way that you want it. You have to take the hits, you have to take the lumps, and you have to take accountability. That's the third piece of being a good leader. Accountability, absolute accountability, which sucks on so many different levels, but especially when you have a team, because if one person on my team messes up, I mess up. If somebody doesn't show up for something, I didn't show up for something. It's not a matter of whether or not they did it, who did it, why they did it. I did it because I'm the leader. I'm the guy in the head. That's all that matters. And a lot of people don't understand that, because they'll point fingers. And when you see somebody pointing fingers, no offense, but that means that you have a lot more to learn about leadership. My team knows that no matter who messes up, I'm going to take the hit because that's my job. That is what I do. I am a leader and I take that in.
Mike, great stuff. I love the bold and bald thing connection, the Michael Jordan, the mama, you know, being in charge. Your whole leadership thing was wonderful. And you know what? You showed up. You don't feel good, but you showed up. Thank you so much for being on the show. How does somebody get a hold of you?
Well, you can go, oh, there we go. You can go on our website, brimxbrand.com. You can also, I'll give my information. You can email me at mike@brimxbrand.com. And I'm more than happy to talk to anyone.
You did a really great job today. Get some rest. Go get some of that Tylenol in you and take a little nappy today. Get ready.
I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Mike. It was great. Good. Very good.
So, RJ, I know that we have a very excited guest coming in next. You're going to recognize him, and it is his birthday today. It's his birthday today. So
Aw.
I have 2 birthday presents to show him real quick, and then you're going to go back to host. And I just wanted to let you know because you may not have known it was Dr. Rostafa Getty's birthday. So, Dr. Rostafa, please join us.
Dr. Mustafa.
Yeah, Dr. Rostova. And he goes by Dr. Rasta, by the way, Dr. Rasta.
Rasta.
And you're gonna love his presentation. So first of all, happy birthday, Dr. Rasta. And secondly, most people don't know that Tupac had to take on a new identity, and it has been obviously Dr. Rostova. So hey, I was thinking you could have actually gone on at 10:14, which is your birthday. We should have had you scheduled for 10:14 to come on right on your birthday. So I have 2 birthday gifts from. I mean, does he not have a great haircut, RJ? I mean,
He does. He does.
And when I told him that, I said, "Has anyone ever told you look like?" And he said, "Tupac." Yeah, every single minute. So anyway, here's your birthday gift. It was finished this morning. Do you like it?
Oh.
That's your birthday gift. You can have this. You can frame it. You can even put Tupac underneath it. I don't care. I mean, you can have it for your new album cover. All right. There is another birthday present I have for you.
Ooh.
Do you see this? Look at that. There's Dr. Rostafa in the house. So on your birthday, and by the way, you're right next to Jason Stratham and only one away from me. So we are on the poster together as promised, Dr. Rostafa.
Not a bad crowd. Not a bad crowd.
So I will send this to you by email. I wanted to present it to you so you'd be completely surprised and shocked today. Happy birthday. What a great day to spend with a bunch of bald and bold leaders. And you will love his message, RJ. He is impacting so many kids. He's impacting so many kids in the Atlanta area by turning them on to science, math, technology, and using their brain to make good things happen. So I will exit, and RJ, do your thing with your hosting.
Hey, Dr. Rostafa, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, RJ?
I'm doing real good. I'm really excited to kick this thing off with you and learn about your style of leadership and what you're doing up there in Hotlanta and working with kids. I was a teacher for 14 years, so I know the joy of that. And happy birthday.
Thank you so much for that. And since I'm a listener, you said up there in Hotlanta, which means you must be towards the south from me.
Yeah, that's Kingsland, Georgia, baby. St. Mary's, Georgia.
Well, all right. Well, there you go. And like I like to be highly competitive, so let me tell you, I am Dr. Ross, and I am actually Jamaican made and American raised. So I'm from Jamaica. But I grew up in New York City between Harlem and the Bronx, and then I went to school upstate New York at which side are we over here? Over here, Binghamton University. So I went to Binghamton University, and I got a degree in psychology, went on to Penn State University at Hershey Medical Center, and I did a master's in neuroscience, neurosurgery. And this will go into what the leadership and what I'm going through. But back here is basically my educational tour or training. I did a postdoc at Emory University after Hershey, and then to University of Wisconsin, then to the VA hospital, and helped form a hormone replacement company called Django Bio. And then I taught some forensic science. So what is forensic science? Learning about like crime scene investigation and things like that. But I'm back in Atlanta, as we said, and I'm a STEM professional or a science, technology, engineering, mathematics, so those terminal degrees. And so I go to schools through Science ATL, Science Atlanta organization, and as well as my own organization, GNN, Getty's Neural Network. And I basically bring neurotech, so brain technology, into the classroom, and we're also bringing the classroom into the community with this new STEM Forward program through scienceatl.org. So yeah, when it comes to then, I say all of that to say to take a path of education takes leadership, not only just leading yourself and knowing what you want, but knowing how to lead others. But before I dive deep into, I think, some points of leadership, when I left off last time I was here, if you guys remember, I made something of the acronym for leadership, and I've got it written down somewhere over here, right? But this is what I came up with, but I realized last time, RJ, if you're there and listening, last time I forgot to give you the acronym for the ship, and I just did the leader. So last time when I did the leadership, so leader is for leveraging education and determination every round. So that's leader, leveraging education and determination every round. But the ship part I left off was while shaping human innovative potential. Right? So leveraging your education and determination every round while shaping human innovative potential. And I say that in the space of education, right? That gives us the opportunity to do just that, because the university is a space where you are allowed to experiment. You're allowed to learn and grow. And in that space, that's where you learn to build leadership and the skills that you can get things done. And you can also work to get groups together to also then accomplish goals. Um, so for me, I think leadership is an internal as well as an external thing. It's two sides to it. You have to first conquer, I guess, your ability to lead yourself before you can lead others, but it's also important to recognize leadership in others. You have to know what it means to be led. You can't lead anyone if you don't know what it means to be led. Um, Leadership does not mean control. Leadership does not mean necessarily the front lines or the face of, right? A leader knows how to take a backstage. Um, sometimes it's dependent if you think of in war, right? When you send a particular general, a particular branch of your military into action, is because there are expertise in that space. So being able to recognize the expertise in others around you, and again, leveraging, right, the human assets as well as the environmental assets. So understanding self and the environment and the people around you and how to utilize that for the betterment of your goal, to reach your goal, but also for the people around you and for community. Um, there are a lot of challenges, however, with leadership. Leadership does not happen in a bottle. Well, you can try, right? But leadership takes community again. If you don't have individuals who are willing to put in the work and to listen, then you cannot lead. All right. So the other thing is being able to bring out the the leaders and others, having them have the ability to see something that they might not see in themselves. So as opposed to me going and getting this particular job done, if I can recognize the skills and the talent in someone I'm working with, then that can even be the spark and the motivation for them to get it, because now they can see themselves in that role and they'll be more motivated and more equipped to do that. So just the coherence of understanding and then performance. RJ, did you have any questions about as far as insight into leadership and some of the challenges?
Well, I got to tell you, I love everything that you were just talking about, and I really like the part about how you empower other people, because as the leader, you can see what it is that they've got. They don't really quite see it all that way. You just give them that light push, like you were talking about, and everybody gets elevated. I thought that was really, really good. And you put it so eloquently. I like the thing about SHIP, the leadership acronym, and then the SHIP part. I'm glad we got that in today. I want to hear that the SHIP one again. Can you give me those 4 words again?
Absolutely. So it goes together, but the ship is shaping human innovative potential. Because as educators, we have the opportunity to shape human innovative potential. And that means when I say innovative, thinking of the technologies that we're using. I'm in the BCI space, brain computer interface, so neurotechnology. And so thinking of that, you know, health and wellness, neuroplasticity is a everyday term now. However, in my closet, I won't show you, but I have some textbooks that I learned from that said human brain cells don't regenerate, right? I still have that
Right.
highlighted from way back when. However, I'm a brain scientist that studied the regeneration of new brain tissue. So, um, you know,
Hey, I think it's awesome. I'm like, why am I talking to this guy? I can't even spell the word brain. But I like the ship thing too, and the acronym, because it is a ship. We are on a ship, a leadership ship, going up to the other side of the planet with whatever we feel leadership is. And then the acronym goes so well. And I'm a real proponent about wellness. I've done the hormone replacement. I've got the stem cell patch on right now. I'm all about taking care of myself. So I really like what you're talking about today, Doctor.
yeah, then we should talk about some great. Am I putting this on right? But now, so when we get to the real stuff, all of this leads
Bob
to,
needs
right?
brain surgery.
But brain, so I'll talk about neuroplasticity and brain training, right? Health and wellness, aging in place, all of this now, because of AI and technology, the information to understand how this little headband here can actually help me to help train the memory, right? Can
Mm.
also help me train in spatial learning, mental flexibility, all these different kind of things. We have come to the point where the technology is available that you can use this in your everyday life, but also in education, right? Someone had to build this. There's software, there's games. Where did those games come from? How do you develop those games? These are all opportunities to teach about terminal careers, careers that you can get a terminal degree in and actually change your life and have fun.
Hey, that thing looks good on you. So how do we get a hold of you, Doc?
Say that one more time. You went out a little bit.
How do we contact you? How do
How do
we
you
get your
contact
information?
me? Well, hmm, LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn is the best way. If you look up Dr. Geddes, Geddes, but you might see Rostober because it is October and it's my month, so it is Rostober. And this month, what we're doing is focusing on raising astronaut scientists. So we're talking about science brain waves in space, actually. So looking into NASA, actually, and we're doing some work now with the individuals from the Yonkers hub of the NASA Space app. And so thanks to Paul and Shafiq there. But yeah, what we want to do is bring technology to the masses. So you can find me on LinkedIn, you can find me on Facebook, all the social media, or you can find me in College Park in Atlanta, Georgia, running around with human and animal brains, and we're here to educate. So yes.
Oh my God. Well, I've had a great time today talking to you. Happy birthday. Love all the information and the direction you're heading. And I just had a good time today, Doctor. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, RJ. Can I say one thing before I go, or is my time
Of
up?
course. No, you go ahead.
Okay. So before I go, I do want to remind you guys, oh, that doesn't look good there. It's probably not that well, but we do have International Children's Day is coming up in November, and we're encouraging individuals to learn and use AI. We've got a collective of individuals that got together, and we've created A to Z books that are basically donated through nonprofit for children, right? And so what we did was create a book two, an Azimuth book two, which talks about STEM professions using A to Z. So what we're doing right now for book three is schools that want to be involved will train you on some AI technology that the students can use to create art that then can be implemented into the digital version of the new book coming out, which will be a global book. So thanks to Sandu Bauchu for that and everything going on there.
Well, that's really interesting too. I can see you have nothing going on in your life.
It's a little slow these days, RJ.
I know, I know. I absolutely know. I have a lot of ways to keep track of what's going on. I still drop the ball once in a while, but really enjoyed our talk today, Doctor, and I can't wait to meet you in real life. And I know I will. We'll run into each other soon.
Absolutely. So have fun. Thank you. Good luck hosting, and you guys have a wonderful day. Stay bald, bold, and beautiful, people.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, I can't wait to meet you. It's great. Oh, a Tony. Tony's next. I think, yeah. Hi, Tony.
Hi, everyone.
Can you?
All
How
right.
you doing, Tony Mizell? Is that it? How do you Mizell?
Yes, Tony Mizell.
All right. I was just looking. I got your name earlier, and of course, I Googled you and ran into a bunch of stuff that you did too. And the whole thing is about being bald and your expertise in leadership, what you think it is, what your role, what you're doing to change this world, because everybody on the show is doing something to change the world. So, Tony, I'm excited to hear your side of this whole gig.
Yeah, I love it. I never expected to be. I think most people, they don't expect to be leaders. When they go into, they're like, "Oh, leader, I hear this, I hear that." But what actually is a leader? What do we do when we're actually leading? And I think as becoming a parent too, for those that are parents watching the show, you automatically are entitled to be a leader because you're leading your kids, you're leading the next generation of what's becoming in. And I think with the leader part, you're not really dictating because I had having a military background per se, or having military family and working with DoD, everyone that was in the leadership roles, they're like leaders are just naturally placed there. They're put there. They're supposed to lead you. But we also have people in positions that are leading, quote unquote, that are not actually leaders. They're within their respective fields. And that's not that knocking anything that's going on, or that's just how this system works. And you start realizing over time with leadership, you have to kind of reflect on what's going on, of what's taking place, and then where you actually want to be at, as opposed to, well, this is just how it is, and this is just what I'm gonna do, and this is how I'm gonna do it, which a lot of people end up doing. And I think being in the leadership role, there is the part where you're not really dictating. I think there's a misconfusion of dictatorship and leadership when, it's not what I say is what goes. It's more like, well, if you're leading, then you should be guiding me of how this is done. And anyone that's been a coach or consultant out there should, they know that it's ultimately the person. You can't control people. People can control themselves and manage themselves, and you can't really manage people either. They have to kind of decide, oh, well, this is good for me or this is not good for me, right? You have column A and B, and that's how leadership naturally works, is the fact that when you lead, you're actually, in a sense, guiding people to how their best versions of themselves are going to be. And I think that's what leadership ultimately is about, whether you're leading a team, whether you're leading your family, whether you're leading your brother or sister for doing something incredibly stupid. Anyone that has siblings will definitely know it's great. You all have that part for, and that's how I feel in essence leaders really work, where it's like, they're getting ready to jump off of that bridge, or the fact that this might not be the best way to go about this. Why don't I adjust your course path here and let you know that there's a much better way to do that from what you've been seeing or what you've been doing during that time. And anyone that has any type of, you always have that one friend that's like, well, let me try it my way and only my way, because your way, my way sucks. And they keep hitting that brick wall all the time. And you always have that one friend where it's like, well, I'm gonna shoot the arrow straight up and see where it lands, as opposed to, oh, I'm going to shoot it at a target instead. And we all have that friend that probably ends up doing something along those lines. But with the guidance of leadership, it's like, okay, instead of shooting it up in the air to see if it lands, especially on you, don't run into the middle. Where'd the arrow go? Where did the arrow go? Right? It's like, oh no, you want to shoot that to where it hits a target, as opposed to where it doesn't want to be at.
Tony, I love that analogy. I love the analogy of the arrow. No, don't shoot it straight up in the air. You never know where it could go, and it might be bad, but aim for a target. That is sensational when talking about leadership right there. Really good. What else you got, man? I'm loving it.
Oh, I just go from, like I said, I never really planned to ever be in leadership roles. I just happened to necessarily kind of get put in there. People are like, we like what you're doing. We stand by what you're doing, what you stand for. Which sometimes I don't even know what that means. Of like, I go where what my heart goes, and what it tells me to do, what's right and what's integritous, as opposed to, even if people are saying, well, you need to do things this way and only this way, that doesn't apply to everybody anymore. I mean, if you just look at how the landscape of how AI is taken over everything, it's shifting the whole economy and how we're doing things now. And first, before then, it was the internet. People didn't know what to do with the internet, how to use it, how to lead with the internet, and just open up these Pandora gate in per se. But before, none of this was planned, but you still just step up every single day and do it, whether you like it or not. That's just what leaders do. We do it where you're disciplined enough to keep persevering, as opposed to, well, this isn't going to happen for today. I'm just going to sit down on the ground and get the snot kicked out of me again and again, and then I won't necessarily until you get tired of it, right? So
Hey, Tony, I think you bring up a great point too. It's not going to go away. Start figuring out how to use it, how to work with it, implement it into your life. We're not going to go back 5 steps. We're going to go ahead 30 steps. That's really a good point too.
yeah, you don't want to go, and that's the other part, is you don't want to go 30 steps just to go another 40 back. You want to always keep progressing, so that in the times where you're doing that, you want to fall. There, actor, Dr. Ken, Dr. Smiley, and a good friend of mine, Dr. Shel Raz, always say that is, make sure that you're falling, which fall forward. You're not going to go backwards and fall in place where your body will fall all the way, head back. So I think it's beneficial for those that are leading to remember that no matter where you're going with that perspective, is to fall forward.
I like
I do
falling
wanna
forward, and I also like, I heard a guy say one time, if you're gonna fall, fall on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up.
That's right.
Hey, I just want to say,
Uh-oh.
has anybody ever been bald and made a microphone that matched your shirt better? I mean, do you see, look at that, the shirt color and the mic
Oh,
color, the
beautiful.
amount of attention to detail, Tony, that you
Beautiful.
do. I just want to thank you, brother. He's one of the wonderful, beautiful, heart-centered leaders that has helped this happen. By the way, he was with us for quite a while, helping us fidget and tinker and get all these things straight. So I just want to thank you on the air to the audience. Tony, you make a lot of problems solved, and you are a great problem solver. So I just want to say thank you for all you did for us.
Oh, thank you too, Dr. Smith.
Tony,
I
And
appreciate it.
you got
I
to
want to
send a
say,
link.
okay.
He's got to send a
Go
link to
ahead.
that mic. I mean, everyone wants that mic now.
Well, Tony, I want to tell you, I really like where you're coming from. I like how you're coming from the heart when you're talking to us, and it's not a big production. You don't have your 9 parts, all that. It was really, really good talking to you today. And how do people get a hold of you?
People can get a hold of me on typically all the social medias. You can add me at Tony Mizell. You can also go to invisiblyseeing.org and check us out there. So the invisiblyseeing.org helps people that feel invisible to the person next to them get seen, and it comes to marketing.
Thank you, Tony. It's been a real honor today to talk with you.
It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here and making impact in other people's lives as well.
Wonderful. Great finish. All right, Tony, I guess he gets to go, and I get to see Corey Lewis, Mr. Lewis. I hope he comes up. There he is. I think that's him. Corey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm great, man. You look good with that bald head.
Thank you so much.
Well, Corey Lewis, I'm RJ Chapman, and you got the next 10 minutes to, inspire us with your leadership style and technique and how you're changing the world and what gets you out of bed every morning to do what you do.
Well, I came today to talk about a smile. So we're going to talk about a smile today. And I just want to let the team know you're never fully dressed without a smile. And I want to tell you, do you know that we all possess a superpower of inexhaustible supply, one that we're born with that you don't have to harness to be trained to use, and yet most people are so stingy with it. It's probably the most underrated superpower we all possess, the smile. It's an international language in itself. All cultures, colors, and nationalities do it the same. It's a seemingly simple gesture that the sender has no idea of the incalculable ripple effects. Some of us today have met or will meet our spouse or best friend because of a smile. Some of us here today are working in our current positions because of a smile. But I'm here today to change the way you look at this simple, tiny action. And I'm going to prove it's not just a polite gesture, but it's a biological, psychological, and social superpower that we all possess, and that most of us are using it at its lowest possible setting. And in the end, I'm going to leave you with a challenge. Let's start with the science of it. We've all heard that it takes more muscles to smile than to frown. Or I apologize. We've all heard it takes more muscles to frown than to smile. And that is a fact. Depending on the complexity of the scowl, it could take significantly more muscles. But the smile, the study of human anatomy shows us that this simple, genuine gesture can take as few as 10 to 12 muscles. And for that big, joyful ear-to-ear grin, that's about 26 muscles. But it could take up to 113 muscles to frown. Now, I don't know about you, but from an efficiency standpoint, why would I want to use 113 muscles when I can use 12 to 26? And if you think about it, smiling is basically the Prius of facial expressions. And that's a fitness routine that I can commit to. And just a fun fact, that big, joyful ear-to-ear cheeser that can be seen in your eyes, that's often called a Duchenne smile. But here's where it actually gets fascinating. When you smile, your brain doesn't know whether you're genuinely happy or if you're just going through the motions. It releases the same dopamine, endorphins, and serotonin. That is the chemical cocktail of happiness. It's like tricking your brain into feeling good. You're essentially a con artist and the willing victim. And later I'm going to share with you how this works. But for the sender, which is you, here's where the magic happens. When you engage those muscles, even when you're faking, your brain gets a signal. It's like a neurological party invitation. The act of smiling activates and releases the neuropeptides that work towards fighting off stress. Then come the good mood neurotransmitters, the dopamine, the endorphins, the serotonin. This is literally a biological happiness hack. Now, let's talk about the exchange, because a smile is a two-way street. Receiving a smile is like getting a gift that you didn't know that you or someone needed. It's a permission to lighten up. It says to a stranger, hey, we're all in this together. I call it the original Wi-Fi, and the invisible connection that just works. But there are some things about receiving. You have to be open to it. Many of us walk around what I call with our urban arbor on, our headphones in, our eyes down, projecting do not disturb me, blocking ourselves from hundreds of tiny moments of connections. When you smile at someone, you're not just being nice. You're sending a signal that is decoded by the human brain as safe, trustworthy, and kind. A smile is the original Wi-Fi. It's a nonverbal, high-speed data transfer that says, I'm not a threat. We're on the same team. You can approach me. You're letting them know I see you and you are seen. This is such an incredible gift that you can give someone, and it costs you absolutely nothing. You have the power to literally change someone's brain chemistry for the better just by smiling. Please allow me to share a brief story. I was having an absolute horrible day a few months ago, the kind where you hit the snooze buttons more than you can count, spilt some coffee on my shirt, and my phone didn't charge the night before. I was walking down the street, walking to my car with what I can only describe as my resting apocalypse face. And then this happened. A complete stranger, elderly lady, probably in her 70s, walking a dog that looked like a mop with legs. She looked right at me and she gave me the biggest, most genuine smile that I have seen in days. And here's the crazy part. I smiled back automatically. And suddenly, my terrible day felt less terrible, which got me thinking, what on earth just happened? How did this woman who knows nothing about me, knows nothing about my morning, just reset me? So armed with this knowledge, I had the opportunity to test this theory myself. I was stuck in some of the worst traffic imaginable. And I'm talking about the kind of traffic that makes you question every life decision that led you to this specific point in time. I was grasping the steering wheel and my jaws were so tight, I was not a happy camper. And then I remembered this research in my previous experience. So right there in my car, I forced myself to smile. It felt ridiculous, and I'm pretty sure the person in the vehicle next to me thought I was having some kind of medical emergency. But I held it, and in about 30 seconds, something shifted. My grip on the steering wheel loosened, my shoulders dropped. My brain couldn't tell the difference between the real smile and my desperate traffic-induced fake one. It got the party invitation, and it released the party endorphins anyway. I was still stuck in traffic, but it was happier traffic. You literally have the power to give yourself a free, natural mood boost at any moment just by flexing a few facial muscles. So in closing, here's my challenge to you. Become a smile collector. Notice them, appreciate them, give them freely. For the next week, be recklessly generous with your smiles. Count how many times you share them over a 7-day period. And if you want bonus points, document the outcome, the benefit, and the change in mood flashing your smile did for you. And we have so many opportunities to do it. Next time you're in an elevator, or when you're in the line getting coffee, or you're just walking down the street, put on your most important accessory. Test this theory. Flex those 12 little muscles. Start the neurological party. Send out that Wi-Fi signal. We spend so much time and money and energy on our appearance. We want to put on the right clothes, the right shoes, the right haircut. We're getting dressed for the world, but we often forget our single most important element of our presentation. Your smile is the most powerful, influential, and underutilized accessory you own. There's a little bit of wisdom from an unlikely source. A little orphan named Annie. In a musical, there's a song called You're Never Fully Dressed Without a Smile. And the lyrics as simple as they are, hold profound truth. And they go like this: you're never fully dressed without a smile. Your clothes may be blue green and they stand out a mile, but brother, you're never fully dressed without a smile. Who cares what you're wearing on Main Street or Seville Row? It's what you wear from ear to ear, not from head to toe. So, senator, janitor, so long for a while, remember, you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, no matter how well you're dressed or put together, you are not fully, truly complete without a smile. And I think it's profoundly true that you can have the perfect outfit, the perfect plan, the perfect social presence, but if you're not sharing genuine warmth with the world, something is missing. Because it doesn't matter who you are or what you're wearing. A smile has an incalculable ripple effect that the world is longing for, and they're longing for your light today. So go on, get fully dressed, and be a lighthouse for the world. And as cheesy it may sound, I am wishing you a smile-tastic day. Thank you, and I hope I shared a little light in your world today.
Well, I got to get Bob back in here. Hold on. Dr. Faison, hold on, Corey. Hello, hello, hello. Start video, maybe. Hello. What's going on? Hang on, Corey. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I can hear you. I can't see me. Wait a minute. I got to do start my video. Here we go. Now I'm going to get to see. There's me. There's you. Wonderful. Very good. How can people get a hold of you?
Oh, well, you can reach me. Oh, I apologize. We're saving money in the office building. You can reach me at C Lewis, the letter C Lewis, Lewis at keyengagements.com.
Well, Corey, I really enjoyed it. I can't hear enough about smiling. I was on a little thing the other day talking about smiling, and I said, no two smiles are the same. They're like snowflakes. And somebody said, you know what, RJ, that's a great little phrase. So I own that one. They're like snowflakes. And I had a good time with you today, Corey. Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Hey, I got Dr. Lauren. Who do I got? Dr. Lauren Michaels Harris.
That's right. In the flesh.
How are you?
Maybe not so much here,
Great.
but my skin is here. Yes, I'm awesome, amazing, living in Dominion, just like you.
Great. Well, I'm glad to have you on the show. I'm RJ Chapman. Welcome, Dr. Lauren. This is about leadership and influence and all these great things you're doing to change the world. And I can't wait to give you I think you get about 10 minutes.
I can't wait either. Let's go. You want me to just start? Okay, well, I guess that's it. Welcome, everybody. I'm Dr. Lauren Michaels Harris out of the Chicagoland area. And I'm just going to start with this. As far as leadership, something that I wasn't looking for when I started this career. I just wanted to be a speaker. Are we good? Okay, I heard something. I guess if it's not working, they're going to tell me, right? Okay, so I'm just going to go.
Right, you can go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, I want to start with what it means to be an intentional leader, because I remember my very first coach said, oh, we're going to start on your paperwork for your coaching program. And I said, what coaching program? I never said anything about that. He said, well, when you're doing what you're going to do and you're doing it within purpose, you don't tell them, they will tell you. And absolutely, that's what happened, 100%. It was about a year and a half into the work when I was on a discovery call. And the person said, well, I'm so excited that after all these years, I finally found the perfect person to be my coach. And I was like, really? Who is it? And they said, duh, it's you. And so that's where it began. And that's when I learned that leadership really is not something you step into as much as it is something that steps out of you. And the moment you decide to make your life about more than yourself, that's exactly what happens. I really did. I used to think that leadership meant being in charge until life showed me that it meant being in service, right? Now, as far as service, I thought I knew what that meant. I remember back when I was a little kid in foster care, I had 22 homes. When I was at my normal home before I entered foster care, I was not a fighter. I would not fight. I get picked on. Hey, sissy, all these things. And my family actually would push me. Fight him. I don't care if it's a girl, fight her. And I just could not do it. But once I entered foster care, the moment I saw a bully or some bigger kid picking on a vulnerable child, out of nowhere, poof, I pounced. That was the moment that I learned about the power of being of service. That may be an untraditional way to be indoctrinated, but nonetheless, it was when I was literally baptized into the world of service to others. Now, that led to the awakening, is what I call it. And it was the first time that I realized I was a leader. And it was also the very first time that I stopped waiting for permission to be one. Because I had a definition that wasn't congruent with the life I was living. And so today I wanted to get into what my core idea as far as what leadership stands for. And leadership, in my opinion, is not about control. It's about connection. It's about courage. And most importantly, it's about contribution. So to redefine leadership, leadership isn't what everybody thinks. It's about being in front as much as it is about bringing others forward. And, you know, we've all heard that saying, you know, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And when the teacher is ready, the student will appear. Well, what I had not realized then that I definitely know today is that I have to be ready to pivot, to morph, if you will, transition. It's like I am a spiritual tie-dye, okay? I just keep bleeding into the things around me, and the things around me continue bleeding into me. Because when I need a word, here it comes. And I am not going to decide which mouth is reputable. Because, first of all, I follow the 4 agreements. And it is one of the first things that people that work with me, it's mandatory. Because the 4 agreements was the first book that found its way into my world when I started this work. And I was instructed by greater than, that's what I refer to, everything greater than myself, to use these agreements and place one pillar inside of every corner of every room that I'm building within my legacy. Be impeccable with my word. Don't make assumptions. Don't take anything personally. And most importantly, do your best. Now, with 1 and 4, be impeccable with your word, you're automatically doing your best. When you do your best, it means you've been impeccable with your word. The middle 2, don't make assumptions and do not take anything personally. If I don't make assumptions, I'm not taking anything personally and vice versa. So it's really 2, but it feels like 4. But when you do them all, you come into that place, which is the oneness. That is where I meet my creation. And together we create what we give to the world. And so that is inside of there is the power of 3. Now, why is that so important? Because to remember that you're always the student and you're always the teacher. And everything you do from both sides of that table is to remind you who built the table. A lot of us become successful and then we forget. We asked for a seat at the table and we forget who built that table. So don't do that. And why is the power of 3 so important? Well, we were taught that whether we realized it at the time or not when we were children. 3 blind mice, 3 pigs, 3 little bears, 3 wishes, the 3 magi, past, present, future, beginning, middle, and end. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And the power of 3 is to always remember that you are not alone, that this is a co-creation. So for me, leadership doesn't begin with a title, but it begins with a decision. The decision to be the light when the room is dark. My good friend Sanjeev Chopra always says, and he's repeating it, of course, but the cracks, that's where the light comes in, you see? And trauma, let's talk about trauma. A lot of people, I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. I thought that for a long time. I dumped all those things off on the way. Imposter syndrome, low self-esteem, lack of worthiness. No, and no. I'll tell you this. I know for a fact the moment that trauma entered my space as a child, and this applies to all of us, keep this and give it away. The moment trauma stepped into your world, know this, it was the exact divine moment that everything greater than you has literally marked you for future greatness. It is true. It is so true. And that's why I became a leader. The heart behind my leadership journey was basically because of service and service within my purpose. I became a leader the moment I realized that my life wasn't just about me. Now, a lot of people believe it's about that woe is me story. Now, I have a Goldcast video which talks about the 22 families, mothers that I have. And I used to play that at the beginning of my career at every stage appearance. It would open with it, and I'd be backstage crying and this, that, and the other. And then this day came 4 years later, where I keynoted at the Star Trek convention in Las Vegas. And if you see there, and there's 8,000 people, I was in the round. Now, the press caught this picture and said, oh, keynote speaker channels Freddie Mercury. No, I wasn't. What was I doing? I was doing this. I was pointing because when I walked out, they had shown that woe is me story. Nothing wrong with it. That video has over 60 million views today. Now, that was the day where I got on stage and told my story of shame at the time about having had 22 mothers. And when I stepped off that stage, I had gotten rid of that and donned the garment of purpose. I didn't know it at the time, but I would soon. And why do I bring that up? Because when I stepped out on that stage, the picture I just showed you and I was pointing, I could hear them, 8,000 people in the dark, literally. And I was like, they were, oh, we're so sorry. You could hear them coming from all over. And I said, you know, I cannot see all of you. I can't even hear all of you. But know this, I feel each and every one of you. Now listen, do not cry for me, Argentina. Why? Because there are never any mistakes. Everything you saw in that video and more, I wouldn't have wished it on my worst enemy. But how bad could it have been? Look where it has led us, including you. There are 8,000 of you out there, but there's only one of me down here. Now, who is at least a little bit courageous and curious to find out why everything up to this moment in our journeys has led us to this exact same place? So let's go. And the audience erupted. And what it did for me was everything that I could not do for myself. That was the moment I realized that I did not choose leadership. Leadership chose me, okay? And leadership can be lonely, but loneliness is often the space where clarity can grow. Leadership requires surrender, letting go of being right in order to be real. And leadership is a mirror, because the people you lead will reflect your energy, not your instructions. Leadership is also legacy. That's what we all long for, legacy. What can we do? What must we do in order to seal our voices and our messages within that hallway of history? Well, it's simple. Start with and lead with every time the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you who? Let me tell you something. Wherever it is you look and you find a list where they list truth as one of the components, I guarantee you, if it is a reputable source, truth will always be in the #1 position. So no matter what your truth is, do not be ashamed of it. Lead with it. It will take you places you could not have even imagined were possible. In closing, I will say this. You want to avoid burning out. You want to balance your vision with vulnerability, staying strong enough to lead, yet soft enough to listen. And hearing and listening are not the same things. Remembering that a leader's power comes from alignment, not from exhaustion. And then navigating the resistance. When you rise, not everyone will clap, but you continue leading anyway. You see what I'm saying? And then finally, leadership for me is not about climbing the ladder. It's about holding that ladder steady for others to climb. And when they do, that's when we realize as leaders that we are never leading alone, ever. We are together. We are a collective. We are the oneness.
Wow. You got me. You got me good. That was great. The garment of purpose, future greatness, service. I mean, those are very strong words. You just put a lot of thought behind them. I was totally engaged with what you were saying. Dr. Lauren, how do we get a hold of you?
Send a check or cash to 1690. I'm kidding. You get a hold of me, anything with my name on it, LaurenMichaelsHarris@gmail.com, LaurenMichaelsHarris.com. Or you can just call me. My number is out there, and I'll put it out there for you. It's area code 269-338-4246. And I look forward to any and every one of you that would love to connect and see why. I'm open. all the time.
Thank you so much for coming on the show. It was my honor. It was my honor to have you on the little show today. Thank you.
Same here. Nothing little about it, I'll tell you that.
Okay.
Nothing little about it. This is going to change the world. See.
Amen. Amen.
So nice to meet
I
you,
want a seat
Robert.
I want a seat at the table, baby. I want a seat at the table.
Amen to that. You and me both. Thank you so much, and thank all of you.
Thank you.
We have our next host is Dino.
It's Dino Klein,
Welcome.
aka Mr. Clean, also known for the Dino Show, and that was absolutely fantastic. And Robert, you did an awesome job as well. We have an amazing speaker coming up next, but yeah, I loved it, loved it. It was good stuff, man. Really, really good stuff. So as I'm waiting patiently for our next guest, yeah. So
You're the host now.
I'm the host now. Yeah, yeah. So I'm not. Yeah, that's a lot of. So I think they
Getting
brought the
ready.
wrong person in. Yeah, yeah.
Well, they'll get rid of me
No,
when they get it.
actually, he's the right person. He's the next.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Unmute. Yeah, please.
Have a good time, Dino.
Thank you so much. So yeah, our next guest is, and I'm a huge fan of anybody that served in our military. Sadiq, but hit the mute button on your deal right there. There you go. Yeah, Sadiq Perry is one of our beloved military veterans. He's done a lot of work there. He's also got that beautiful dome going and a little bit thicker beard than I've got going, but he's got that beautiful smile. And I am so excited to turn this over and hear some pearls of wisdom from Sadiq Perry. And again, thank you for your service, sir. We love our veterans.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys having me on. Happy Tuesday to you guys. My birthday was yesterday, so I appreciate just being invited today, you know. It's continuing the celebration. Yes, sir. But we're here to talk about leadership today, and I wanted to share with you guys my aspects of leadership and pretty much what makes me a bald leader, you know. I always was going bald since about 19 years old, and I was scared. You know, I didn't want to be bald. So I used to put hair cosmetic products in my head. So, you know, it looks like I had hair, you know. And yeah, I used to pretty much hide the fact that I was balding. And it took me having a sergeant, an NCO that was bald, and he pulled me to the side and he was like, "Hey, cut that off, man." And he really pulled me to the side and he was like, "You're a leader, man. You right behind me. Like, you are okay. You all right, man. It's not the end of the world that you're going bald." But I'm 19 years old. I'm not really taking it too seriously. You know, I'm just kind of in my own world. So I'm just glad that I had that leadership to really, you know, help me accept my baldness and me for me. So that's Sergeant White from Grafenwehr, Germany. You know, he was a great guy. He still is a great guy. He's still alive, but yes, you know. And I started my bald journey pretty much just being more confident in myself, you know. Yeah. I I haven't always been a leader. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I've lied, cheated, you know, I've stolen things, and I don't want to excuse my actions because it happened to me first. First thing about being a leader is take responsibility. And I told myself I would no longer do these things, you know, and changed my life around, went to the military. Like I said, we were able to get good leadership, and I was able to add those good aspects that they had to myself. I didn't agree with everything they said. I probably didn't agree with half of what they said, but when I paid attention to how they moved and how they were well received by other people, it helped me humble myself and listen, you know. So another aspect, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, but yeah, another aspect of being a leader is paying attention. You know, you have to be very considerate of those around you. I could have easily ignored my sergeant, and he was like, "Yo, stop putting that stuff in your hair." Could have easily been like, "Nah," but I was considerate. He was considerate, and that's how most relationships work. Without consideration, we're just, you know, looking out for ourselves at the end of the day. And I'm pretty sure we could see 2025 how that's going, right? But yes, I think consideration is another very important part of being a leader. Um, another part, another important part of being a leader, I would say, courage. You know, you're not always going to agree with everybody, and it takes courage to stand on what you said, and it also takes courage to admit when you're wrong. You know, I'm only just turned 28 years old, and these last 3 years I've had to admit I was wrong at least 3,000 times. You know, humility's hard, but when you got people counting on you, what else can you do? I could sit here and cry all day, but that's not going to feed my family. That's not going to feed my nephew. That's not going to make sure he goes off to a college. And when I'm ready to start my family or my wife, that's not going to keep her there. She's going to move on. She's looking for security. So I just understand my role in where
He was in 22 foster homes. Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, that was a minor technical thing where Robert's mic was hot. So please continue. Please
Oh,
continue, my brother.
okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So we pretty much gotta look out for our own, man. It's on us as leaders. And like I said, I wasn't always a leader. I'm the youngest of three. So my family never took me seriously. And I'm like the youngest in my whole family. And they never took me seriously. So I used to do things to try to get attention, you know, to try to get taken seriously. And I just appreciate them for not taking me too seriously, you know, because being the youngest, we all have our leadership ways, but when you're able to bring positive energy, you know, love, that's leadership. My older brother, he has a different form of leadership. He's the head, you know what I'm saying? So he's the more serious role, you know, that's the firstborn, but I'm the last. I'm the love, I'm the heart. So just being able to know who I am and what do I bring to the table is also another aspect of leadership. Like you got to really sit down with yourself and say, hey, I do all this bad stuff, but what do I do good, you know? I think that's another part of being a leader, you know. And besides courage, this is probably the most important one for me. Humility, 100%. Humility. I've lied to a lot of people trying to cover my own ass, trying to make myself look better than I was because I didn't feel like I was good enough a lot of the times. And I was. I was. It was all in my head. And it's just because I never viewed myself as a leader. You know what I mean? I always viewed myself as, hey, I'm just another guy. I'm just another man. Hey, I'm just out here. When no, we all have a purpose, you know? And it takes humility to see it. I'm telling you, it does. Because we affect the world inward and then it goes out. Things affect us externally, but with us as individuals, it starts inward and we affect things outwardly, you know? So humility just taught me so much. These last 3 years, my faith's been on the ground, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. God has really been dealing with me, and I'm just eternally grateful that I was able to be invited on the show and share some of my experience with you guys. If I could tell one story, I have a friend, and love him a lot, and I lied to him straight to his face. I had wrecked my car. And I knew he was real concerned about me. He was like, "How you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm good, man," And I was messing with this girl at the time, so I drove her car over there. I'm like, "Yeah, I got a new car, a new house, we good." And he was happy for me, like genuinely, but I was not good. I was not okay. Like I said, I just wrecked the car. I had went to jail like the night before for a DUI before I crashed it. And yeah, I know I wasn't even heard about DUI or what I did. It was just what I did to my friend, just trying to cover up You know what I'm saying? If this is my friend, like I should be able to open up and talk to him, just as a man. And I lied. So of course, I called him, I squashed it. I told him straight up, hey man, I didn't mean to lie to you, but I did. I'm not gonna tell you why. I just want you to take it straight for what it is. But I promise you I won't lie to you again. And that's the last aspect I want to talk about being a leader. You mess up, I learned from my personal experiences. Each mess up should come with a promise that you won't do that again to the person you did it to. So yes, I lied. Yes, I cheated. Yes, I've stolen. But I promise those people I've done those things to, I never do it again. Never, never. So I'm just very grateful I'm able to come up here and really talk to you guys. Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Smiley, man. I appreciate
Hey,
it.
Sadiq, come in the screen a little more. Your face is too far back. I mean, okay. So let me just say something to you. If you don't get voted the most vulnerable person on this event, I'm telling you, I'll take 10 votes. You are vulnerable. So leadership is about actually accountability, communication, and stepping into fear. I mean, just stepping into the fact that you don't know everything. So I want to acknowledge you that you were at the Military Influencer Conference and you talked to me and I saw your heart and you're here today. So Dino, you got a gift here. Sadiq, thank you for being brave, but thank you for showing what leadership really is. It's about being courageous, vulnerable, transparent, and also communicative. So I called you and I said, you want to step into this? And you said, yes, I will. You are the most vulnerable person so far in this event. So thank you. And it's not about being vulnerable. It's about being truthful.
Yes, sir.
And vulnerability is truth. So I just want to acknowledge you. I just had to come on the show and just say, thank you for bringing it. You brought it big.
Thank you, Dr. Smiley. I really appreciate it. I really do.
Yeah. So Dino, the show's yours,
Yeah,
but
that
I
was
just wanted
yeah, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. And I also got a pearl from him as well when he was talking about listening. Everybody's usually beating their chest so hard that they can't hear anybody else, but that was another valuable lesson as well. And so our next guest, as he'll be coming into the screen here shortly, is another brother from Chi-Town, and looking forward to hearing some pearls of wisdom from Daryl Chavers. But it will just take a moment. So yeah, there were so many pearls, and being a young man at 19, owning his vulnerabilities, owning and then just transparently sharing with so many people was just absolutely awesome. And so I am very, very excited about my brother from another mother from Chi-Town, and it's Daryl Chavers Senior, not Shavers like we did all of us did this morning. Just make sure we had a nice glow on the dome. But Daryl, I'm going to turn this over to you, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you, man. I've heard so many great things from Dr. Smiley.
Well, thank you, Dino, for the opportunity, and Dr. Smiley for the opportunity. I do not take it lightly. We want to talk about leadership today. I was asked to speak about leadership. So me being a teacher, I'm going to give you a definition first real quickly. A leader is someone who takes responsibility for outcomes, inspires action in others, and sets direction through values, vision, and example. So a leader is a person who leads by example. A real leader leads by example. They don't just tell you do what I said, not what I do. They'll tell you to do something and they'll show you how to do it. The reason why I became a leader, or the reason why I walked into leadership, is because I believe I'm answering a call to my purpose. I believe I'm not. I've heard people say leaders are born. I don't believe leaders are born. I believe leaders are made. I don't think you are born as a leader. I think that the foundation of a leader is in all of us. But those of us who forge ahead and grab hold to it and do what's necessary are the ones who we see becoming leaders. I believe it's a call to my purpose, though. And I know not everyone is called to be a leader, but I know that I'm called to be a leader. Growing up as the youngest of six, I had four other brothers. I was always led, which I didn't have a problem with because I'm the type of person I like to learn. If you're gonna lead me, teach me something. If you're not going to teach me anything, I'm the person that's gonna go find somebody else that's gonna teach me some things that I need to know because I am an avid reader. I'm an avid learner. I'll be learning for the rest of my life. And I believe that every leader needs to look at leading as an opportunity to serve. So I really like the term servant leader because I believe leaders are really serving the people that they're called to lead. Serving is better received than when you boss someone around, right? if you're that person who just barking out orders, nobody's gonna respect you. Nobody's gonna have the time listen to you. But if you are the person who will lead by example, get down in the trenches with somebody, that person is more likely to follow you and to do what you're asking them to do and to do it with joy. Not always, but a lot of times. One thing that I'm going to say, one thing a leader does that makes them stand out as a leader is taking initiative and responsibility or taking or being accountable. You cannot be a good leader or a true leader without accountability. You have to be one who's accountable. In other words, you can't just be the person who everybody is accountable to, but you're not accountable to anybody. Truth be told, you're accountable to the people you lead. And I know some leaders probably don't think that because they're the person, quote unquote, in charge. But no, you are accountable to those you lead, and you're accountable to those who hired you to lead. All right. Second thing about being a leader, in order to be effective, and I believe if you're not an effective leader, you're not a leader. That's just my thing. If you're not being effective, you're not really leading. So in order to be an effective leader, the people you lead have to know that you got to know you in the people business as a leader because you're in the people business. Your business is leading people. And so if you understand as a leader that you're in the people business, this will help you build trust and this will help you gain influence with the people that you lead. One of my leaders and mentors said something to me that I'll never forget. He says, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. I'm going to say that again. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. All right. And it's very important that we understand as leaders that people know we care because they'll communicate with you better. You come off as a better communicator when you show that you care. How I make a difference as a BALD leader is one, as a leader, I give what I want to receive as the person being led. So in other words, when I'm being led, there's certain things that I'm wanting this leader to do. All right. One of them is to I want to be taught some things and I want to grow. I'm looking for a leader that helps me grow and is teaching me something. If you're not doing that for the people you're leading, I'm gonna question whether you're a true leader. All right. I'm a leader as I close. I'm one that likes to practice what I preach and live what I teach. I don't want to be just bumping my gums. I want to be a person, when they talk about me as a leader, I want them to, hey, that guy, he practiced what he preached. He actually does what he lives what he teaches. That's what I want to be remembered as a leader. And again, I thank you all for this opportunity to share on leadership. Thank you. If I got a little more time, I can keep going. I just wanted to make sure.
That was beautiful. Communication skills is probably one of the primary things that most people. It's kind of like our previous guest, being humble and listening, and everybody wants to hear what they've got to say. But
Right.
I don't know who said it, but we got two ears and one mouth, right?
Yes, sir. Listen twice as much as you talk.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, Daryl, though, since everything with Smiley is about Dr. Smiley is about gratitude. Who invited you? Who invited you in? And let's give a little props to them as well.
So, Jose.
Jose did.
Yes, I was invited by Jose. He gave me the opportunity, which I'm grateful for, to come up on this platform and speak. And every opportunity I get to speak, I'm grateful because people don't have to do anything for you. They don't. And so every time somebody does something for me, I'm grateful. Thanks to Dr. Smiley for this opportunity. Thanks to Jose for introducing me to Dr. Smiley and this opportunity, and I'm just grateful.
Yeah, and before we let you go, too, though, how can people connect with you? How can they reach out to you and get some more pearls? As we only had about 8 minutes today.
So I'm on pretty much all the major social medias: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, also on LinkedIn. Pretty much my name is how you can find me on all of those. The only one that's different is Instagram. On Instagram, it's Your Purpose Man, YOURPURPOSEMAN, Your Purpose Man. Yeah, I give a lot of nuggets about purpose and destiny. That's what I talk about. And I just think it's important that we understand that being a leader, it has to be on purpose. You have to lead on purpose. Otherwise, where are you leading people? In a ditch if you're not doing it on purpose.
I mean, you think about that. I mean, you hear so many times people talk about start with the end in mind. A good friend of mine, matter of fact, when he opens a company, he opens it with, what's his exit strategy? And a lot of times people don't think about that, but purpose is powerful. Purpose is powerful. We heard, there's all types of books out there, start with your why, right? And then going deeper. Why is that why so important to you? When you delve, I think Dean Graziosi was talking about that. He went 7 levels deep and then it just, and most people don't even have a purposeful life. They just exist.
Yeah.
They exist. Yeah. And I mean, if we're going to do it,
we got to find out the reason why we exist. It's called purpose. Everybody exists for a specific purpose. Everybody's called to solve a problem in the earth realm, and that's called your purpose.
Wow, that is absolutely beautiful, man. And I miss my time. I'm in Chicago, but I don't miss the snow.
Well, we really had no snow too much the last couple of years, but the weather was cold. It was cold though.
Oh man, I traded my snow shovel for a pail and a shovel for the beach.
I don't blame you. I'm not mad. Look, I'm looking for somewhere myself. I'm trying to get up out of here too, for real.
Yeah. Well, if you're ever in the Phoenix Valley area, we definitely have to connect.
I'm coming to Phoenix. Actually, I might be coming to Phoenix in December.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
In
might be
December.
there in
Okay.
December. Yep.
Okay. If
I
you're
might
early
be
enough,
coming
let
in
me know.
December. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, Daryl Chaver Sr., it was an absolute honor and a pleasure. And I want to thank you so much for joining us today. And also giving us that shout out to Jesse and Dr. Smiley here. So, and our next, I'm going to bring up our next guest now. So I want to thank you so much again. We have Sid McNary coming up. And Sid, as soon as we get you on the screen, why don't we start off by who invited you. I also do want to give Dr. Smiley was saying giving you excellent props about you were the first one that believed in him and published your first book, and maybe you can share a little bit about what that did for you. But we'll start with who was gracious enough to invite you, and because I need to thank them.
Well, you can thank Ken. You can thank him for my book, and you can thank him for inviting me. Yeah, so is Ken. Yeah, Dr. Smiley. And it's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate that he and I are reconnecting. We've had many years. I think that was 2008 when I published my first book, and what it's really done for me is I'm now 10 books later, right? As well as 5 books that I've co-authored with other people. So it definitely triggered something in me to say, okay, I can write and I can put the words out and move people in that way. And so it's definitely elevated me. I just published a book in September, published one this month. I published in November, and I got for 6 straight months, I got a book coming out. And one of them is 600 words, or 600 pages, just in case somebody thinks, oh, he's probably putting out pocketbooks. No, these are real big books. So I appreciate Ken sparking that in me, and then, here's when people may not know. I was teaching yoga at the White House, and I got to take Ken to take pictures at the White House. So we've had a journey that I love and cherish. And so he asked me to come, so I'm here. I knew what I was speaking on in some sense, and because I'm always about peace. So then it was like, all right, I'll be there. And now that I found out that it's about leadership, I'm gonna kind of switch that up a little bit to get to that point. But I love knowing that I have a message and being able to deliver that message. And it started with Ken. All right. So it seems that I'm now here on the screen by myself. And so I'm gonna keep going. And when it comes to leadership, a couple things come up for me. First, are you born a leader? You may be born into leadership, which likely looks like your parents choose how they're going to raise you. Like if you're born into leadership, you may have been the oldest in the household, and that may have put you in a leadership role as everybody starts to grow up, and you've got to tell people what to do. You've been left to be a babysitter, do all these things. So yes, in some ways you are born a leader. That quality is inside, and it usually has to be nurtured to get you where you're going. It was nurtured for me. At 5th grade on, I was taken away to political camps so that I could become what people think that I need to become. And I'm not sure that I even want to do that, but that's how leadership was bestowed on me. So I watched my father speak around the world on huge stages. So for me, the example was I'm watching someone command a crowd that as he commanded that crowd, I knew I could do that. So that was always part of my makeup. So then that seed was planted at a very young age, and then it continued to grow throughout time. And so that's the first thing when I think of leadership is you are born possibly into leadership. Everyone has leadership in them. Now, where does it go? And today, I would say that everybody is a leader, because I actually have not met someone in the last 5-6 years that isn't on some type of social media. So therefore, people are watching you. You are a leader because people are watching and learning. Now, from where I sit, human understanding, which is our brand, which is Hugh, allows you to say, okay, how are people actually seeing me and what are they gaining from it? So I go back to, and I'm fortunate that a couple of my football players were able to come from back in the day at Morgan State when we turned a losing 24 years of losing into winners. And something that there was a guy that came, and I don't know his name. He came to speak to our players, and he had been in prison for like 20 years. And then when he came, he was one of the richest men in Baltimore. And he said something that I picked up and carried with me from life. So did he lead me? Absolutely, because I still use this. And hopefully you pick it up as well. Anyone can be a leader. That's social media. But are you worthy to be followed is a different deal. And so that's the important thing about leadership to me. Are you worthy to be followed? Because you can lead people to hell, and you can also lead them to heaven. What choices are you making in your leadership is where people are going. Like, we have leaders in this world today that aren't worthy to be followed. I don't care what you want to say about it. They're not worthy to be followed. So then we have to say, okay, where am I going to be? And I am a leader, and I am affecting people all the time. So as soon as I go and make a post on social media, some little kid could be watching that. If you are drinking on your social media, some little kid could be watching that, and then they choose to become that because they think, oh, that's how an adult is supposed to be. It's different to be what you want the world to be. I remember when my son, I'm just going down the rabbit holes now. I remember when my son turned 21, my oldest son, Sid the fourth. I'm the third. My dad's the second, and there's a senior. So obviously I was born into, you are going to be a Sydney. And I remember my son turning 21. Now I had a choice. I had stopped drinking at that time. He was, that would have been 2000, 16 maybe. And I remember when we went out to dinner and my other son was sitting there. Now as a football coach, I used to drink. It was part of the way I used to be able to go to sleep. So I'm not knocking anybody that drinks alcohol because I did it. I tried to drink up every campus I ever worked at. But what I'm talking about is leadership. So as my son turned 21, he wanted beers. So we ordered him, all the samples of beers. If you've ever been to a brewery, they bring out all the different beers for you to try. And I said, you can have that. You're 21 now. You need to drink responsibly. But I looked over in the corner at my other son, as my son said, will you have one with me? And at first I was about to say yes, because I was thinking of going with my son. And I looked at my other son, who to this day, that is now 27, never had alcohol, never had drugs. And in that moment, I said no. I said no because I knew he needed an example to be what he could be. So that is what it is when it comes to leadership for me. Leadership is based on, am I worthy to be followed? Are you worthy to be followed? That's why I've committed my life to peace. So committing to peace for me, committing to peace looks like, first and foremost, cleaning up my life. Anything that didn't look like peace, the Creator took it out of my life. Then going forward from there, I've got to make choices that lead to peace. So no, I don't drink. I haven't drank in 19 years, not because I went to AA, and there's nothing wrong with AA. I took it away because, one, I sat on the mountains to meet God. And then when I came out, I couldn't put it back in my body. And I've kept it out because I want to make sure that others have some example of being different. Number one day that people have domestic violence, Super Bowl Sunday. I absolutely will not ever drink on Super Bowl Sunday. That's an important piece for me. And I'm going to leave it with this. When I think of going for peace, I take a lot of pride in peace. Pride, preparation, repetition, intensity, discipline, and excellence. How do you prepare yourself to be a leader? do you rep it over and over again? Because you don't just lead sometimes, you're leading all the time. Intensity. I am focused on bringing peace forward in the world in everything that I do. These 10 books behind me and more to come, they all are dedicated to that. You can go to my Instagram and go all the way back to the very first post, and it's about peace. So there's that intensity, that focus, the discipline to do it all the time. Are you a disciple of what you say you are leading people to? If not, it's time for you to shift into excellence. Do the best you can. If you fall, stand up, get going again. You can come check me out, sidmcnary.com, Sid McNary on all the social medias. If you're ready to be led to peace, I'm your guy. That's why I got the World Peace Award. So have a beautiful rest of the day. It's great to be here with all the heads that look like mine. Peace.
What a beautiful dome and what a beautiful message. I am overly impressed too that you got a book coming out every month for the next 6 months. That is mildly insane, but that just shows that you're leading in the book publishing world as well.
Yeah, it's what was amazing is two of the books that just came out and the next one, they took me 30 years to write. So that just was a process. But along writing those books, other books were birthed. And then the final three books, they're not the final three books, but the last three books for the next 6 months are about a fantasy novel. And I've never stepped into that world. So it's great to kind of shift gears and go into a new way.
A fantasy novel? Okay, now you
Yes.
piqued my curiosity.
Yeah. Oh, and there's Richard K. I know Richard.
Hello, Sid.
What's up, buddy? How you doing? I
Yes.
forgot you had a clean dome. I love it. And yeah, so the fantasy science fiction novels are based on all of the bloodline of humanity. Most people don't know that there is an actual prophets bloodline that runs through all the prophets that ever existed on Earth. But yet the fantasy part of it is I'm showing how the Dark Lord is always chasing that prophet bloodline. Yeah. So
yeah, we got to fight the darkness, brother. We got to fight the darkness. That's what's so great about the Dr. Smiley, the BaldAthons, the Smileathons, is just shining a light. So yeah, don't ever dim your brilliance. Just buy people sunglasses.
I love that. I love that. Well, thank you, bud. And
thank you so much.
Have a beautiful day.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing. That was absolutely amazing. And I've got the great honor to bring up Dr. Richard K. And he also you might want to check your mute button there, Dr. Richard. And we're gonna actually what I'd love to start off with. Oh, you look great. You look great. I was giving Ken some
the reflection. That's all.
Yeah, a little glow in the dome, right? So that's perfect. That's perfect. But first off, invited you over here so we can actually share some gratitude. I'm grateful for you being on here, and I'm really looking forward to what you have to share.
Well, I'm looking forward to hear what I'm going to say also, Dino. And Ken and I go back, I don't know, 10, 15, almost 20 years. So Ken, I believe you're in the back office. Thanks for the invitation. Dino, thanks for hosting this. How may I serve you today?
Yeah. So I'm going to hit mute and I'm going to turn it over to you and bald and beautiful and bold and being a leader in our society.
All right. So Dino, thanks. And Ken, thanks again. It's been a privilege knowing you for all these years from IBI, CEO Space, Marketers Cruise, all over the planet. And what I do these days, Dino, I retired from a very wonderful chiropractic practice in San Diego. I'm going to lay a foundation for what I do today. When I started that practice, moved from New York to San Diego, 300 chiropractors in town. I'm the new kid on the block. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all in crowded fields, no matter what you do. How do you stand out from the crowd? How do you start, let alone grow a business? Well, I figured out publicity very early on. And this is a story about me. I invite you to take it as a metaphor. Use it as your story You'll understand. I got myself invited to be a guest on a morning television talk show, the only talk show in San Diego. I turned that into being invited back every month for about a year. Then I got an article in the San Diego Tribune. My visibility is growing. Then I got an article in the Los Angeles Times. My visibility is growing. We're going to spend a couple of minutes talking about influence, credibility, and exposure. You all know the expression. You've heard it. You may have used it. It's not what you know. It's who. It's who you know. Let's take that a step further. It's who knows you. It's who knows you. You may know who the president of the United States was or the past president. They don't know you unless you're really standing out from the crowd. I got a phone call one day from a young lady. The essence of her question, after she told me that she's the producer of the ABC News in San Diego, the essence of her question was, who are you? I'm hearing your name around town. I'm seeing you. She didn't know me personally, but she knew of me. That led to an ABC film crew coming into my office and highlighting me on the 6:30 news. That's pretty cool. My visibility is growing even more. Shortly after that, I get a very similar phone call. The young lady identifies herself as the producer of PBS. Well, same thing. Who are you? That led to a PBS film crew coming into my office. Instead of being here among 300 chiropractors, I was now up here, the most visible name in town. That's what you want to happen to you when someone thinks about whatever space you're in, podcasts, summits, webinars, coaching, whatever you do. You want to be top of mind awareness, not, oh, should I go to Sally or Jim? You want your name to stand out above the crowd. That's what we do with Top Talent Agency. For example, you may not know this particular magazine, but you certainly know that lady who's featured on the cover. What if you were to be featured on the other side? Diane is one of our clients, and you get a featured story in here. What does that do for you to say, hey, I've got a feature story in a magazine with Nicole Kidman or Tom Cruise or Tom Hanks, or the one just came out last week has Demi Moore on the cover. We put you as a client on the other side. Now, I'm going to set that aside for a moment and come back and tell you, what if nobody reads the magazine? What if we were to get you interviewed on ABC or CBS or Fox News or Bloomberg, and nobody's watching during the segment when it's aired? Big deal. That's where leverage comes in. What is leverage about? Leverage is you get the video, you get the backstage photo shoots with the newspapers and magazines, you get the masthead, that's the title, you get the links to the article, and you let everyone you know that you have been featured in the Atlanta Journal or the London Digest or the New York Tribune, whatever it is. You put it on social. What would it mean to say, hey, I've been featured on it? You see it all over the place, as seen on ABC, as seen on this, and seen on that. That's called leverage. How do you do that? How do we do it is even easier because we have these contacts and connections. You can do what I did many, many decades ago and reach out and hope that you've got a receptive producer and they say, yeah, let's come in and talk. And quite frankly, that's what happened when I did it. It's much easier when you have the resources through Top Talent Agency to say, hey, we take care of all those details. You don't have to worry about showing up. We set the appointment with you. I want to tell you how to get on talk radio. Now, you may want to take notes on here. Yes, people still listen to talk radio. You may or may not. People do. It's a huge audience. That's why it's still on. Find a program you like. If it's not you, don't even bother. I'm not a sports fan. I don't know who played, let alone who won in last year's Super Bowl. I don't want to get on a sports talk show because after I say hello, I've got very little to say. So find an audience. That's what I used to do when I got on talk radio. Don't even bother to go to the host. They're not the decision makers. It's the producer who does this stuff. That you reach out to the producer. How do you find that? Go internet search, find out who the producer is. Get on the phone with her. Who are you looking for? What kind of people are you looking for as a guest? Let them tell you and say, ask, may I send an application or what do I have to do to apply? Some of them may have a form. Some may say, hey, send an email, let us know. Now, here's a key. It's not about you. Well, wait a minute. Aren't I going to be the star? No. Your job is to make the guests, the host, the star. That's how I got invited back every month to the Sun Up San Diego, that morning television talk show. You make the host look good. And don't start off with, I do this, I do this. No one cares what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, that may be hard to swallow. No one cares what you do. When you're on these kinds of events, and thank you, Indino, and thank you, Ken, the goal is, what are you, as the viewer, as the follower, as the audience, what are you going to get out of it? So hopefully, if you're taking notes, you're going to get some good stuff out of this. If you have a speaker's reel, send it along. Yeah, I know it's radio, but they still want to see what you can do, what you can accomplish, how you can provide valuable information to their audience. You're not the goal, the audience is. And don't lead with your resume, your bio, your history. That's included. But, and by the way, provide questions. Provide questions. Your job is to make it so easy for the host. They're not going to get to you until you're live often. That's what happened to me. I got on television. Host had no clue who I was, but they had been prepped in writing, and that was a long, long time ago. So you say, well, how can I get on? Watch this. A typical talk show is 3 hours. A typical talk show is 3 hours. A typical interview is 20 minutes. Do the math on this. 5 days a week. Programs that run interviews, they're typically 3 programs a day. Average 50 weeks a year. They give the host 2 weeks off. That's 6,750 guests they need every single year. Ladies and gentlemen, they need you more than you need them. I'm going to say that again. They need you. They can't have dead air. They need you. Go find out. Listen to talk shows. I don't care where you live. Talk show doesn't have to be in your neighborhood. It's national. So you're going to get out all over the place. Getting featured in newspapers, getting featured in magazines. Learn how to be media trained. Let's say that differently. Get media trained so when you're on, you're out there. You will get invited back. By the way, if you want to know how to do this stuff, talkaboutpublicity.com. No punctuation. Talkaboutpublicity.com. Take you right to my calendar. Book a 30-minute session. Let's explore what we can do to serve you. Now, if you want to know how you stand out in the media, what your reach is now, richardkaye.com, RICHARDKAYE.com/quiz, QUIZ hyphen ICE, influence, credibility, and exposure. It's a self-appraisal indicator. You take a quiz, you'll find out if you score high in visibility or if no one knows who you are. No matter how good you are at what you do, I was a new kid on the block as a chiropractor. I was pretty good, but no one knew me until I had the media exposure. So find out how to get out there. If you want to set aside some time, have a conversation, talkaboutpublicity.com. Let's explore how you can go from hidden to headlines so people know who you are. It's called top of mind awareness. That's where you want to be. Dino, how may I serve you? What other questions may you have today?
There were so many pearls there, man. And I did some work in the Cairo world, so I know that world. You know, you're absolutely right. How many Cairos are there in whatever city you're in? How do you rise above the noise? And I think you probably want to start going to talkaboutpublicity.com.
Good
That's a
start, Dino.
that's a very, very good start. I would definitely recommend to our viewers to get connected with him. There's so many people out there. And again, I look at it, how do you rise above the noise? And Dr. Richard K., I mean, you gave us so many pearls of how they can do that. So, there's so much insight, so much wisdom, help help the producers, help the directors, help the speakers,
Yes.
help them help you get your message out. I think that's one of the biggest takeaways I got from help them help you.
Make it
And
easy for them. Yeah. Yeah.
make it easy. Absolutely. And the other thing you said was just absolutely brilliant. No, it's true. Nobody cares about your stuff. They care about what your stuff can do for them. That's the key. That is absolutely the key. So, Dr. Richard K., I want to thank you again. It was a great honor meeting you, and pearls of wisdom. So thank you so much. I would recommend our viewers to watch this again. So, but I do need to bring up our next guest, and so I hope you have an amazing day, and thanks again for being on here. This is kind of interesting. Our next guest is Devo. So I don't know if we've got the Devo and Dino show here or what's going on here. We both go to the same hairstylist, as you can see. We got a little color. We got the color in the beard, and so, Devo, I am excited to hear about the brand storyteller. So many people are talking about story selling, storytelling. Um, you know, Stories sell. But before we even start, though, I'd like to give a little recognition of who invited you out here. I was going to get some glasses on so we could be, exact mirrors, but I didn't have time for that. So, but who invited you? And I'm really looking forward to what you have to share as well.
That would be your Clark Kent look if you get those glasses. I was invited by
Yeah.
Jose Escobar.
Oh yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah. Jose's amazing.
Yeah, he is. Got a really cool program he's put together.
Okay, talk to us about the brand storyteller, and talk to us about obviously we're both bald and beautiful, but how we're leading society.
There's a slight lag, by the way, when you're talking. So if I'm delayed, that's why it's like coming in just a slight second delayed when you talk. So anyhow, the brand storyteller, brandstoryteller.com. I have been in the entrepreneurial world for almost 20 years now, and several businesses. And in the entire process of doing that, I learned really one simple thing. Our client's perception is reality, and that's all based upon the stories that we tell them in our customer journey and how we show up in the world and all those things. And I realized that in my multiple attempts at running businesses, I had not really clarified that. And so I set out to sort of learn how to better show up as your individual so that you are in alignment with who you are and what your zone of genius is, and how your client perceives you and what they receive when you share information. And that's what at the crux of it is the brand storyteller. And there's a bunch of other elements, but anyhow, thank you for asking. So I guess I'm just going to segue straight into my 10 minutes. So I was asked to sort of speak on leadership, which it sounds like many of you were as well. And I've heard a lot of really cool morsels of wisdom here today, a lot of takeaways. So thank you for everybody who shared so far. Again, huge thanks to Jose Escobar for inviting me, serendipitous connections here and there. It's just been really great so far working with him and his group. And Ken Roshan for inviting me to share your platform with you. I really appreciate the introduction and for trusting me not to completely derail my event in over 10 minutes. I am known, after all, to tell stories, and sometimes those go down some rabbit holes. So I will try to stay on target. Again, for those of you who didn't sort of pick up on that, my name is Devo. I am a brand storyteller. That's my business, brandstoryteller.com. I'm also a business coach, a speaker. I'm a podcast host, and a bunch of other things. And that's sort of, I don't tell you that to brag, just sort of kind of set the tone for what my perspective of leadership is. It's not any one thing, and we're going to kind of talk through that. Just if you didn't sort of hear a little bit more about what I do, I actually help people figure out who they actually are and how they can tell their best story. And we do that through a variety of pragmatic and intuitive, and some psychology is involved with it. And it's a really cool process to sort of give you a strategic blueprint on how you can show up in the world. So anyhow, on to leadership. I feel like I'm talking fast, so I'm going to try to check myself here. When I think about leadership, and this is one of my favorite topics, I don't really think about titles. I don't think about corner offices. I don't necessarily always think about people who are at the forefront of leading something. There's a lot of different subtleties and nuances that go into leadership. And really at the core of that, to me, leadership is the energy. It's the vibration that you bring to every situation, every individual. And I sort of came about this point of view because there's a lot of different ways that I could sort of reinterpret what that model looks like. But it really came about this ultimately for me about as being a single father for really the last 19 years. So thank you for my daughters. I have two teenage wonderful daughters who have been my greatest lesson so far in leadership. And every room that you walk into and every individual that you meet or every child that you raise as a father, you have the opportunity to change that room. And the question that I ask myself always, and this is as it pertains to leadership, is, are you doing this on purpose or are you doing this by accident? And again, this sort of is the centerpiece of how I got into the business that I am. Is like, how do we purposefully lead? And there's a variety of different ways. And we all know people who command attention. I know I have had the opportunity over my since 1999, I just aged myself working in corporate world and multiple serial entrepreneurial gigs. That there are some amazing leaders on this planet, and I've had the privilege and the pleasure of working alongside or collaborating with so many of them. But I want to talk about that whole idea of leading something, because we all know people like this who command attention. They have a great voice, whatever it is, but how many of them can hold presence? And that's going to sort of be the central theme of how I view leadership. The difference between controlling a situation and leading a situation, for me, is control really centers around this idea of it demands attention, right? Like you're asking for their attention. Whereas from my point of view, leadership is a softer, it's an earned trust, right? So you're not necessarily always commanding is what I'm trying to get at. And so we're going to break that down. And so I only have 10 minutes, and I could go on and on about this leadership model. I have studied it judiciously. It's actually one of my favorite topics to have conversations about, because everybody has a very unique perspective of leadership. And in fact, I did a survey about 6 months ago, incidentally enough, on leadership. And I sent out a survey to about 100 different leaders, CEOs, founders, creatives. And I said, I'm just curious. I'm putting together a sort of like a thought leadership piece on leadership for a podcast, and I'd love for you to provide some feedback. And everybody gave me their own unique interpretation, but there were always sort of some common themes to it. So it was really cool to see that, but it was also even cool to sort of see the variety of people's point of view on leadership. And so anyhow, I thought I'd take the same exercise today and the same approach and just sort of distill this down. So I have 10 or 11 bullet points here that I sort of kind of go over in my head. And just sort of share with you what I believe a true leader is, what leadership means, sort of the ethos behind the term. First and foremost, and I'm going to sort of have a corresponding order to this. I think first and foremost, and this is really at the crux of the work I've been doing for the last 10 years, is self-work starts first. You have to be self-aware enough to understand how you show up in the world and be willing to work on yourself and expand and grow and evolve. And if you can't lead yourself through this chaos, this beautiful chaos that we are, you should not be leading anyone else through theirs. And so it's the onus is on you to spend some time understanding who you are as a human and an individual, and how do you show up in the world, and how do you view the world, and what are your philosophies and your beliefs, and really having a clear understanding of who you are as a human. Because leadership without self-awareness is really just ego with a microphone. And we don't want to just be a mouthpiece, right? Leadership is not just a mouthpiece. I think, again, continuing down sort of like this descending line, I think as you're doing the self-work, you're going to have to really learn to be very kind with yourself. Because if you really dig deep and you go down that rabbit hole of who you are as a human, you're going to find some things that may or may not really match up with who you think you are. And there may be some shadow work there. There may be some trauma there, because if you think about your childhood, I mean, nobody's without trauma, right? And everybody has varying degrees of that. And if you go deep into who you are as a human and really start to understand what are your attachments, what are your insecurities, what are your fears, who are you, what are all the things that make you, you're going to find some things that don't really line up. And so it's really important that you learn to be kind with yourself and take these for a grain of salt. These are lessons and opportunities to learn something about who you are, so that you can grow and expand in the moment. And I do truly believe that's why we're here, is to become better versions of ourselves in every moment. And being kind to yourself is a critical aspect of being a good leader. So it's really important that you understand that. Observe, take notes, look at it from a pragmatic point of view. Look at it, put yourself outside your body for a minute and be like, how can I use this as an opportunity to learn something? And that's how you be kind to yourself. Number 3, service to others. But I also have a caveat to that. There's like a big bullet point next to it. Sorry, somebody's telling me some notes here. I can't understand what you're saying. I don't know. Somebody's sending me a note. Sorry, forgive me. Number three, service. And again, my caveat to that is it's not sacrifice, because I do not think an unfull person of yourself is able to give freely. And so what I mean by that is leadership is service to others. It's a critical aspect of being a leader. It's making other people better around you, right? And in the process of doing that, though, you have to realize it is not martyrdom. And I know this from firsthand experience, because early in my entrepreneurial career, I felt working harder was better than working smarter. I felt like giving and overgiving and overextending myself in every way, shape, and form to my clients, to my family, to my personal relationships, that was my personal validation and how I showed my value to my client or to other people. And I uncovered that, by the way, in my discovery work of myself. But I realized very quickly that you cannot pour from an empty glass. And part of being a leader is understanding that. And you may bleed into that empty glass, but you cannot pour clearly and cleanly for whoever you're serving. And so it's really important that you don't sacrifice yourself in this quest to sort of prove who you are. Lead, serve other people, but also take care of yourself. It's really important. I think the next piece for me in terms of great leadership is to really tap into your creativity. I hear a lot of people talk about, I'm a left brain, I'm a right brain, or I'm not a creative, I'm a business. And I just, I think that's hogwash. Everybody can tap into some version of creativity. And when you look at the best leaders, you'll realize that they're doing just that. And creativity doesn't mean you have to be able to, do a sonnet or a Mozart or paint some fantastic, Michelangelo. It just simply means that you are creating something from your zone of genius. You're not following, you are creating into something. You're tapping into your creative zen, if you will. And if you spend time actually working on that, you'll see that you can actually develop this just like muscles in the gym. And great leaders do this, and they're constantly trying to imagine creatively that great things don't exist yet, but they're going to try to figure out how to create them. And they do that. They just do that. That's what creativity gives you, is it taps into your innovation, your ability to create something from nothing. And so the more you develop your creativity as a leader, you'll find that the more it sort of compounds over time. And now it's really crazy. Neuroscience is actually now confirming this, that our left side of our brain, for those of you who doubt me, that our left side of our brain and our right side of our brain, which are very polarized now because of our lifestyles and the standards of how we live and the materials that we consume and lack of reading, there's a whole book on this that you can read, but they were originally supposed to be integrated. And so if you can sort of learn to use both creativity, both your left and your right side of brain, you're going to be a much better leader. I think the next piece for me centers around, and we sort of touched on it already, it's you always have to stay curious. You always have to be willing to question everything. And leadership is not a title in this regard. It's a lifelong apprenticeship. And the minute you think that you've arrived, you've stopped leading. So you have to stay learning, stay humble, continue to expand your zone of genius in every way, shape, or form. And you do that by being curious about everything. The next piece is, which is sort of huge on my list and why we're here as a great leader, you have to understand that community and collaboration and creativity all are sort of an integrated model. You are a byproduct of who you surround yourself with. And if you are the smartest person in your room, then you're probably in the wrong damn room, and you need to find some smarter people to be around. Next piece, check your ego at the door. And this is a huge lesson I had to learn. I'm a lifelong athlete, very competitive, played high level of sports all the way through college. And I had a big ego, man. I thought I had all the answers. And I'm relatively good at most things, not to be vain. I've been gifted by the creator with some really cool talents. And I pick up on things really, really quickly. Because of that, I sort of kind of noticed that early on in especially my entrepreneurial career, even in my corporate career, which after I had to be bopped down by my president a couple of times, is that if you don't check your ego at the door, you're sort of walking around with this constant model of I need to be right about everything. And true leadership checks an ego at the door and says, let's get it right. I don't need to be right. Let's get it right. Let's find a way to make this work. And there's a dude, Zig Ziglar, I think his name, he had this really cool quote. You can get everything in life you want if you help enough other people get what they want. And you can only do that by checking your ego at the door and realizing that it's your opportunity to not only make other people better in the process, but it's not just yourself. I think the next one for me, and this is a really big one. I learned this early on in my college career. As a senior in college, I went down to Tallahassee, Florida, where my older brother was working as an entrepreneur at the time. And I was in the most highest fit level of my life. Again, I told you I played sports in college. And he said to me something that's always stuck with me. He's like, hey, you really relish these days because they don't last forever. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, as soon as you get out of college, man, you're just going to become fat like me. And I'm just like, that will never happen, man. I will always make my health and my fitness a priority for me. And I've done that to this day. And so where I'm going with this is great leaders take care of the machine, right? Your body, your spirit, your mind. You have to move. You have to stay fit. You have to eat real food. You have to touch grass, go barefoot if you can. It's really good. And if your body quits because you're not being healthy, your leadership does too. And so you really have to understand that the mind cannot lead where the body refuses to follow. So stay fit. The next one, and I'm getting to the bottom. I think I'm past my 10 minutes. Forgive me, and I'm going as fast as I can. And I love this one, and this sort of embodies who I am. Just keep it in check with that ego one that we talked about before. Be a rebel, man. Great leaders challenge systems. Great leaders come into things and they look at them and they say, how can we make this better? How can we make this smarter? How can we make this more efficient? How can we make more people bigger, better all the time? And they're not doing this to feed their ego. They're doing this to evolve the situation, evolve the game. Great leaders sort of look that they have to stand alone sometimes. They have to be a lion among sheep. And it's really important if you really truly consider yourself a leader that you have to understand that sometimes you have to go against the status quo. Number 10, and I'm getting to my last two here, add value always. And one of the things I always tell my children is be a producer, man. Don't always be a consumer. Add value to conversations, add value to the room, add value to your peers. Surround yourself with people where you can add value and help them. And in the process, you're all working together. And if you're not adding value, whether it's through your business, it's through your life, it's through your relationships, you're just taking up airspace. And it's really important that you need to understand that in every situation, you want to show up with some sort of value, even if just being kind, man. It doesn't mean like you have to solve the world's problems tomorrow, but be kind to people. That's adding value. And then here's the most important one for all this. And I'm getting there. I would say that gratitude, and here's where I'm going with this. Gratitude is the great equalizer. It turns exhaustion into appreciation. It turns scarcity into possibility. It turns fear into faith. And gratitude doesn't just erase the hard things of your life, man. What it does is it changes how you face them because you have a complete different belief system on making things work. And that's really, really contagious because other people around you will pick up on that vibration. They'll pick up on that energy. They'll see that confidence, not like a facade. I'm not talking about social media nonsense. I'm talking about truly being grateful and showing up with every situation, looking at it, is there an opportunity for me to learn something here? I'm grateful for this pain because it taught me something about myself, et cetera, et cetera. And I do think that gratitude is sort of like the stepping stone for all of them. So I was thinking about how I could sort of close this down. And there's a sort of a paradox to leadership here. And I'm sorry, this is my last piece. No one really tells you about leadership in the sense of like the existential aspects of it. It's just sort of like go be, conquer, win. But being a leader requires you to be humble enough to listen. Listen to other people, listen to your children, listen to your spouse, and bold enough to act on things that force you to sometimes step outside of what I was talking about earlier, the status quo. And so there's a paradox there. You've got to learn to lead, but you also have to listen. My grandfather used to tell me, bro, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Use them both. And I always love that saying because it's sort of like we always have this tendency to start talking first, right? So sometimes just stepping back and listening is a great aspect of leadership. You also have to be willing to meet people where they are and learn from them simultaneously. It's not just about you. Listen to what people are saying, understand how they are. Everyone receives information differently, and then adapt your style, adapt your leadership, adapt your motivations, all those things. And leadership is this, it's like this constant tightrope between humility and audacity, between knowing something and just choosing anyway. And so if I'm being honest with you, and I'm trying to always be honest, most of the time we sort of have to make these decisions in the moment. We're winging it, especially as parents. Like I have 2 daughters and they completely receive information uniquely. So for me, leadership is kind of continuing with this paradox. It's sort of, it doesn't come with any applause. And it's a sort of like a quiet, it's heavy, and sometimes it's a thankless aspect of what we do as humans. But when you come at this with genuine truth, with presence, with gratitude, that's how it becomes your legacy. And that's how you sort of create magic for people. So if you could leave with one thing, leadership is not necessarily about getting people to follow you. It's about you showing up so powerfully in your truth that other people find the courage to lead themselves. So that's my version of leadership. Thank you for listening.
That's awesome, man. I tell you what, you've got about 2 hours worth of material into 10 minutes. And I know that was a major, major challenge. So just real quick, because I've got another amazing guest coming up as well.
Sorry for overextending.
No, it's all right. How can people find you? I mean, the brand storyteller, obviously.
Yeah. I'm all over social media. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn. Pretty decent. I show up there pretty regularly. It's my sort of cathartic journal. But if you just go to thebrandstoryteller.com, you'll be able to find everything you need right then and there.
Perfect. Okay, go find Devo, not Dino. Go find Devo, and that so many pearls. Again, you could have had a full hour with everything you've got going, but I've got another amazing guest coming up. So thank you so much, Devo. We have Cliff Johnson. They muted me, but we needed to unmute Cliff. So Cliff Johnson the fourth. I'm just Dino Klein the first. So you got some history there, and I know you've got some pearls of wisdom coming. But before we go any further, though, because Dr. Smiley is about gratitude. That's one thing that's that Devo was talking about also with gratitude. So who invited you, and who do we need to thank for bringing you to our world?
The great Sid McNary.
Oh, Sid, yeah.
Yeah, I call
Oh,
him Coach Mac. I played college football for him. So
Sid's the truth. He was on here a little bit earlier, man. He was amazing. He was absolutely amazing. I don't want to take up your time, Cliff, but again, thank you so much for being here and the pearls you're about to share.
well, thank you for the opportunity, and I'm grateful to be here. So the concept and the topic of leadership is what we're talking about today, especially those of us who have the privilege of having a bald head. But leadership, I think leadership is inevitable. Whether you feel like it or not, whether you think it or not, you are a leader. Every single person, I believe, is a leader. And that is because somebody is always watching, whether you're a parent, whether you have a spouse, whether you have cousins or siblings, whether you have some neighbors, kids in the neighborhood, whether you're wherever work, wherever you are in some way, shape, or form, you're a leader, whether you like it or not. So I think it's critical to understand that, embrace it, and then learn how to do that better. So leadership is definitely inevitable. Somebody's always following you. Somebody's always, even if you don't even think so. So it's important that we do things in a certain way most of the time, because it may be that thing that influences somebody else, and then they follow you, and you don't even know that they're following you. So I think that's something that we have to keep in our minds. Why did I become a leader? Like I said, it's inevitable. And I'm not somebody who necessarily was one to always want to be out front and want to take charge of always got to be in control of everything. But it just so happened that, like I said, I'm a husband, I'm a father. I played sports. I played football all the way up to college, and then a little bit after college, I had a shot. I was with the Detroit Lions. I got hurt there, but I was sports all the way up. And now I'm actually a minister / pastor at my church. So it was inevitable, especially for me. I didn't necessarily want to be out front, but God pushed me out there. For those of you all who believe, that's just how it happened, and I have to manage it from there. I would rather be behind the scenes, but you can lead from behind the scenes, and you can lead in front. Either way, you're a leader. So let's just get used to it. So the way I think leaders should lead is they got to lead themselves first. I think if you lead yourself first, everything else kind of falls in line. So if we lead ourselves first, first of all, we need to understand that we're not perfect. And I think everybody knows that. I think some people try to be absolutely perfect. It's just not a part of being a human, is being perfect. So let's just get the perfection out of the way. And that'll give us freedom to progress. What we want to do is progress. We don't want to be perfect, but we want to progress, and we want to get better over time. So that's the whole goal. So when we lead ourselves, number one, we have to have self-confidence. Now, a lot of people may not know where self-confidence comes from. You may not know where some of your self-confidence comes from, but I think the number one place that we find our self-confidence is keeping our word to ourselves, right? Everything that we've not told the truth about, the only person that knows all of those things, right? And when when we keep our word to ourselves, when we say we're going to do something, it's imperative that we do the very best to do it. And especially when you promise yourself something. And when we do that over time, when we say we're going to do something to ourselves, we don't have to say to anybody else, to ourselves, that increases our self-confidence. And then that is, people can see it even though they don't even know exactly what they're feeling from you. They feel your self-confidence because they know, that when you say it and you promise yourself it's going to do it, that you're going to do it. So I think that's the number one, is we have to have self-confidence, right? The second thing is we have to focus, right? Nobody wants to follow somebody that's not focused on where they're going. So you have to have an idea on the direction of where you're going. And and once we figure out, you take the time to figure out where you're leading people to, or what you're trying to accomplish, then you have to make a decision, right? So there's a difference between a choice and a decision. If anybody's ever heard Dr. Myron Golden, great guy, I love the way he breaks this down. This is where I got it from. But a choice is something that you can choose something today, right? And then you can choose something tomorrow, right? You can choose something different the next week, right? And that's where shiny object syndrome comes from, and imposter syndrome. Shiny object. I'm doing this right now, but that over there, that looks better than what I'm doing. Let me jump that and try that. But and then imposter syndrome. I don't feel like I'm worthy to do this. I don't know if I can do this. I've never done it before. I'm not sure. Whatever. Maybe let me go do something else. Those are all parts of a choice. But we don't want to make choices. We want to make a decision. A decision is different. It seems like it's the same thing, but it's different. A decision, if you break down the word decision, DE means away or from, right? Scission, right, means to cut, right? Incision, you're cutting into something. But scissors, like you're cutting something. So the decision is to cut yourself off from every other option, right? And you're focused on where you're going, it's easier for people to follow you, right? And then you can focus going faster and with more precision than you would be trying to choose a whole bunch of different stuff. So that helps you to focus as a leader, right? And then the last thing apart, I mean, there's many parts to this, but we can go on forever. I think it's important that we lead ourselves with grace. Sometimes I'm my own worst enemy. I don't know if anybody knows what we're talking about. Like sometimes I'll make a mistake and kick my own behind more than anybody else would, right? And I'll do it consistently. Lead ourselves, right? And that we're number one, that we're not be. And here's the other thing: we have to forgive ourselves for the stuff that we've not forgiven us for in the past is holding us back from being right now and to lead to the future. So you got to lead yourself with grace. And if you have these, there's many more on the list, right? But if you could just start with these three, you can take these three and then apply this to the people that you're leading. So then now you're helping them to get self-confident and knowing who they are and what their purpose is. And then you can get them to learn focus. They can move forward and not stay stuck in the same spot. And then you can also and then lead with, right, like they feel like they have it all together, and then they're judged. They have conversations, especially tough conversations with people that lead critical standpoint as opposed to from a grace and love standpoint. People don't care about a lot of times. It's good to know stuff.
Hey, I think we might have some technical difficulties. So, Cliff, I just want to come in and say thank you for being here. And you are a Baltimore bald brother. So he may be in a little bit of technical, but he's doing great things in Baltimore. Sid McNary, thank you for bringing Cliff Johnson to the event. Cliff, can you hear us?
I can hear you now. We kind of went out. I think we have some connectivity issues. So
Well, it's because your presentation was so big, it was causing the world to shift. That's the problem, right? So, Cliff, why don't you tell people real quickly not only how to connect with you, but what are you up to in Baltimore to make Baltimore better as a leader?
Well, I'm actually I'm a past I'm an assistant pastor. I'm a minister at my church. My brother and I, we have a trucking business, and I'm doing some things on social media. I have a couple books coming out. One centered around fitness, and the other is centered around the ministry. So it's a journal. So and obviously I'm a father and a husband, so I got to start there first. So.
Yeah, that's the ultimate leading by example, right? They
Yeah.
they don't do so much what we say as much as what they see.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. There's one other thing I really got from you. You talk about, being, and I might be paraphrasing it wrong, but it's, strict with ourselves. But it's, there's a difference between beating ourselves up and
Yeah.
then when we're doing that, if we're constantly focusing on the negative, then the positive's never going to shine through. And so we got
Exactly.
to, I remember as a sales rep, after a little while, I learned, the power of visualization, right? And so if I go
Yeah.
on a sales presentation and I didn't close it or what have you, by the time I got to the car, I was imagining, just like an athletic, that perfect pass,
Mhm.
that perfect foul shot,
Yep.
your subconscious can't tell the difference between something that we thought happened and that actually happened. So I just
Yep.
reprogrammed successes. I just reprogrammed
Yeah.
successes over and over again. And the
That's good.
same thing with relationships, all of a sudden the cap's off the toothpaste and it's like World War III. Well, because that
Yeah.
little thing that happened that one time, we replayed it over and over and over again. Well, go back to that appreciation and gratitude you were talking about.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
man.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just agreeing with you. You said you got it all together right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was just echoing what you were saying. So we
Yeah.
call this the
Yeah.
Mutual Admiration Society.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is awesome. And then also, you
Yeah.
talked about a few books coming out and what have you, but how else can people find you?
Just my name. I don't post a whole lot. I'm getting better at doing that. But Cliff Johnson IV on Instagram, Cliff Johnson on Facebook, and basically my name everywhere. And then YouTube as well. But you know, mainly Instagram if you want to shoot me a DM.
So type in your name everywhere. I'm kidding.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well,
I got the Body Sculpt Blueprint as well. That's what my fitness thing that I've gotten started to. It's called Body Sculpt Blueprint on every platform.
yeah, you got to take care of the body, otherwise everything else won't work.
Yep.
Everything else won't work.
Absolutely.
Well, Cliff, I really enjoyed, and I know our viewers did. There was a little bit of techno difficulty, but please, if you want to grow in life and leadership, connect with Cliff Johnson the fourth. And but I'm now going to be I've got the great honor to bring up Jason Flame. And backstage we were talking and we realized that we had mutual friends in a variety of different industries. Now this guy's a Hall of Fame wrestler. He also is a master at UFC, teaches though, and then he's got so many things going. But before we get into why Jason's so amazing in leadership and what you can share with people, let's start with some gratitude. Who invited you here? Who do we have to thank for bringing you to the Bald Bold-A-Thon 2025 in October?
Well, I got to give a big shout out to Mr. Jose Escobar with the Connected Leaders Academy. I hear that he's got a big team representing. So shout out again to Jose Escobar, amazing leader, and Connected Leaders Academy, great group to be a part of.
Yeah, Jose's been incredible, absolutely incredible. So, Jose, thank you again. That's the third time I've thanked Jose. So, Jose, we appreciate you, brother. But I don't want to take up your time at all. So, I want to turn this over to you, share with you what you've done, but more importantly, what you're doing to shape society.
Absolutely. Would love to. Thank you. And good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Smiley, for having me on the show today. Bald is beautiful, right? So let's kick this off. I want to just really touch on the evolution of my leadership, and three categories or three topics that I want to come back to is how I learned to lead with service and not with status, how to stay teachable, and how to live with intention. So, in 1984, there was this great movie that came out. I was a young kid, just 10 years old, super excited to go see it. It was about a young teenager from New Jersey who moved to California and had a little trouble with, making friends and classmates and the whole deal. And it was a bald mentor that changed his life, and believe it or not, changed my life as well. None other than the Mr. Miyagi from the Karate Kid. That was a huge influence in my life. Again, my name is Jason Flame. I'm a father, husband, I'm a son, martial artist, coach, entrepreneur, Hall of Fame professional wrestler with Millennium Professional Wrestling in Chatsworth, California, a podcast host on the Master Motivation Podcast, and most recently, an award-winning author in our brand new book, Born to Risk. I want to start with just touching on, the foundations of leadership from me becoming a student in martial arts to becoming a teacher. When I started teaching martial arts back in 1994 at the Arroyo Vista Recreation Center here in Moore Park, California, I had no idea that moment would be the beginning of a lifelong leadership journey. And even if you back up a little bit before that, I'm the oldest of three. So I was already in a leadership role and I didn't even realize it. At the time, I was just a young instructor teaching kids how to kick and punch. But what I really learned was how to connect, how to communicate, and how to inspire. Leadership wasn't about being the boss or having all the answers. It was about showing up for people, leading by example, and helping others believe in themselves. Those early classes taught me patience, empathy, and the power of encouragement, lessons that would shape every part of my life moving forward. And so I learned how to build a community through teaching martial arts. As my teaching evolved, so did my vision. When we opened Moore Park Karate and Krav Maga, I wanted to be more than just a business. I wanted to build a community, a place where kids could develop confidence, families could connect, and people could grow, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. Over the years, I've watched students come in shy and uncertain and walk out leaders themselves, disciplined, respectful, and full of confidence. That's when I realized success isn't measured by how many trophies are on the wall, but by how many lives you can impact. But it didn't stop there. I started to expand my influence beyond the martial arts school. Leadership didn't stop at the dojo doors. Getting involved in the Moore Park Chamber of Commerce opened a new chapter for me. I've had the honor of serving as a chairman of the board twice, and those experiences challenged me in new ways. Leading a team of volunteers, business owners, and community leaders required listening more than talking. We just heard that from another guest. Understanding different perspectives and uniting people around a shared vision. It pushed me to grow beyond being a teacher into becoming a connector, a collaborator, and a community leader. As I continued my leadership evolution, I learned the importance of service. And as my leadership roles expanded, I began to understand that real leadership is service. Joining Moore Park Rotary Club and serving on the Boys and Girls Club Board of Directors helped me see leadership through a new lens, not about recognition, but about contribution. Rotary's motto is service above self. It became more than words, it became a way of life. Whether it's sponsoring youth programs, volunteering time, or supporting local causes, I've learned that the most fulfilling moments as a leader come from when you're helping others succeed. I had the opportunity to grow my leadership as a coach. In 2010, I joined the Maya Elite Consulting Team, a national organization helping martial arts schools all over the country. traveling to help martial arts school owners grow their business. For over 10 years, I shared the same systems and principles that helped my school thrive. And in doing so, I discovered something powerful. Great leaders create more leaders. Mentorship became one of my biggest passions. Watching other school owners transform their businesses and lives reminded me why I started teaching in the first place. It's not about how big your success gets, it's about how many you lift up along the way. Now, of course, being a leader doesn't come without any challenges or working through adversity. And of course, in 2020, when COVID hit, our entire way of life changed. Our martial arts classes moved online. A lot of businesses shut down and people felt isolated. In that moment, leadership meant finding new ways to connect, to encourage others, even when I didn't have all the answers myself. That's when I started journaling a lot more and later starting my podcast as a way to spread positivity and human connection. Those experiences taught me that leadership isn't about being unshakable. It's about being real enough to lead through the storm with authenticity and faith. Speaking of faith, faith has become the foundation of who I am and how I lead. When I became Catholic, it wasn't just about a spiritual decision, it was a leadership one. My faith helped me understand humility, forgiveness, and the importance of placing God at the center of every decision. It reminded me that my most important leadership role isn't as a teacher or a businessman, it's as a husband and as a father and a servant leader. Through prayer, reflection, and journaling, I wrote a statement about how I want to be remembered, and it's become my guide for living intentionally every day. Now, evolution of leadership is ongoing. When I look back, I see a journey from a martial arts instructor to a mentor, from a competitor to a community builder, from a coach to a servant leader. But more importantly, I see how much there is still to learn. Leadership isn't a destination, it's an evolution. Every student, every setback, every success has shaped who I am today. And if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that the best leaders never stop growing. They keep showing up, serving others, and striving to make a difference. That's the kind of leader I hope to continue becoming, one with authenticity, gratitude, and heart. So before I close, I want to leave you with 3 takeaways that have guided my own evolution as a leader. Number 1, lead with service, not status. Now, it's funny I say that because I'm known as Master Flame everywhere I go. Whether I'm in the professional wrestling ring, on the mat at the karate school, or even in my community, people know me as Master Flame. But the greatest leaders don't seek the recognition, they seek to make a difference. Ask yourself today, who can I serve today? Number 2, stay teachable. Leadership is a constant process of growth. Never get comfortable, be curious, stay humble, and surround yourself with people who challenge you to rise higher. And number 3, live with intention. Leadership starts with the clarity of purpose. Know what you stand for, write it down, let it guide how you lead, love, and live every single day. And last, a quote: leadership isn't about the title you hold, it's about the lives you touch. Thank you for the time. I hope everybody enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you all soon.
That was amazing. I knew it was going to be. Anybody that rises to the top in martial arts, anybody that rises to the top in the wrestling world, has got it going on. But I love to, the service part, and it's not about the accolades. People don't have to tell the lion that they're the king of the jungle. They already know.
That's right. 100%.
They already know. And and then you also had a little a flare on the flame. Do that again, man. I love that.
The flare on the flame? Well, you mean Master
Yeah,
Flame?
that
Well,
master flame.
yeah, I mean, in the martial arts industry or in the martial arts world, at a certain rank that you're given that title, it's bestowed upon you. But I use that as my moniker in the professional wrestling world, and it was just a good fit. I mean, and by the way, everybody asks, is Flame your real last name? Yep, it's on my birth certificate. It is my last name, but yeah, pretty cool, easy to remember.
Yeah. So how can people connect with you? How can they find you besides traveling to Southern California? But that would be a good choice.
Yeah, absolutely. Except for today, the weather is not as great as you would expect, but that's okay. Everybody can find me at Master Motivation Podcast on YouTube. Would love to have you join us each week where I interview authors, speakers, professional wrestlers, martial artists, leaders all over the world. Would love to have anybody on this show on that show and let you share a little bit more, give you an hour so that we can talk about your amazing leadership story. So Master Motivation Podcast on YouTube and anywhere on social media, just search Jason Flame. There's not a whole lot of us. You can find me.
That's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, we'll definitely have to reconnect later, and maybe I'll connect you with Mark because I think that would be a great show.
Would
Definitely.
love it. 100% would absolutely love that. Thank you so much.
All right, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And now we have our next guest up, Maurice Thomas, and Maurice, we were talking backstage. Who was it? The Identity IQ. I want to hear about that.
Yeah,
And but first off, everything's about gratitude here. Everything's about gratitude, love, and being bald and beautiful and having a big, beautiful heart. So, or in Espanol, es corazón es muy grande. So, who do we need to thank for bringing you to our world, brother?
So you heard it a million times, and you're probably gonna hear it a million more times. But Jose Escobar, as a man, that brother has a heart for people, a heart to serve, and he's always willing to just give of himself. And so yeah, he said, man, I got a spot for you, man. I need to bring you on, that you show some love in your leadership. And I was like, man, I appreciate it. And so yeah, thank you, Jose. So I'm sure you've heard the name a million times. You're
Oh,
probably gonna keep hearing it throughout the day. He's a star.
yeah, yeah. Leadership and Jose, it's kind of synonymous, right?
Yeah, I looked into the dictionary the other day, in the dictionary on the leadership, and he had that big old smile, a picture of Jose inside the book, and I was like, I know that guy.
Yeah, I tell you what, right before you really get into what you're going to share, can we adjust your camera a little bit? There's kind of a black border around the top, and then oh yeah, oh yeah, that's much better. There's a little bit on the bottom, but maybe come a little bit
Sure.
close. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Let's go back up a little bit.
No,
Dr. Smiley
actually,
might help.
no, I'm telling you, you got it. He's doing the vignette to showcase the baldness. We're going to make that a requirement moving forward, Maurice. This is beautiful. No more will we have the box where you get lost a little bit in the baldness. You're bringing the baldness upside down with the vignette to cause the vignette to show you as bald, as a leader. So, Dino, this is brilliant. I cannot emphasize.
And who bought you the flowers?
My wife, some flowers I got from my wife, and she's never, yeah, she keeps them up.
Beautiful. All right. Well, let me turn this over to you. They've heard enough from me right now, and I love what you were sharing backstage, and I'm looking forward to everybody being able to hear it.
Yes, sir. Let's rock and roll. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. Like he said, my name is Maurice, aka Big Mo, is what everybody calls me. Man of excellence is what Mo is. But also, it's not just my name; it's who I am and what I do. But when I usually travel and speak, I usually go by Sharon Thomas, aka Big Mo, and Mo is because I bring a message of empowerment everywhere I go. And so I'm grateful for Jose the invite. When I think about Dr. Smiley, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. I got a coworker that normally says every time he gets on a podcast, he say, "Hey, are you smiling?" It's like I'm smiling. So he starts off all his podcasts talking about smiling. So thank you, Dr. Smiley, for the opportunity. But the reason why I want to mention my name, Sharon Thomas, is because I lead with that, but I have not always been proud of that name. And I'm a big story. I won't call myself the brand storyteller like Devo, but I love storytelling. And the reason why I talk about Sharon Thomas is because it's a big part of what I do and who I am. Because I remember 35 years ago, uh, even though that's the name my mom named me, I hid that name for over 30 years. because I was ashamed of that name. When I would go into the classroom and they would call that name out and they couldn't pronounce it. They'd be like, "Hey, Sharon, is Sharon here? Sharon Thomas here?" And I would just put my head down, knowing it was me. They had got to the point to where I would go wait till class was over with and say, "Hey, that was me you called, but that's not how you pronounce it." Or sometimes I go in class before class start, cross out Sharon and put Maurice on top across the top of it. So what I'm saying is I was ashamed of that name for so long. So I lost who I was in so many different ways throughout my life. Talking about leading. So I always try to take the back seat of everything that I've done because of the shame of who I am. But eventually, I had a speaker coach maybe about 2 years ago, and she said, "Big Mo, you talk about leadership, you talk about being authentic, you talk about being your authentic self and being real, but and about identity, but don't nobody really know who you are." I was like, "What you mean?" He's like, "Nobody knows your real name." I was like, "Okay," and she said, "Big Mo, listen to me. You talk about being authentic. You talk about being a leader. You talk about being having an identity and influence and being authentic, but nobody knows your real name." I was like, "Oh, okay." So I'm not even leading by example because I'm hiding who I am, my true self. So then that's when I developed the term everywhere I go. "Hi, I'm Sharon Thomas, aka Big Mo," because I bring a message of empowerment everywhere I go. The sad part is my mom never got to see who I was and be proud of who she named me to be. But as I looked in the dictionary under the meaning of Sharon, it actually described my personality. So she didn't get to see me in the flesh, but she already knew who I was going to be. So I lead with that because leadership is about making those first steps. And I didn't learn, I know so many people have talked about so many points and have touched on every point about leadership. And if I just be honest, I didn't learn being a leader on stage. I didn't learn being a leader um, in the classroom or in the boardroom. But I found out how to be a leader pretty much laying in a hospital bed. I'm talking about waking up after a traumatic car wreck where I just hear the sounds of the machine beeping, not knowing if this is my last breath that I was going to take, not knowing if I was ever going to get a chance to see my family again or see life outside the hospital walls again. I'm talking about leadership. When I had to spend almost a year in the hospital, I had to learn how to walk again, had to learn how to talk again. But what I'm talking about, what do you do when you look into the mirror and you don't even recognize who you are? What do you do when your reflection don't even make sense? We still talking about leadership. So I had to come to a decision. We talk about leadership as making a decision. We know every day we're given a choice to make the right or wrong decision. And I had to make a decision. And it began in that moment when I decided not to give up. Talking about leadership. So when you decide not to give up, when you choose to rise, when the world is counting you out, that's leadership. When you choose to love and to serve, even when you're still healing. We talk about a lot of leaders, they do what they call leading while bleeding. But that's leadership. I'm talking about when you stand in the storm, when it seems like you're about to drown yourself and you're trying to help save other people's lives. That's leadership. See, real leadership, real influence. We've heard it already. It's not about a position. It's not about a title, but it's about presence. And I'm talking about people don't follow you because you're perfect. They follow you because you're being real. They follow you because you're being authentic. I'm talking about coming in that room with the energy that does it. I always say a real leader is not a thermometer where they just accept what's given. So all they can do is gauge the temperature. But a real leader comes in as a thermostat because we're gonna set the atmosphere. So I believe in me, but you got to believe in yourself. I believe in me, so I believe that I can continue to shift atmospheres, to shift the rooms, to shift the environments because of the things that I went through and that I learned. And I'm not bragging on me. I just believe in the spirit that lies in me that can make an impact in others' life. See, every person that has made a lasting difference in somebody's life. What they've done is they turned their situations or they turn their scars or their pain into purpose. I'm talking about they choose to grow over comfort. We're still talking about leadership. Now, I'm just talking about some of my, like I said, I'm a big storyteller. And I've even told my mentor one time, I said, I want to, for the rest of my life, I want to make an impact in men's life. Because when men start to understand who they are, when they start to realize who they are and their purpose, this world can start shifting. And my mentor said, Maurice, for you to really start making an impact, he said, quit trying. And I didn't get it. He said, quit trying. He said, we're human beings. He said, so beings just mean just be. And once you continue to start just being who you've been called and your purpose to be and quit trying, you'll make an impact. He said, when you're trying to make an impact, he said it's based on performance. And when it's based on performance, he said it'll never be enough. So I'm talking about when you're a true leader, when you choose growth over comfort, you separate from those who talk about change, but decide to become the change. And so this is influence. What I'm talking about is, again, it starts with self. You got to dig deep down in self. And I'm just going with the flow. Ain't got any notes I had prepared, but I was like, I just got to go with the flow of the room, feel the atmosphere of the room. But the world needs more. The world needs more leaders. I'm talking about nobody that's not chasing the spotlights or moments, but they're willing to carry responsibilities and not just carry it, but carry it with grace. Leadership. Man, this is such a topic that we can go on and on, but that's what inspired me through what I went through. The leadership inspired me to even write this book, The Shift, the moment my life was flipped. Because like I said, laying in a hospital bed is where I had to make a decision to get up and to stand up and to keep moving. So we talk about leadership. I try to be a leader in my home. If I see some dirty dishes in the sink, I'm not going to complain who didn't wash the dishes. I'm just going to wash them. We can talk about it later on, but I lead. I'm leading when it comes to serving. I'm leading when it comes to saying forgiveness. I'm leading when it comes to saying I'm sorry. I'm leading when it comes to say I messed up. But leadership comes from leading by example. And today I just want to pretty much, I'm gonna wrap this up because I know we've been going on and on and on. But tonight I want to leave you with this thought. True, how should I say this? True greatness is not measured about how high you can climb. It's measured about how many people rise because you the one showed up, because you the one set the example, because you showed that it's possible. So we got to be the example for someone, be the example of hope. And hope is helping one person every day. So to claim leadership, I need you to be the ones to just be that breakthrough or be that change that someone else is looking for.
Thank you,
Hey,
Maurice.
that's my time.
We've got to get to the next speaker, brother. You did a great job. We're going to make sure your contact information is on your episode. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Dino, bring in the next speaker. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm bringing in Shiraz, and yeah, again, Maurice, thank you so much. What you know, what is it? A rising tide lifts all boats. A rising tide lifts all boats, and being a not asking for accolades and bringing in just bringing it and leading by example. So I've got the great benefit and great pleasure to bring in Shiraz. And but first off, Shiraz, since this is all about gratitude, who invited you? Who do we need to thank?
As usual, apparently, Jose Escobar brought me in.
Talk about leadership. Talk about leadership. And we were Shiraz and I had the benefit of talking backstage, and I tell you what though, that lion really hit me. I love the lion. The lion seeks no companion, as all leaders don't seek companions. They just lead. But there's a story behind that. So anyway, I don't want to keep talking. I want to turn over to Shiraz and for you to share. I love the Superman. Love the lion. Take it away, brother.
All right, thank you. So sometimes the thing you hate most is your secret source of joy. For me, it was not making enough money. I hated not making enough money, wondering if I'm going to cover all my bills, not being able to afford the things I love, and feeling so frustrated that no matter how hard I seemed to work, I didn't seem to make a lot of money. Until one of my coaches said, Shiraz, you don't hate it. You love not making money. And I said, say what? And he said, you love that no one can come up and say, hey, Shiraz, you got lots of money. Could I have some? Can you invest in my company? Can you give to my charity? You love that you don't have to feel guilty that you've got this easy, cushy life with lots of money while other people are struggling, right? And you love that you don't have to pay lots of taxes. You love that when you see other people working so hard to make their money, you don't have to work as hard as they do, right? Because that's just going to be too much. It's going to be overwhelmed. So you love making money. And I'm like, what? And he said, here's the secret. Your mind prioritizes keeping you safe from emotional distress over your physical circumstances. So while you say you want lots of money, you have all these emotional reasons why you don't want money. And so when you conquer those emotional reasons, the money starts to show up. So for instance, you've worried that people come up and ask you for money. Well, some people are, but instead of going, oh my God, I have to deal with this person, I'm feeling like I'm being guilted into giving them money or, pressured, you can just say, well, if someone asks me for money, I'm like, do I want to give it to you? No, I don't. And there's no emotional distress. There's no anxiety. There's no guilt. There's no overwhelm. Right. Or it could just be, wow, I love the investment. Let's do it. And so with those resets in my money mindset and the way I react to the different situations of having money, I added an extra $100,000 to my income the next year. And the year after that, by more and more of these resets, I went over $1 million in sales. So this is something, when I found out about it, it's like, this is a game changer for everyone. And it's not just about money. It's about your relationships. It's about your health. It's about your level of success. And so how does this apply to leadership? Like I said, someone really needs to know about this. I have to get out there and spread the word. And so I took it on myself and I started creating programs. I started speaking and just getting out there so people can hear this and make their lives better. Because having a happy, powerful, abundant life actually isn't that hard. It's just that we have been taught that it should be, that you have to work hard, that life is a struggle, that nothing comes easily, and that's not all true. Things can come easily, and you've had things come easily. So you can't say nothing comes easily, but if you're running a program that says nothing comes easily, then you're going to make sure things show up hard so you can be right about it. And I'm Shiraz, I'm a reality interventionist. What that means is I find out where you are addicted to your current life and get you out of that addiction, because people are addicted to the lack of money, right? And I would like for you to create a life where everything, well, I don't think everything will be easy, but most of the time, everything is easy. And I've seen this happen with lots of people. And even in times of difficulty, you can make yourself flow through the moment. For instance, I did not get a link to this event. And I signed on and it said the link is forthcoming. And I'm like, what? And I thought maybe this is happening to everyone. So I went on to YouTube, looked, and there's other people speaking. So they all got the link. And I could have been like, what do I do? What do I do? But I said, okay, I don't have the link. What do I do? So I just looked at who else was speaking. And then I started making not phone calls, but text messages, everyone. And all at once, just you and you and you. And then eventually the replies started coming back with the link. And I jumped into the green room and then just got ready. And now I'm up here and talking to you. And this is another trait of a leader, is a leader's going to figure out how to get things done. And I want you to, when things get hard, not to say, oh my God, like, what do I do? And get into this could be the same phrase, but it's a different attitude. Okay, what do I do? Let's strategize this. Because when you worry about the overwhelm, again, that's emotional distress, then your mind will say, let's make sure you never have a situation where there can be that much overwhelm, which is playing safe and it's playing small. And if you want to be a leader, you've got to go past that. You've got to get past these emotional blocks that are keeping you stuck, that are keeping you from having your full leadership potential. And everything's going to change for you. So I want you to keep this in mind when it comes to being a leader. While you may have a very powerful why, you have to watch out for the why nots. And the why nots are things like, I'm going to be a great leader as long as this doesn't happen, as long as this person doesn't say this, as long as people don't think of me this way. Let all that go and watch your leadership explode. And that's what I came here to talk about. I am Shiraz. If you want to learn more, I am at energeticmagic.com. And if you want to learn how to rewrite your reality so you can have a better life, check out my book, How to Rewrite Reality.
Well, first of all, that was beautiful. When is your birthday?
August 27th.
Just your month and day. So are you a Leo? Because I saw the line behind you.
I
That's
am
what
a
I said.
Virgo.
Okay, August 27th. So I will not forget that. So you know what I love most about your presentation was the leader doesn't quit, the leader finds a way. And that's very military-esque as well. You can't go back to your commander or whoever gave you the mission and say, I just couldn't figure it out, and so I didn't do it. And so I do applaud you. I see multiple rings to me, and I know you did that for other people. So I'm glad you care about your voice and your message so much. And the most important message that you gave is that when things are not working right, figure out how to make them work. So I want to applaud you for that. How do people reach out and connect? And by the way, we've run into each other a handful of events, and you were recommended. When I saw Jose recommend you, I said, he keeps showing up. So how do people connect with you, Shiraz?
You can go to energeticmagic.com and all the information is there.
All right, brother. Well, thank you for your message. Thank you for being a bald, bold leader. And
thank you for having me on.
A very unique message, because some people would be potentially like it's not perfect, but that's the point of what the world is. It's not perfect. And so how are you showing up to make it better? Thank you, Shiraz.
Thank you.
Next we have Jose Escobar. Jose, how are you?
Fantastic.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because you deserve to be fantastic. I mean, Jiminy Christmas. We are almost going to call this show the Jose Escobar BaldAthon. I mean, so for both of the BaldAthons, one was about leadership, the other one was about influence, and you certainly have been an influencer. I had to change my definition of influencer, because when I talked to you, I realized really an influencer is someone that when they call someone and they say, just trust me, be there, they're there. Literally, it's like a snap with you. You care about your community so much, and you show your community that you're there for them and they can trust you, that you can actually say, you need to be at this event. So I want to acknowledge you for that, because I've redefined, and by the way, influencer should be defined this way. People listen to you and they take action immediately. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Smiley. And I love Dr. Smiley. So
well, I do have a little present for you, sir.
Yes.
And when I see you, because we do live in the same area, I want to show you that the BaldBOLD book, although not completed, and it will include a lot of your CLA members, if you go to a magic day, and that is January 25th, you get to celebrate a bald leader.
Yes.
So
yes.
I want to thank you from the heart. You've just always been a friend, and the most important friend you can have is one when you say, hey, listen, I'm in a little bit of trouble here, and you go, I got you. So these BaldAthons are about leadership, but more importantly, they're about changing the world, and you allow me to do that better because of your great membership and your great community. So you're obviously here to speak more about influence, and you've been here to speak about leadership before. So influence is a magic word. It causes the world to go around a little faster. I call leadership waking the world up. I call influence accelerating it. So the stage is yours, sir.
Well, thank you. I'm excited today to be here, the BaldAthon. And I'm wearing this hat very intentionally. I know it's a BaldAthon, and yes, I'm a fellow bald entrepreneur, okay? So I'm about to take the hat off, but this hat, the reason why I'm wearing it today is because we just lost the Commanders. For anybody who knows, the Washington Commanders, we just lost today, or last night. I say today because it kind of went into the morning. We lost to the Chicago Bears. I have season tickets. I was at the home game, had some amazing people there. And would you believe that it was the fourth quarter? We were winning. We were supposed to win this game. We are in field goal range just to seal the deal or just run out the clock. We are running down the clock at that time. And it just turns out that Jaden Daniels fumbles the ball, and the Bears recover the ball, and then the Bears start taking the the ball down all the way to the opposite side of the field, and it gets to the point where they run out the clock and they hit a field goal, and we lose by 1 point. My goodness gracious. Oh, besides the fact that we lost, it was the fact that I had to hear it from the annoying row in front of me of a bunch of Bears fans, right? Because I was sure we had it in the bag. I said, thanks for trying out, guys. Like, all in good fun. And sure enough, they had the last laugh. But listen, that is part of the game. That's part of life. That's part of entrepreneurship. That's part of everything. You win some, you lose some. But we keep showing up, like Shiraz, right? We keep showing up. We keep coming back. We keep fighting. That is part of leadership, because a lot of people were talking about leadership, and I just wanted to talk about leadership in that little piece of, hey, you know what? We bounce back. We come back strong. Let me take the hat off. That is what happened yesterday. Very distraught. Now, when it comes to influence, remember, influence is what I call the opposite of a part of leadership, right? Leadership is influence, right? When people are drawn to you, when you have a magnetic personality, when you can say, hey guys, let's go this way. Hey guys, let's go this way. People are going to react in a certain way because they see the level of leadership that you exude, right? So you create a certain level of influence. I am extremely well connected. Why am I well connected? Because, well, I'm the CEO and founder of the Connected Leaders Academy. We're a global company of 550 members in 49 states in the US and 35 international countries. It started with one member, right? Leadership is what allowed me to do that. And then the influence that I developed over time by way of my leadership allowed people to say, hey, I want to invest in this guy. Hey, I want to invest in the mission. As influencers, we have the ability to paint a vision for people where people can buy into what you're saying, right? The Connected Leaders Academy, when I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 members, I had to paint a vision. I had to say, hey, listen, can you imagine a community of global entrepreneurs, the best of all entrepreneurial backgrounds coming together so we can serve each other at the highest levels, where it's about serving, not selling, and it's about supporting each other. And we all learn and grow together so we can serve our clients better. When we serve our clients better, the world becomes a better place. Wouldn't you want to be a part of something special where you're changing the world one entrepreneur at a time, creating global impact, world changers? Right? I'm attracting titans of industry. That's who you are. That's what we're about. That's where we want to go. So when you can say those kind of things, what happens? People lean into you. They feel like they're a part of the mission, the purpose, the vision. That's what it takes. Influencers, in anything they do, they're very intentional. I'm extremely intentional with everything that I do. Nothing is by chance. I don't just randomly do things. I do things because I'm a chess player. If I make this move, I already know, 4 or 5 moves later, it's going to help me over there, right? I'm not playing checkers. I'm playing chess. That is what this is about, right? So influence requires you to lead at the very highest levels. You have to lead yourself first, and then you lead your family, and then you lead those that you serve and your community and all the things. But again, influence is part of leadership, right? So I am a huge, huge fan of influence because everything I've built, I said, I need to be able to be the kind of person who shows up every single day in influence. I need to be in the trenches. I need to be doing the things. And when it comes to management, how many of us have seen managers, right? They say, oh, I need to go manage these people. I need to manage that. So we manage things. In my opinion, we manage things. We don't manage people. We lead people, right? We manage our checkbook. We manage our calendar. We manage our energy. We manage a lot of things, but we don't manage people. We lead people. And that requires influence. And a lot of times we have to be on the front end of the things, right? So for me, I am selling. I'm on the front end selling. I'm not sitting back, behind my desk, closed door office, quiet, don't talk to me. I'm at the front end of everything that I do. I'm in the trenches with you, right? I'm getting no's. I'm getting the people who say things behind your back. I'm getting all the things that we all get in business. I am at the front of this thing. We have to lead by front. We have to be heavily involved in everything that we do at all times, right? Remember, as you're painting visions and as you're leading people and as you're creating influence in the world, we have to remember this is an all the time thing. This is an all the time thing. As they say, how you do anything is how you do everything. I make sure that I show up in excellence in my influence and how I'm creating impact in the world. There's this great saying that people trust what they see repeatedly, not what they see once. I'll say that one more time. People trust what they see repeatedly, not what they see once. So if you are an influencer, if you are a leader, it is your responsibility to show up every single day. No excuses, no ifs, ands, or buts. It doesn't matter how you feel. You got to do what you got to do when you have to do it, whether you feel like it or not. So the world needs more influencers. The world needs more leaders. And it starts with you. And you have the ability to step into your best self today and create global impact because the world needs you. And I'm just excited and blessed to be a part of this amazing platform with Dr. Smiley and so many tremendous leaders. And they say, birds of a feather flock together, right? How do you keep your dream alive? You hang around dreamers. How do you create impact? Hang around impact players. So I lock arms with people like Dr. Smiley because I know he's an influencer. And I know if I'm going to build my influence, I got to hang around influencers like him. And that's what this is about. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I know we have many more speakers to go. And if anybody's interested, I encourage you to check out connectedleadersacademy.com. If you're an entrepreneur, let's have a conversation. Thank you.
And don't leave, sir.
No.
So first of all, I want to acknowledge a leader, but more importantly, an influencer understands flexibility because influence happens at the right time, at the right space. And you moved a schedule around to be here. And I know that you were supposed to be on 30 minutes ago. I want to acknowledge that your influence is echoed by the amount of times you're willing to be flexible. And that's a very important part. I will just tell you one sad thing and one bad thing, and we'll end with a good thing. So a sad thing is with all the books behind you, I can't believe my book's not like front and center, very visible. Okay. The second thing is when you told me how much is your book and I said $20, you said, that's a little too much. I'm not adding that to my library. You're overcharging for this book. But on a serious note, you made my son's day. I'll never forget it. You met him at an event in Stafford University at the A2B Con. You looked at his books and you said, I'd like all of them. And my son's mouth dropped. He says, Dad, he wants all my books. And I just want to say, you are a complete supporter of young leaders, but you're a complete supporter of all leaders. And I just want to acknowledge you that you were willing to give him the day and you gave it to him. So thank you. Thank you so much.
I just want to very quickly say, first of all, that was a great day. I remember that day. I did what I did intentionally. Again, intentionality and everything we do. I did it because he's a leader, because he believes in himself. He believes in his mission. He believes in his purpose and vision of what he's looking to achieve. And when I see a leader with a burning desire to do amazing things, especially a young leader like him, I said, a leader acknowledges leadership. And they say, hey, if you're playing the game full out, I'm going to play with you. And that's why I said, give me all of your books. And it was a good day. That's awesome.
Well, my closing comments are, Jose is a stand-up guy, and a stand-up, there's movies about people that are stand-up. You just call them up and you say, this is what I need. And they say, I got you. So I called him about 2 days ago. And I said, hey, listen, I'm having a little trouble. I thought I could fill this event. I know 600 bald people, but somehow it's not registering the right way. I don't know why. He says, I got you. Be on standby. And sure enough, 6 of your members like that. And I told you 6 people and you gave me 6. And, it's about the event being full of quality. And you brought 6 quality people that echoed how important you are to them. So that is what this event is about. It's about actually honoring people that care about leadership, but more importantly, care about other leaders before themselves sometimes. So thank you.
Yeah, your actions speak so loudly. I hear not what you say. And your actions have always spoken loudly with me, and I just want to reciprocate. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, brother. All right. Well, we have about 4 more speakers coming in. So Tracy, you can bring in the next speaker, and then we are closing out the day within the hour. That was Jose Escobar with Connected Leaders Academy. I am proud to have served his events as well as be a friend and do anything I can to thank him for all he's done for us. Is it Mirage next or is it Dino? Dino, how are you, brother?
Hey, brother.
So come on in.
So I'm gonna start off saying I'm bald by choice, just to give a little dig to my brother.
Well, I was, I'm kind of surprised with Jose's recommendations. They didn't all wear commander's hats. I was very surprised by that.
Yeah. Well, the last 3 seconds kind of spoiled that one.
So listen, Dino, thank you. You've always been here for every single event. You've been a great host. This is kind of a hybrid aspect. You were a leader in the last event. I'd like you to talk about influence, and I want you to talk about influence in regard to you really make a lot of doors open for people like myself. You say, hey, Ken, I have an into the Hollywood. I have an into, this mastermind. I have an into all these amazing events, and you have graciously allowed me not just access, but to really feel like I belong there because you introduced me to so many people. So you're not just a door opener, an influencer, but you're also a major connector. And I just want to thank you for that. I want to give you a couple minutes to talk, and then we're going to come back and talk about the Dino show and what you're up to with your next steps in life. All right.
Okay, I'll segue it off into that. So, yeah, Dr. Smiley, I've been a friend and I don't know if I started off as a fan or a friend, but it was his heart that meant so much to me. And so he wanted me to talk about how doors can get opened. Well, I talked about it a little bit the other day when people go to a networking event or another event, everybody's just beating their chest. Let me tell you about me. Let me tell you about why I'm so great. Well, you know, people don't want to hear that. They want to hear what you can do for, it's what people want to be heard. You can make more friends in 2 minutes listening to other people than you can in 2 years talking about yourself. So in most situations I go into it with a service mentality. How can I help you? How can I help serve you? One of the hosts, one of the commentators earlier talked about, it was Zig Ziglar that said, if you help enough people get what they want, then enough people help you get what you want. It's not a tit for tat deal. It's really about, how can I serve? How can I help? There's so many things you can do that are absolutely free. One is gratitude. Many speakers talked about that. We always recognize what we do for other people, but how often do we recognize what other people do for us? So be gratitude, have gratitude in the morning, think of 3 things. What are you grateful for? One, having a pulse, having another day to have an impact in society. The other, and then the other two, actually, I'm grateful for the love of my life down in Colombia. My princessa, Lides Johanna Paternina Gonzalez, will be getting married soon, and Ken will be there. So, but going back to, how you have an influence is, how do you serve? How can you help somebody? How can you help other people? And it's amazing how doors will be open. The other thing that I try to look at is whatever situation I'm in, do I make it better? Whether it's just an individual interaction or a group situation, I'll tie that into, how I got into the film world by just serving, by helping at, at a film convention. But I'll talk about that a little bit later. And so I think the important things is, it's, why is it that people love the Dino Show? Well, because I want to have fun. Everything I do, I want to have fun. I want to bring joy. I want to bring excitement, enthusiasm, and it's really, I didn't hear this word too often, but it's about being authentic. People know who I am. You either love it or you don't, but either way, you know what you're getting. Like some of the leaders that we have in society, which we won't go into, being authentic, being real, and being genuine. And it's easy. Also, we did the Smile-a-thon. A smile is the most economical way to improve your looks. It's hard to say no to a smile. You can say about anything with a smile. You brighten up somebody's day. Attitudes are infectious. Let's start an epidemic of positive attitudes. And I see Dr. Smiley coming back in. I'm not sure if he's here yet, but I owe so much gratitude to Ken because Ken is always looking at making the world a better place. That's originally what I fell in love with Ken, was what he was doing worldwide in Africa and in other countries. And his movement is absolutely amazing. So there was that inauthentic pause. So I'll go ahead and tie it into. Ken wanted to tie into the film world. So without going through the whole story, but it started off by our group, sponsoring all the after parties at a local Chandler International Film Festival, largest film festival in Arizona, which is really up and coming in the film market. And if I saw people moving things, I would say, "Hey, can I help you?" And they're like, "Well, you're not on staff." I said, "Well, don't you need this to be moved?" Any way that I could support. That's also what ended up happening. So the director ended up, I mean, it did not matter. There was one time when I drove across town to pick up shirts or other things for some of the people that were supporting. It was bringing producers, and top line actors to and from the event. And so from those events, and also, kind of being bold, saying, "Oh, look, I might be available later this year to be in your next movie." And then people are like, "Oh, really?" Because they wanted some of the Dino show possibly in their next movie. My good friend Darwin Reina, who amazing film producer out in Spain, he actually wanted me to be in Spain earlier this month. Due to other scheduling conflicts, I could not. My good friend Mark Kerr just did a great movie with Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and so it started with by serving. Then it goes to the point of, what is the next step? So the Dino show actually started by accident. We were at the Heart of Hollywood magazine, and I was there to support my good friend Giovanna, who's a producer, actress. She's an artist. She's so many amazing things. And then she's just, the couple days before, she said, "Dino, I want you to do red carpet interviews." I'm like, "What?" Then out came up the hat with that, and then but also, the thing that connected me to Giovanna was creating the very first American film convention, and then just cold calling and reaching out to producers, making connections. I became good friends with it was actually O.J. Simpson's, a guy that took him on tour after the trials and made him huge and made him famous and what have you. He had 84 hours of videotape. Then MYC Agnew, who's been in the industry for 30 plus years, then saw something with the Dino show. So we're going to be at the American Film Market in November, which I want Dr. Smiley to come to.
Well, I want to be there. We actually have a lot more speakers. 3 more showed up, Dino. So how do people reach you and connect you to know about these events?
So my social media team, actually, there's a huge launch going on with the Dino show in social media. So just be looking at about a month into just Google Dino show, and they'll be able to find me on all the channels, and then all the content is going to be rolling out.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'm getting bits and pieces here sporadically. So Moran, if you please come in, and you are the next BaldAthon leader, sharing how you bring smiles, but more importantly, inspiration to the world.
How you doing, Dr. Smiley?
I'm doing great. Good to see you. What a
Good
great
to see you
haircut.
again.
Yes, always. You're in the Phoenix area, right?
Yep. Yeah, we met a couple of
Oh, I know we did.
years ago.
Oh, I'm very man. It's not just that we met. I mean, we hugged.
You're right. Yeah.
So the reason
Well,
I say smile is because you have one of the best smiles on top of everything else. I mean, attitude, leadership, they go together beautifully, don't they?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, this is your time. This is your time, brother. You got 6 to 8 minutes on the big stage, and thank you for being part of the Bold A-Thon. It's all you, brother.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Myron Gunnels, and I'm the founder of Real Fathers Inc. The reason why I wanted to become a leader and help dads is because I was in a situation. My wife passed away back in 2011, and while she passed away, my kids was only 10 and 7, and it wasn't anything out here for dads like sponsorships, not sponsorships, but resources and support groups. And the reason why I did it because it was like it wasn't anything out here in Arizona and where I'm from Memphis, and I was just struggling trying to get everything together, raising the kids and trying to do their hair and everything. And, you know, it's a challenge of being there, and it's a challenge of raising your kids by yourself when you don't have your significant other. And, you know, it's kind of emotional for me to talk sometimes because talking about it, it bring up memories and things. And I want to push that towards positive and leadership of Real Fathers Inc. because, like I said, I've been through the situation, and I want to get out here and help the fathers that don't have voices, because it's a notion to be there and don't have anybody on your side, you know. And I was homeless with my two daughters and stuff, and I came out of that with the help of the God. And it was just crazy. So now I'm in a good path of having Real Fathers Inc. getting out here to support the dads, where we can bring them back to the forefront. Um, sorry, y'all. This is like it tears me up. But I wanted to, my vision is to bring the fathers together. I want to build a great foundation here in Arizona, just like you moms. I want to do a blueprint of you moms for the dads, so I can show them mentorship, counseling, and education. And on the education part, I want to get into the trade schools, commercial driver's license, and community college, because I want these guys to have careers instead of regular jobs. Because a regular job ain't gonna show your kids how to get out of poverty. And I want to let the men come into the group, do a 6 to 8 week program where we can get them back on the forefront, get them jobs, career jobs. And I want to do workshops, 6 to 8 week program workshop for them, dealing with the finances, uh, workshop for parenting classes, how you do your daughter's hair, because I had to do my daughter's hair. I didn't have no beautician. So it's a lot of things of being a leader that I went through that I can uh, talk about and show the fathers how we can get through this. So I'm sorry. Yeah, so when we go worldwide, you know, it's like I can see my dreams coming true and my leadership, where we can sit down and start having conversations with the dads. And we do uh, uh, Father's Day event every year. I did one last year, this year, my first one on June the 14th. And we did swag bag gift cards for the dads and stuff. We had speakers, and we had food there for them to show them that it's somebody out here that cares and want to be a voice for them without them.
Well, thank you. How do people listen? I totally get the importance of your message. I just want to say, in the back green room, I just told everyone what a gift he's bringing, the message of leadership being, it starts being yourself as a father. So
yes,
thank you for that. And I want to make sure we're supporting and celebrating, but most importantly, that we connect with you later. How do people connect with you?
Yeah, you can give me a call at 480-450-7358, or you can get on my website at realfathersinc.org. or you can email me at myron@realfathersinc.org. And then we having a Buingo October the 30th. So I'll send you everything for Dr. Smiley and see if you can come and throw it out there for everybody can see and stuff.
I would love that. I would love that. If I can make it out there, I will. But more importantly, I know a lot of people in your area will let them know about it too. Okay. So
yes, sir.
Thank you for being part of the BaldBOLD A-Thon. You certainly bring it as a leader, and you bring it more importantly as a wake up of what the most important role you can have when you have children, and that's being a father. So thank you.
Yes, sir. I thank you. I appreciate
God
you
bless.
having me.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Dr. Nana coming in from Ghana. So, Dr. Nana, are you here? All right, here he is, coming in straight from Ghana.
Hey.
How are you, sir?
Fine, Nick, and how are you? Good to see you.
I'm happier than I could possibly be because you are my brother, and you are someone I met in the DC area, and we sat next to each other to give awards to all kinds of international actors. And I just immediately saw your spirit, hit it off with you, and I prayed about the fact you'd be part of the BaldBOLD A-Thon. So you're not just a leader, you're an influencer. So if you'd be so kind as to take the stage and share how you define leadership and why you became a leader and how you make a difference as one. The floor is yours, sir. And thank you again for being here. You are an international flavor we wanted to have in this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and to the smiling doctor. Well, okay. My name is Dr. Yam Fujode. Simply call me Dr. Nana. I think that was a name that should be my stage name soon, since I'll be going on to stage very soon. But anyway, just simply, leadership is actually for me, it's about doing what you believe in that would get other people to follow with respect to first and foremost what output, what outcomes you're looking for, and how you can get those outcomes to impact on others. I mean, I'm a professionally trained psychiatrist, but somewhere along the line, I got selected and nominated into our traditional system in Ghana into a leadership position. And one of the things I have learned is to be able to combine both my professional as well as one would say the traditional wisdom that's available in our traditional structures. I love farming. I'm into cacao, or we call it cocoa in this part. And one of the privileges of being a leader in my family is that it comes with a fairly large acreage of cocoa. And cocoa is a very interesting plant, crop, tree, whatever you call it, and it grows as a mid-forest crop. And so there are all kinds of other taller trees and lower shrubs, etc. And one of the things I've actually enjoyed is being in touch with nature and being in touch with traditional way of doing things. Some might look ancient and outdated, but incidentally, again, when one looks at all these issues with climate change, all these environmental issues, etc., you start to appreciate the traditional wisdom that the ancestors and the previous people used to have. I mean, I have a very interesting interrelationship with my faith in terms of what I believe in extra. And one of the things that stands out very clearly is that in where I come from, and largely in our communities, we've been influenced a lot by Western standards and religion extra. But the basic fundamental thing is that people that the people I lead, a lot of them look for situations where they know that they want to know that there's a consequence to their actions. And so that's where, again, taboos, etc., come in. And then using my or looking at my professional training as a psychiatrist, I actually realize also how much your understanding how people expect you to behave, etc., impacts on the outcome of things you want to do. I mean, we just with respect to the cocoa sector in Ghana right now, we're struggling with the government intervention in terms of a number of things. Now, sadly, because people have now gotten used to government interfering so much with a price, with all these things that should really be in direct control of the farmer. A lot of people have over time just withdrawn and just accepted things as they are. However, when I've been involved in cocoa for about 20 years now, and the more I learn about some of the things that their ancestors and some time ago were able to achieve when they actually stood up for what they believed in, it's amazing that when they fell back on the traditional systems and their leadership, etc., they were able to actually solve many problems and many challenges that they had then. Whilst we who are allowing all kinds of government intervention, multinational intervention, etc., are not collectively able to solve some of these challenges, some of these problems. So one of the things I'm trying to do at this stage is I'm trying to raise some finance and a fair bit of money to then approach my cocoa business in a particular way which makes me independent of lots of government influences, etc. And it really is, I think it's the way to go. And it's been influenced very much by my knowledge and understanding of historical antecedents before from traditional structures, as well as just a strong belief that you basically can get things done when you strongly believe in yourself and strongly believe also in bringing others on board with respect to whatever you're doing. So it's a very exciting journey, marrying my professional life plus my traditional leadership opportunity, and how that interesting intermarries with issues like climate change, issues like how to take care of the environment, issues like, again, my own personal health and my own personal journey. So this is an exciting opportunity for me to interact with all of you. And it's actually very funny that we're going right back to almost like where we started when I met Dr. Smiley, because I met him at an event in, like you mentioned, DC, Virginia area. And it was being hosted by an Indian film producer. And incidentally, the film that we discussed, we're actually doing the Ghana screening at this very moment, and we'll complete that next week. So we'll have a Bollywood, Nollywood, and Hollywood combination, and there will be very interesting lessons to be learned in terms of globally. We're having again some challenges with environmental issues. Where there's a gold rush currently going on in Ghana, which is called the Gold Coast. So very interesting to play in how the movie will expose or will highlight some of these environmental issues. And
Yes.
thank you again for this opportunity. And I look forward to being a part of this movement as it grows. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nana. I just want to say, first of all, wow, thank you for bringing an international message to this BaldBOLD A-Thon, because some of us are unaware with our abundance that we can do and direct the abundance into equality and also into need. And I was just informed just recently about at my church the dire straits that Cuba has with their citizens not having water. I mean, not having access to even pencils or anything. So I'm glad you're here, because I know you're an international leader and you're a global world solver of problems. And I'm so happy you're a friend. I'm glad you brought up the round circle, because the round circle, we met and we got to meet someone that was bringing the world together. And here you are having the release. I don't know if you know this, but did you know this that you're in a book? So this is the bald.
No.
So if you flip all the way to April, and you go to April 8th, I think it is. There it is. There you are, sir.
That's me. Okay, so this was the picture. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
this
you are
is
next
what
to
it is. Thank you so
and you're
much.
next to Patrick Creighton, who played for the NFL for the Dallas Cowboys. So, and you're in very good company. This is some amazing people. So, do you know why I made this event? I made this event because I took pictures of people like you, and I said, I see how great they are, but does the world know how great they are? So, I made this BaldBOLD A-Thon to share your voice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How can people connect with you?
I think that you have my email address. That's the best
I
way.
do. Do you want to share it live so that people can connect with you? Go ahead.
Yes, please. It's yaomfodwo@gmail.com.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Dr. Nana. You are certainly the heart-centered leader of heart-centered leaders, and what a beautiful haircut and smile you bring. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. If we can have Major General Matt Smith is going to be our next speaker, and I'm excited to have him as part of the message. I just met him recently at the Military Influencer Conference, and having an opportunity to meet other leaders is how you actually have a conversation, and then you get to invite them to an event later. So how are you doing, Major General?
I'm good, Ken, and please call me Matt.
Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you for being here. It was great meeting you at the event, even though the meeting was rather, I'll just say very brief. I got the energy and the amount of influence you have as a leader, because someone who leads with a smile and leads to care is probably the best leader you could find. So I'd like you to take the stage right now, sir, and share your thoughts and feelings about leadership and how you play as a leader.
Yeah, thank you, Ken, and thanks for the opportunity. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Matt Smith. I'm a former two-star general, just recently retired about 7 months ago from the Army. And I now have the privilege of working at I'm wearing my school colors here, Emory University down in Atlanta, Georgia. Coming to you today from vicinity of the Bay Area. So it's not just a stage background. I'm actually not too far from that beautiful spot in the background picture. And I'll just take a page out of Myron's book. I loved what he was saying about family. I think a lot of leadership is about making the main thing the main thing. And often that is easily said, but a lot harder to do. So to kudos to Myron and Dr. Nana and all the other guests that you've had on, Ken. I like to say that not everybody can pull this off. So it's an honor to be here today as a fellow BaldBOLD A-Thon member. And I think my baldness contributes to my leadership abilities because it cuts down on the amount of maintenance time and allows me to spend more time on the humans, as I like to say. And I got into leadership as a very young man, thanks to the guidance, or boy, really, thanks to the guidance of my parents, who kind of gave me a little shove into the Cub Scouts originally, and then the Boy Scouts, and then on into the Army after college. And it's just been a heck of a journey. I think as I try to define leadership, I mentioned making the main thing the main thing. I think problem solving is a lot of it. I've commented many times over the years in somewhat adverse environments to my various teammates that it's easy to lead on days when it's 75 degrees out, no humidity, big bright puffy white clouds in the sky. But that's not when we get paid to lead, especially as military leaders. We get paid to lead when people are tired, wet, hungry, and scared. And that teaches you a lot about being a leader when you're leading people under those circumstances. I think another aspect of leadership is influencing outcomes for good. Dr. Nana talked a little bit about that, as did the rest of your guests. And as I think about how the military, or at least our Army in the US, defines leadership, it's providing purpose, direction, and motivation to accomplish the mission and improve the organization. And I've spent the latter part of my career on that last phrase, really trying to improve everywhere I've been and make it better than when I arrived there. And hopefully those efforts will stand the test of time. You know, I'm really honored to be at Emory University in the Gazweta Business School there, where I run this program that's just for veterans. It is a tremendous way to keep giving back to our fellow humans and to help advance the veterans for their next chapter as they're coming out of the military, whether it's a multiple decades of retirement or even just after one tour of duty. The beauty of the classroom environment is that they're all leaders of one flavor or another, and you can imagine how enriching that is to have so many leaders in a room for hours on end, just sharing their insights and sharing their observations of the human condition. I wasn't fully prepared for how special that would be, even after having as long and lucky a career as I did in uniform, serving our nation and our citizens. It's just a really special environment in that classroom to be able to hear all those experiences like I just mentioned, but B, to also pay it forward and make or attempt to make people's lives better than mine has ever been. And half of our students are enlisted folks who may never have ever envisioned themselves sitting in a classroom at a top 20 business school and becoming aware of the breadth of opportunities that that type of experience can provide. And it's really quite touching and heartfelt to be part of that and to show people what's in the realm of possible for the rest of their lives. And the other most heartfelt piece of it is the amount of generosity that people pour out here in the States for our veterans. And to have a small part to play in that is, as you might imagine, tremendously rewarding. And I've thought about it for the last 6 months that I've had this opportunity, and it's really transformational for those students in a way that the original GI Bill was when it was first enacted back in 1944. You know, that transformative effect of higher education on our country, on 10 million service members coming back from World War II, was amazing and is still playing out to this day. And it's really special to be able to be involved in just a small part of that for a small population of veterans who have the opportunity to come and study with us. You know, speaking of study, Ken, I years ago was asked to get involved in a nonprofit organization, a foundation. And the guy that had asked me to join the team was like, "Hey, we want to hire you to come do this." I was like, "Well, we're kind of in the middle of fighting a couple of wars overseas right now. I'm pretty busy. But why would you even want me to do that? I'm not qualified to do that." And what he said to me has stuck with me ever since. And he said, "You have a PhD in the human condition." And I thought, what a wise statement for any of us as leaders. And I really internalized it at that point, about halfway through my uniform career, and then became a student and really was very diligent in the latter part of my career about studying the human condition, and as in doing so, being able to become a better leader and a more effective leader and to help other service members or just people most broadly in whatever they were trying to achieve or whatever problem they were trying to fix or whatever mission they were trying to accomplish. And it's just been a great pleasure to do that for all these years and to continue doing so in an educational environment.
Thank you, Matt. I am so happy that you're able to share your voice, your experience, and acknowledge some of the other people that spoke earlier and what that meant to you. So we're excited to have you part of this BaldAthon and also just a friend. So how can
Yeah,
people connect
thank
with
you,
you?
Ken, for the great opportunity.
My pleasure. How can people connect with you and celebrate you?
So I think the best way is probably Master of Business for Veterans, Emory University, EMORY. Just put it in Dr. Google there and we'll pop right up. There's not too many programs like it. There's actually only one other one just like it. And it my contact information's down there in the program information. So thanks for that.
My pleasure. We look forward to having you on future events. We anticipate next year it's going to be a 24-hour BaldAthon because the word is slipping out. Like, I didn't know that this was the holiday, so we're excited that you're going to help amplify the fact that leadership is important, and so are great haircuts.
Yes, that's right.
All right.
I'd be glad to be part of it.
Well, we're at the top of the hour. We have 80 people that have been part of both these holidays, and we now have a community that are going to really celebrate each other. You know, the average person I spoke to did not know very many bald people, so now we know at least 80.
That's right.
All right, brother. Well, have a great day.
I'm going to bring more next year, Ken.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
And now we have Sandra. Sandra, we are excited to have you as part of the BaldAthon. So Sandra Hainsworth is a dear friend. We met at the Rock Your Life, Craig Duswald event, the mastermind, and we immediately clicked. If I recall, Sandra, within minutes of us talking to each other, I can at least speak for myself. I got emotional because you are such a beautiful energy source. So thank you for being part of the BaldAthon, but more importantly, thank you for being a friend who actually exudes lots of inspiration.
Thank you, Ken. I'm so proud of what you're putting together. You and Dino have been amazing today. I've been on since this morning. Every speakers have been making notes. They're just delightful. I have a huge confession. I was terrified of bald people as a kid. They actually just like I was really, really afraid. And um, I had a little situation that flipped it when I became bald. And um, that was a really interesting thing because my mom, I was caregiving for my mom and put everything on hold to be the leader of what she needed. I thought I'd only get her for 2 weeks. I got blessed with 3 years. But on year 2, I got cancer. So as I go through chemo and met with the oncologist, um, I was like, oh, okay, I have cancer. And I was worried about my kids, but they're grown. And then the second thing I said is, am I going to lose my hair? And she said, probably, yeah. And I was so taken back. I was so uh, caught off guard by my reaction because I've always just thought of the outside as kind of wrapping paper, but I did sort of think my hair and my boobs were my superpowers. So it was like one of those situations where how am I going to own this space? And went through the process. And once the hair came off, I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. It's a total happy hack. It is, the rain feels better, the showers feel better, and it just feels so good. So it's been a few years. I shave it off daily as part of my gratitude practice, and it just feels so delightful. And the other reason I've kept it off is that I had a situation when I went down. I had a friend that was passing, Michelle Patterson. That's what we bonded over to, Ken. Um, and in the process of going down there, and I had my bubble machines, and I was going to party her out. That was our commitment that we made together. And she was a little further along. Things changed. So I left to go back to my hotel. And I thought, well, I'm going to have a little bubble party for myself. I'm going to take my bubbles to the pool and just have a little memorial just for her and what we were going to do. And as I get myself all geared up, and I'm in my mom's walker because my feet aren't working so great, and little red walker, walking up with my bubbles, then that feeling kind of cute. And a little girl, like she saw the back of me, but I heard this, like when I turned around, she literally screamed and like really loud, like everybody's like, and I looked around, I'm like, who's she screaming at? And then she goes, it's a monster, it's a monster. And I was so like taken back. I get down low, I'm like, oh, I'm not a monster. I used to have hair and now I don't. And but she was having none of it. And then her little brother chimed in and he got afraid too because she was afraid. And the nanny or the mother, whoever, whisked them away so quickly, and they were literally terrified. And I thought to myself, I'm like, wow, what a teachable lesson that could have been, because I was probably the first white bald person that she saw. And what a beautiful lesson that could have been if they just spent another minute, right? And whisked them away. But what it did for me is went back to my room and I thought, well, how's tomorrow gonna go? Because I'm not flying back for a few days. And I got on an app and I'm like, well, what can I do tomorrow to show off to as many people that bald and happy is fun? So I took my bubbles, my walker, and I did a boat trip, a little bus boat trip, and then another little tour. So I did like from 7 a.m. to 11 at night. I just scurried around San Diego and I was delighted because I had my bubbles and there were so many kids that saw somebody that was bald that looked different than somebody else, but it wasn't scary and that just made me feel good. So I love what you're doing here, Ken, because I think that when people know better, they could do better. And I'm bald by choice. This just feels fantastic. But I still get when are you going to have it grow back? And it makes them uncomfortable, but I'm comfortable. But men don't have that same issue. So I find that really interesting. So I love that you're bringing these conversations up to breed bold awareness of what can be done with people owning their own, because it would have been easy for me to grow it back for other people, but
Mhm.
leading my own self-love life now, it's like I love the feeling of the freedom of jumping in my pool and jumping on here within a blink of a time and nobody really knows because it's
Well,
freedom.
I know this sounds unbelievable, Sandra. I know this sounds unbelievable, but I I really don't know the difference of what it is to be bald as a woman than a man. I say that from a standpoint. We've had over 14 women speak, and I hadn't heard this message until just now of how much harder it is, because many of the women had alopecia and they were just really sharing that this is the choice they made, or this is what they had to step into their power. And so I was looking at that haircut style as they were awakened to be powerful. So you've given me an extra little, I guess, insight. I did want to share with the world two photos of you. So the first one I will share is in the book. Okay, so this is the book. You are July 6th in the book, and that is correct, right?
Yeah,
And
that's
this is the BaldAthon. This is the Bold book, and we're actually putting the QR codes of the presentations next to the page. That's our intention. So the more people we get in the book and the more QR codes we get, the more the book speaks. And then the other one, which is my favorite photo of you, and I might have to change that photo in the book, is this one here.
I like that.
Yeah, that's a
That's
great one.
great.
That
Those are
is,
my bubbles.
they are your bubbles, and
Back
you
in
woke
play.
up the event at that rock your life, and Craig Duswalt was rolling around in some type of chair with wheels on it, and he was shooting the bubbles as well. So you bring a lot of love and light and laughter, and it's really the wake up and reminder. Are you really enjoying life? Because bubbles sure do make you feel like you need to again.
I do. I do. I went on a Rockstar cruise last year and I was just being me. I had my bubble machines, my scooter and this and that. And day one I ran into a lady at the bar and she told me that, it was delightful to see me so happy. And she was stage 4 cancer. When I left the cruise, her husband took her down to shave her head and she tipped her hat so cute. And she goes, I've never felt so free. So it is like when people see that somebody else can just be bold and,
Well,
happy.
we're starting a new salute to not just bald people, but to bald people that are heart centered, and more importantly, that are exuding, life, love, and light. And that salute, when you see it next year, I'm hoping it's going to catch on. But it's just simply this, and it's just acknowledging that you're wearing it well, but more importantly, you're showing it better. That's what that means. All right. So thank you for being part of this. I'd like you to come back in roughly 10 minutes. We're going to be ending the event, and I'd like you to be one of the people that brings closure to the event.
Thank you.
So Monique is next. Monique, come on in. Hi, Monique. How are you? I think you have your speaker on, and then I want you full screen here. I want to see that beautiful smile of yours. So, Monique, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No? So until Monique can hear me, I hope she can hear me soon. Can you hear me at all? Nothing? All right. Well, we might have to do some type of modification, but I really want Monique to have a voice at this event, and I might even just call her just so that she can just speak, and maybe she won't hear herself, but she'll at least speak. So let me just see if I can do that real quick. She's been a friend of mine in the Baltimore community, and she makes such a difference in the world. I do want her to really have a voice to close out the event. So I'm going to call her real quick. I know it's a little unorthodox, but this is very, very important that we include her voice. All right, she's coming back on. She's a very important person in my life. She is one of the first persons that invited me to big events in the Baltimore area. So you can come into the big screen here. And so, Monique, can you hear me now by chance?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. So, Monique, I've invited her to previous events because she's so important to me. And I did not mean to lie to you. She says, no technical issues this time, right? And I guess there's technical issues. But my point is, you're so important to me. I will fight as long as I can to have you as part of the voice of Baltimore, the voice of a leader, but most importantly, the voice of what it is to live with your heart. You have been such an important inspiration in my life. I just want to acknowledge you for that and say thank you for inspiring me, but for being a solution to so many people. You're one of those people that solves problems and doesn't need any acknowledgement. I want to acknowledge you that that's the way you really need to live life, is don't make it about ego, make it about serving God. Thank you. So I can disappear, but I'm going to just be in the background. I just want to say thank you for all you do.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Thank you.
It's all.
Hello, everyone. Oh my gosh. Allow me to enter into your world just as bold and brave as I'd like you to be. This is an amazing opportunity. I'm so excited for what Ken is doing for the world and inspiring people for as long as he has, and not just as long, but in a multitude of ways, because each person is affected differently. So, again, I want to applaud all the work that Ken is doing. And right now, there are so many individuals experiencing a lot in this world. Adversity is most definitely inevitable. I mean, it's going to happen. The goal is how do we use our own identity to work around that? Some people face challenges different ways, and it could crush and crumble them. But there's also a cure, which is almost the state that if you accept certain things and win with it. So becoming bald was it was a weird challenge for me. But again, when I said adversities are inevitable, something's going to happen. Like, I'm doing this video today and talking and reaching out to everyone about leadership. And best believe there's going to be another challenge to face today, tomorrow, next month, and how you want to basically handle it. My name is S. Monique Smith. I'm a multi-award winning author, speaker, philanthropist, and indie filmmaker, where I use my journey to help elevate humanity by connecting with community every single day, champion for tough legislation, and definitely spreading awareness for some of our most vulnerable women, children, and also men. I'm a spokesperson for human trafficking and missing children. And believe you me, the stats and statistics are not going away. So I'm very proud of my role and what we do to advocate and help towards eradicating human trafficking. I am known as the longest living Jane Doe, a survivor of a child abduction, human trafficking, sexual assault, physical, mental abuse, and believe you me, when I say adversities are inevitable, taking hold and becoming my own hero was my only means of escape. So a lot of people will think that someone's going to come and rescue them. There's going to be a solution. And a lot of times you may have to be that solution or create the solution. And that's something that I was able to do. Now, I'm not going to say that with the amount of trauma and transitions that I had in my life, that's why I'm bald. To me, it was hereditary, I feel. Just looking at some of my relatives and discovering that it was going to happen. Again, how was I going to be the solution? Was I going to wear more hats, more wraps? Was I going to begin wearing wigs? And what left of hair that I had at the time of my decision, was I going to weave new hair in? And that's just like in life. Look at how many options you have. Look at the choices in front of you and decide what works best for you. Yes, we may hear and take advice from other people, but at the end of the day, you should be the one that takes the decision, the bold decision, because it is bold. It takes guts and grits, and no one other person is stronger than the other. When I say I feel so excited for the individual who jumps from the sidewalk to the street, matched by the person who's on the mountain that's taking that big leap in life. It took courage. And that's what happened with me. And I'm so happy that each time that I was faced with a challenge, I had to get to a point where I had to take action. And this is what I do when it comes to missing children and human trafficking. This is why I've been very successful with my book, with my documentary, with the philanthropy work that has done. I'm happy for my community. And my community, watching the things that I've been able to do, it has built trust. People believe in the mission, they believe in the calling. So they'll believe in you because they're watching you take these challenges and work them as best as you can. Now, a lot of people aren't up for that. And don't force yourself. Don't put yourself in a position where you're being told it is your responsibility to do one particular act if you're not comfortable with it. Make sure this is something that you want to do. That's leadership. You cannot lead in a direction in something that you just do not have your heart in it. Your desire is not there, and your focus is going to be completely off. What I like about Ken and even his smile book, do you notice how strong that energy comes when you smile? And he has thousands of people across the country passing on that little effort, that actionable step of simply smiling and passing that energy out into the universe, giving someone else hope and courage to take that next step. Now, leadership, again, is not easy. And it doesn't, again, I always weigh them out. Some people can just lead their household, lead their classroom, lead on their job, like they lead in their careers. Again, your leadership could just be you. You could be an at-home wife, an at-home mom who is taking on those roles every single day, but you are the pure example of what it takes to hold the role. I have a book out that's entitled I Am the Ancestor. And in order for that title to remain true, to remain strong towards my mission, the actions that I take every single day, be it that it's large or small, definitely shows that I am living the story that I want told. And that's what leadership is about. You want your leadership role to be something that could be modeled, somebody else could use, somebody could benefit from, not just beyond yourself, but again, the whole goal is what could you do to pass it on to someone else? I do take pride in all of that. So much so that my work has reached international platforms. And I'm so grateful to say that, yes, I have a story on HBO. I have a full adaptation of my book on Lifetime, which means my original goal, my original challenge was to lead my family and my community through these challenges to spread awareness about missing children and human trafficking. So much so that I think, we've done a lot of work and we're not done. So because we're not done, little pockets and little branches of what we've done together is now falling across the country. And I'm so excited about that. And again, I'm just grateful to be here with Ken and the other bold, bald, beautiful individuals who are leading the way.
Well, I have something just to share with you and show you. You have been in so many event pictures, but not always have I taken a picture of you with your beautiful haircut you have today. So I want to show the world, not just you, but also your book. And, if there was a definition of leadership that I would say you exemplify the highest is the show up factor. The show up factor. And I will tell you, I know I'm in the right event where I hear a scream, and that scream is so loud that and we run to each other, we give a hug, and I do love you, Monique. You are such an important you're such an important part of my life, and you inspire me to play bigger. I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah.
You do. Yes,
You
do.
inspire me, and you're inspiring so many other people to get their voices on those inside of those books. It's amazing.
Well, thank you. We're actually culminating the event right now. I want you to stay here. You impressed so many people in the green room. They said that they wanted to say hello to you, but they also wanted to say farewell to the audience. So those in the back, if you'd like to come forward, that's Sandra, Miran, and Dino, and anybody else. We are going to each say one line as a culminating thought, and then I'll just say farewell to everybody. So let's get everyone on let me do gallery here. There we go. All right. So all these people heard you, Monique, and they said, wow, I want to meet her. And so you have not just 4 new friends, you have 4 bald, bold leaders who really care about your message about sex trafficking and solving world problems. So when I put you together with them, they're going to extend your voice. Yes, it was beautiful. So I'm going to start with, since RJ was our first person, RJ, would you like to have a culminating thought for the event today?
I'm just so sad I missed the first one. I met so many great people today, and I'm so impressed with you too, Ken. I didn't realize this world was this big, and I'm proud to be a part of it. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you. RJ, I'll just say a quick quote that I realized only about 2 months ago. The bigger you play, the smaller the world is. And I'm glad that you're seeing that it's really growing in a good way. So God bless you. Let's go with Dino next.
It's Monique. That is absolutely beautiful, beautiful. I've got some things that I want to do in the sex trafficking world, part of the Mr. Clean Foundation, and wow, what an honor. The whole event, though, Ken, as always, you're a rock star in the video world.
Well, thank you, sir. All right, Moran. And Moran, I really loved your message.
But Ken,
yes.
Before you switch over, of course, I got to throw another couple of. This event wouldn't go on without the team that you have that has been communicating, that has been there via WhatsApp, email, text, and smoke signals. So your team is absolutely awesome.
Well, before we go to Moran, I do want to say that at the beginning of the day, we found out that either our account had been hacked or something technological had just folded our entire system. And we went to a plan B, which we had to create at something like 7 a.m. in the morning. So I want to let you know that we're as committed as you were to being here to have a voice and to wake up the world, that there is a reason that leadership matters. It's because you actually show up as a leader, you make a difference in the world. So thank you, Dino. Our team is Brian. By the way, Brian Tar is in California. I texted him at 7 a.m. So he actually got hit by the text. He sounded very groggy and said, I'm looking into it right now. And so we worked tirelessly to make sure that this event could happen with a plan B, a complete plan B. I want to acknowledge Tanisha, Carol, who has been here the entire time, 3 hours before the event to help solve problems. Faizan Manzoor in Pakistan, who creates this beautiful atmosphere of a green room, and Amy Cabrera in the Philippines, our local Tracy Ramos in Florida, and there are some other people, but those were the main people that were doing a lot of the work, and all the other volunteers to include Tanisha and Brian Arrington. Thank you for showing up to support as well. So next, Myron, please share your closing sentiment.
My closing sentiment is be bold and be a real father to your kids. And I just want to say thank you for putting on this. And I had a great time being on here, my first time on here. And thank you, Dino, for inviting me for this show, because I need to get the word out about real fathers and how we can help everybody out here in the world.
God bless you, Myron. And Sandra.
I'm on choose happy and shine on. Like that'll catch on.
Yeah. So Monique, in the background, we said we have to start a BaldAthon Facebook group so we can actually build this so that it's 24 hours straight of people sharing their voice and how they show up. So
that's exciting.
Yes, exactly. All right. And Monique, my sister, any culminating words of closure of wisdom? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are all great. I feel the energy through the phone, which means I know all the recorded elements are going to hit the world with sheer joy. And my closing statement is live the story you want told. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Be that ancestor. Yeah.
And I couldn't help myself. If I wasn't corny, I wouldn't be able to actually be myself. So I'll just say, if you can't be bald and bold, at least be bold.
Oh.
I like that.
How about bald and beautiful? Because I see beauty. I see beauty.
Well, every single person that was on the screen today, they're beautiful because of their smile and their heart. And I've never seen anyone that brings a heart-centered approach to life that's not beautiful. So thank you all for supporting this mission, this message, but more importantly, waking up people that need to be awakened because they don't see enough hope and inspiration in the world. And this was the thing they need to see. So God bless you. We've had a great day today. We have some other big events coming up. We have the Author-thon, The Gift. We have Celebrating Chefs on October 20th. And we have the Acronemathon in January. I can't believe it, but you want to hear an acronym, you guys, to close out the day?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I got two for you. One is HUG, which is my mentor's favorite acronym, HUG, H-U-G, and that is Heartfelt Unlimited Giving. And then I will give you what you guys are giving the world, HOPE, H-O-P-E, hold on, pain ends. And the last one I'm going to give you is my own from Dr. Smiley, Smiles, seeing miracles in life every second. So thank you for being a miracle and being bald and bold. You are definitely showing up, and I can't wait to amplify your goodness more. God bless.
God bless.
Beautiful job, Ken.
That's a wrap.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Faizan, are we good to go? I'm closing out the show.